No, I'm not on mute. It's time to start the show. It's time to start the show. Welcome to another edition of the Aaron O Show, starring your host, the one and only, the unknown person. That's what I call myself. Spence, what's going on? I see Peter the Investor, what's going on? Miss Sherelle, Kobe Jordan, no, I'm actually right on time. Right on time. Melon and Swag, what up? Sale, what up? I'm right on time, actually. I know you guys see what happens is the way my computer set up is I put the time at a certain time, but then my computer automatically adjusts the time to based on what my normal time zone is. So I had already put like the show to start from 3 hours from now. So technically I'm early. Technically I'm early because I had the show scheduled to start 3 hours from right now. So y'all want me to do that, don't y'all? Y'all want me to schedule the shows 3 hours, hit go live and be like, hey guys, I'm 3 hours early, so you guys can stop messing with me, because I'll do it. If you want me to do that, I will do it. I will absolutely schedule this show for 2-3 hours later and then start early and be like, yo, by the way, guys, I'm just early, you know me, because it seems like you guys just can't wait to try to put me in behind like I'm late. Nope, not gonna let you do it. Next show, I'm gonna schedule it 3 hours later and start 3 hours early. Keep on messing with me. Keep on messing with me, and it's gonna be a long day for y'all. Keep on messing with me. I will do it. I will gladly do it. What no man has done before, I will do it. The chat demands punctuality. I'm a black man. You can't demand nothing from us. Look, as they say, I ain't got to do nothing but get old and die. That's what they told me. Get old and die. So therefore, as long as that's all y'all expect, I think I can show up for that. I can show up for that. It's not a problem. It's been a few days since I've been here. Hey, Cree. Hey, how you doing? Cree is in the building. It's been a few days since I've streamed. So I've been sitting back and chilling. I actually was thinking about going live the other day, but everybody else was doing their thing. So I sat back and I was doing some reading. Not because I can read very well. It's because I'm trying to get better at reading. I'm trying to get better at reading. And the more you read, the better that you get at reading. Hey, Raw B, how you doing? And so that's all the goal is right now. Read a little bit and let y'all act crazy on these YouTube streets, okay? Act crazy on these YouTube streets. I am not going to be covering what's that girl's name that went all crazy on the internet. I'm not going to cover that. No fun for me. So, guys, I know you guys are disappointed that Aaron O is not going to cover the girl throwing water and, dancing on a guy. I won't do it. So I hope you guys got y'all fixed from that, because I'm not dealing with that. So that's off the schedule. All right. I'm gonna cover a couple things. We gonna connect, and then we're gonna boom, 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 boom. Oh, that's her name, Booty Butt Cheek Girl. Listen, she knows how to get attention, and she knows how to stay relevant. It is what it is. First of all, who said that? Who in my chat that said I just covered it? No, I did not. I didn't say no names. I didn't say no names. Kobe Jordan said, every time I start reading, my ex keep calling me. You're going to have to learn how to put your phone on do not disturb. Listen. All right, let me give y'all a special hack, okay? When you wake up in the morning, have your phone in the other room. Do not sleep with your phone in the same room, okay? Because you will get addicted to your phone. Sleep with your phone in the other room and you'll be better. So when you wake up, the first thing you do is not grab your phone. The first thing you do is probably think. I know that sounds a little crazy, but think for yourself. I know that sounds a little crazy, but try it. Okay. Try sleeping without your phone in the room. I know this the internet. I know y'all up all night, but try it. Uh, I don't see a bunch of messages because people will be hitting me. My phone ain't in the room. And I'm very, very grateful for that. For when they say, hey, I hit you and you don't respond, my phone wasn't in the room. I didn't even see it. So it's not like I'm trying to avoid them. It's just I need my time away from these crazy people on the internet. Okay. And time away from anybody that can contact me through any level of social media. I'm going to find a way to separate. Okay. Jessme says the phone is a must. Jessme, I agree. I'm not Elon Musk. I am not on call 24 hours a day. Until I have a child that is directly dependent upon me for their existence, I'm not going to be available 24 hours a day. Until I start building a rocket company, I'm not available 24 hours a day. You're going to miss me, and I'm going to have to get back to you. There's going to be most of those are going to be the days. Now, if I'm in grind mode, right? If I'm focused on a project or something like that, then sure, all right. You must be always available to the people to get the project done. But y'all need to learn how to shed it off. Y'all need to learn how to shed it off, because if you guys don't have any mechanisms in place to separate these worlds where they driving y'all crazy online, because let's be clear, they driving y'all crazy online. I can tell. All right. Everybody doesn't have the ability to let this BS go in one ear and out the other. Okay. It's an unfortunate skill of mine that I learned from managing people. Once you manage a few personalities, people that don't like to show up to work on time, not dependable, emotional, boyfriend, girlfriend troubles, need to see therapy, all these different things, you learn how to manage personalities and you learn how to compartmentalize effectively. Some of you do. And so, look, my phone ain't around me. So half the time I start to stream, I'm like, oh, shoot, let me get my phone just in case somebody, hits me, send me a cash app or something. I want to acknowledge them. But if not, so I'll be starting to stream without my phone. Get in the habit of that. So when you guys go out of town to another country, everything does not have to be documented on your phone, okay? I have not documented every place that I've went. When I've had food, I don't take a picture and say, I bet you wish you was here. Ooh, food is good. Let me leave a Yelp review. I don't do none of those things. See, the difference between most people is you have to actually enjoy life. And if you're using your phone and pictures to document all the time, you're not really enjoying your life. You're enjoying your life to share with other people. And that's the decision y'all got to make. Because if you're a vlogger, it's a phenomenal idea. If not, probably a bad idea. Jessme, what are you talking? How am I setting y'all up? See, Jessme, I'm not giving you no more free game. See, you're going to be addicted to your phone, Jessme. You're going to be addicted to your phone, okay? And you're just going to have to deal with the consequences. If every time somebody say, why you don't pick up the phone, you're going to have to tell them the truth. I don't want to talk to you. Yeah, you're going to be the angry lady that says, oh, I didn't pick up the phone because I don't want to talk to you. See, I'm going to be honest and say I didn't have my phone around me. See? You see how it sounds much better than you don't want to talk to me? I know. I won't get y'all caught up on that. Let me make sure I acknowledge the sponsor of my last show. A couple of days ago, I forgot what my last show was. Because I don't really track it that well, but I know my guy GBG Grizz was holding me down, which is not uncommon because every show always holding me down some way, shape, or form. Always leaving comments, supporting in the chat, always. So I appreciate Grizz and to the whole GBG gang and everybody that supports me. I appreciate y'all. But I don't mind not streaming. I hate to tell you, I don't mind taking some time off, sitting back and let everybody else do what they do, because then when I get to it, I believe it's more of an effective show. I'm a little bit more focused. It's something that I really want to talk about. It's more of a connecting piece. So that's what we're going to try to get done today. So Grizz, sponsor of the last show, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. We're going to get to the show today, right? And I know what you guys are wondering. What are we talking about today? What are we going to cover today? Well, because it's the middle of the week. Saturdays is when I would consider Saturdays more my main show. But during the weekday, no. The weekdays is just a mini show because I'm not about to spend 6, 7, 8 hours with y'all on a weekday. Nope. Y'all got me to do it one time. Mm-mm-mm. I'm not going to let y'all get me again. I'm not falling for it. Okay. Let me see here. What did I want to do? Oh, I remember. I absolutely remember now. I'm going to cover, you know, some of the trust or distrust we have uh, in the medical field. I'm going to cover uh, some thoughts about a mother and a few other things I'll cover briefly before we get into that. But first is first. The first thing I want to do is this. You didn't like the video? How y'all didn't like? Who's going to keep track of my likes for me? Somebody tell me where the like count is because I know they ain't keeping track of my likes. Somebody tell me where the like count is so we can keep track of this. Because I'm not, the least they can do is hit the like button. You ain't gonna support the show. You're gonna at least hit the like button. You're gonna definitely hit the like button. But like I tell y'all, 61, that's only half. You know what? I'm gonna need a sip of water because my feelings is almost hurt. My feelings, it's almost hurt. So I'm gonna wait just a moment before we get to 70 likes. And then we're gonna get the show started. Because I understand not everybody likes my show, but at least 70 people could like the show. At least 70. Y'all do know my level of patience is relatively high. If I don't see 70 on the screen, we're gonna be here all night. I tell you. I will sit here and look at the screen like a crazy man. Y'all know I will. All right, once we get to 70 likes, y'all let me know. I trust y'all. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Once my mods say we had 70 likes, I will get right into the show. Once they tell me we had 70, I'm gonna jump right into it. Mm-hmm. And I'm in I don't know why. Maybe I feel energized today. I don't know. Excellent, excellent. We can begin the show now. My guy Bear says we lock loaded. Kazi says lock loaded, good to go. Now, you know my thing. I've been trying to make sure we start the shows off every chance I get when I find something I think a positive thing. I want to start the shows off with that. Okay. So that's what I try to do every particular show. When I have the time, I find certain things that I want to start the show off in a positive direction. Okay. Shout out to Harrison Davis. He said he's gonna be the first super chat of the day, first person to show their overt support. And Harrison Davis has been holding me down for a very, very long time. So shout out to you, Mr. Davis. I appreciate you for supporting the stream. Uh, we gonna start right. What's going on, Sugar Bum? We gonna start right here. We gonna start right here on a positive note, right? I love to start the shows like this because I want to make it contagious. I'm gonna listen. Listen. Let me give y'all a little secret. People be watching what I be doing, so I can't show y'all everything. But I'm gonna start doing this, and I guarantee the pressure gonna be on other people to start doing it. Okay, so we gonna start right here. I want to start on a positive note, and this is where we're gonna start right here. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna play it again. Oh, oh, so many of y'all are missing out on the joy that it brings. So many of y'all are missing out on the joy. The love of a father, I tell y'all, cannot replace it. Cannot replace it. You see that joy oozing out of her soul. You can feel the love inside of her. All right. Y'all can feel it. And I got more. And I'm gonna try to reinforce it every single show. We're gonna find positive things. Last time I think I did the geniuses. We had I think a guy and a couple of girls who IQs are way higher than Einstein's, brilliant people, and we just highlight them. We acknowledge them because there's always greatness to be acknowledged. Okay. The grind starts now. All right. Now, y'all remember, I don't know which video it was. I want to say it was a couple videos ago, and we were covering this particular, what was it? Yes, there was this particular area that was being bought up, right? I think they spent some crazy amount of money to buy up this particular part of the land and area. And we covered it briefly, and there was a congressman that was involved, right? So, yeah, so it was about $800 million roughly to build a city near San Francisco in Solano County, right? Now, you guys might not be familiar with it, but it's actually a relatively nice place. But where they're trying to build, it's not the most prepared space for to build a new city. But it turns out this. Hey, Janae, it turns out that the people that bought that land close to Travis Air Force Base was not foreigners. It was not foreigners, okay? We thought it was, but it was not. It was absolutely not foreigners. It was actually, well, let me see if I have a video for that. I think I do. Yeah, I do. I do have a video. I don't want to watch the whole thing, but I'll give you some insight. So it was actually Americans. It was actually the Americans that bought up that land, right? We know. Yeah, here we go. We know.
Thousands of acres surrounding Travis Air Force Base. Good evening. I'm Laura Painter.
And I'm Chris Thomas. The group behind it all just responded to ABC 10, and it turns out they're from Silicon Valley, and they want to create a new city in Solano County.
So the rich want to use all that money that they made in Silicon Valley to create another, in my opinion, San Francisco. It's relatively close to San Francisco. San Francisco's beat down. It's still phenomenal weather, but I must tell you, day by day, the city is struggling to adjust to the new climate, okay? Especially downtown. Man, no, it's not BlackRock, Chris. It's a couple private investors that have made a lot of money in tech. As a matter of fact, you know what? Let me get to the. I'm gonna forward it to the people that are involved in it so you can see it, so we can just jump through this real quick, so you can kind of get a feel for who it is. Here we go.
Space. ABC 10 is learning the investors are Silicon Valley elites, the likes of LinkedIn co-founder Reid Hoffman, American entrepreneur Mark Andreessen, and Lauren Howe Jobs, Apple co-founder Steve Jobs' widow.
So Steve Jobs' widow is involved.
Mark Andreessen and Lauren Howe Jobs.
And it turns out I'm not part of the group. Stop. Somebody in the chat said I'm part of that group. I am not part of that. Listen, if I was part of that group, I would tell y'all. I'm not part of the Silicon Valley elites, all right? I am not. I would look, first of all, most money is old money. Most people that got that type of money is in their 50s, 60s. Like most people that got that kind of money are older. You have the few people that became billionaires at a young age, the Zuckerbergs, the Evan Spiegel, like very few. But when you're talking that kind of money, it's older. It's older execs that's made money over time. You literally have the widow. So she getting her money, and she's a blonde too. I've never seen her before. I would have never knew what she looked like if she walked past me. These two rich fellas here, the one with the baldy and the one with the glasses, I would not know who they are if they walk past me. No, Peter, I don't know nothing about no crypto, brother. I don't know nothing about no crypto. But this is the actual group behind buying all that land up. and they want to create another city.
Jobs, Apple co-founder Steve Jobs' widow. A Flannery Associates consultant, Brian Brokaw, tells ABC 10 the group of investors want to build a mega city, which will offer good-paying jobs, affordable housing, clean energy, sustainable infrastructure, open space, and a healthy environment.
Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Mega city, Shinty, I said, sort of for you saw a contribution. You ain't seen nothing. So you got a mega city, clean energy, a good amount of jobs, housing. I can't say that I can't say that I don't believe a bunch of elites, but I don't like the fact that they call them elites. We're not talking about no. Look, Vanny Rule, stop it. Stop writing that in the chat right now. Okay, look. So I'm actually interested in learning more about this. At first, I thought it was a group outside of America buying up that land close to one of our military bases. That made me a little nervous. I ain't gonna lie. But now that I know it's a bunch of rich people that want to make a cool city, I'm not knocking that. Ain't nothing wrong with spending a lot of hundreds of millions of dollars, probably going to be well over $1 billion once everything happens, because they just bought the land. They got to develop it. They have to get water sources because there's no water running through. It's very dry out there. So they have to do a lot of work, but it can be done. They have a background. They have the money. They have tech. They have resources. They have connections. My personal thought is this. It is a little dangerous because what they've already done with that tech money in San Francisco. See, I was here. Let me be very, very clear. I was here before the tech boom. I was here before the money was flowing into San Francisco, and people would just visit. They love the weather. They love the city. They love the people. It was just different. But this tech money has driven up the cost of living. Real estate is insane. Renting is insane. Taxes are insane. They just push everything higher and higher and higher. And so I'm skeptical that it's a possibility that they'll just create another San Francisco, I don't know, 50 miles away or whatever the case is, and do the same thing over again. So I don't know. But at the end of the day, they got the money. I have no doubt that they will have an ability to build it out, touch some people, and I have no doubt that they're going to have an impact. I don't know if it'll get. I don't know if the law. They have to get the lawmakers behind them, because obviously it's a lot of red flags involved in this. But I don't see the hurt, because we need the space. We don't have space right now. We're in a crowded city, and we need to expound. And we need to expand, and then we also need to build more land, more housing. So we don't have any more space. So at this point, we're going to have to do stuff like this. So it's a really good idea. I just don't know if people will trust them, because they're so filthy rich, and that right now people are very distrusting of rich people. Let's be honest, right? Very distrusting of rich people. So it is what it is. 40 Boom says they're trying to get rid of everybody. Well, they can't get rid of everybody, but they definitely might be trying to get rid of people that are not adding to society. I don't get into the conspiracy theories. That is my brother, Uncle Tom, on Wednesdays, which is today, actually. Well, normally they tell me it's Wednesday. Conspiracy Wednesday, I think that's what it is for them. They do the conspiracy. I'm not too deep in it. I like a good conspiracy every once in a while, but I'm too entrenched in reality. I'm too pragmatic to focus on that type of stuff. And even if it was true, I couldn't change it anyway. So I thought that was interesting, but I'm glad we got an answer, because I told y'all I would keep covering to find out who was trying to get up all that land. Now we know it's not foreign enemies. We know it's Americans with a lot of money. So we can put that behind us, okay? So I feel a little bit better about that. Now, another thing I want to get to. I normally like to cover this specifically just for Keisha, because I love messing with Keisha every show I get. Now, you guys know that there's strikes going on in Hollywood, right? We've talked about this, and it's been going on for a good amount of time now. And then also there's more strikes to come, and heavily impacted is going to be, well, Disney in particular is going to be heavily impacted, because now what's going to happen is they're getting strikes from other departments outside of the actors and writers. So the people that are in their animation groups and things like that are trying to unionize, which is going to be a problem because a lot of the stuff. Yeah, Keisha, I know you here, Keisha. I know you can. I know every time it's not gonna miss. You're not gonna want to miss. But I'm just gonna briefly talk about it. I'm not gonna get too far into it, but VFX workers are going to be looking to unionize, and that's going to have a big impact on Marvel. Disney is very big with Star Wars and all of the features in which they have animation, so they're heavily at risk compared to other major groups. But either way, hey Reese, how you doing? Shout out to Reese, one of the very few chicks from NY that I will acknowledge. But it is interesting because I like the destruction. I like the fact that these companies are going to bleed a little bit because the history says this has always happened. They bleed a little bit, they concede a little bit, and they give y'all some money, and then y'all get right back on the hamster wheel. So the game is going to be played, and I'm here to make sure that I am going to get a little bit. I'm going to get a little bit of this. I'm going to get a little bit of this, okay? I was the few recessions that was going on back in 99, 2000, 87. I didn't know nothing about it. Okay. One, I wasn't born yet, but I know nothing about it. Now we get into some territory where I could be taking advantage of opportunity here. And so we're going to make sure we keep each other in the loop, make sure we're paying attention to what's going on. Big Bad Bull, what's going on, brother? Because I hate to tell y'all, never in the history of Everdom have we ever seen the people defeat the elite. Now, if y'all do, works for me. Gore, what up? If y'all defeat the elite, I'm fine with that as well. And if y'all lose to the elite, I'm fine with that as well. Y'all better be able to shift and be, I don't know, is the word malleable? I don't know what it is, but you better be prepared to be able to deal both environments, whether the elites win or the have-nots win. Either way, it's going to be a fun ride to watch. Now, just for Keisha, just for Miss Keisha, I want to talk to y'all. See, this particular actor here is a relatively known actor, especially on Instagram. He talks a lot. His name is Paige Kennedy, okay? Now, my estimation for what I've seen, he seems like a phenomenal father, okay? His son, Tim, does skits, seems like a really, really good kid. They have a nice close bond that you just cannot fake, even though he's an actor. And he's going to tell you about what's going on with these strikes and some of that money, Keisha. He want to talk to you about some of that money, Keisha, okay? Now, let me see here. Can I adjust this? No, I cannot adjust this. Man, forget it. I cannot adjust that. All right, let's listen to what my guy has to say about this, okay?
Residual checks. And so this is not been open. I'll just open it right now and see. It's like a mystery pack. This one, I guess, is a better one. This is from a show called Justified. Justified was a show I did, and here's a residual check for it's $123. So that's respectable. That's some gas money, I guess. Now, here is another residual check from a show called The Shield. $39. It's $39. So, I mean, I guess you could get some popcorn or something. Okay, so this is a show called Bones. $49. This is the show Backstrom. So this is a show that I was a series regular on. This is a show that I was on the entire time. This is all of the episodes. You see that? All of the episodes.
Wow.
$59.
So,
residual checks. And so
well, I don't know how much longer y'all gonna be able to hold out without making no money. Because if somebody like him, who is a decent recognized actor, right? He's not an A-lister, but he's a recognized actor, right? If he is telling you them checks ain't looking too good, how long you think they're gonna be able to hold out, Miss Keisha? How long? How long you think they're gonna be able to say, well, they're gonna lose billions of dollars? You're talking about some people that got a dividend payment. Let's just say they got a one-time dividend payment, because companies will do that, right? And they own 142,000 shares. I don't know. And let's say they give them, I don't know, 32 cents a share. I don't know who wants to do the math on that, right? But I hate to tell y'all, some of these people have 500,000 shares, 1.1 million shares. If you just get a dividend, I don't know, 25 cents per share, and you start to add that money up, I don't know, and they have money flowing in from other investments, let me see. That dividend could pay their bills for the rest of the year. It can, right? So while y'all over there arguing with them, talking about y'all losing $3 billion, and they're like, yep, we are losing about $3 billion, and nobody likes to lose money. But the thing about business is losses on the business have some tax implications. Now, y'all personal life, not so much. Y'all personal life, not so much. The residual checks ain't looking very nice. You're going to have to get out and do some more work. Y'all going to have to act some more. You're going to have to write some more scripts, because I don't believe that y'all can outlast the elites. I could be wrong. I can't do math that well. But if I had 742,000 shares and they gave me 33-cent dividend, let me just say one-time dividend payment, I don't know. Could be a pretty good deal. Some of them already been paying dividends for the last year. I don't know what to tell you. Some tells me y'all about to get right back to work real soon. Y'all about to get right back to work real soon. And let me tell y'all another secret. The rest of society ain't gonna support y'all. And this gonna sound harsh right here. See, we care about y'all because the rest of us, we all workers like everybody else, but we still want our movies. We still want to watch Netflix. We still want to watch Amazon. We still want to watch TV. We want to see these shows. So get back to work. You don't believe me? Let me give you an example. We know employees are underpaid, correct? You ever seen people striking, cutting off the bridges, cutting off people's way to work? Do you think people are like, you know what? It's cool, guys. We understand that you guys are underpaid and y'all gonna prevent us from getting to work on time, and we're fine with that. No, they be trying to run y'all over. They be telling y'all get out the way. That striking is stupid. I'm telling y'all what regular common folk like myself think. When they see y'all striking for more money and we on our way to work, well, I'm a fake like I got a car. So we driving and we see you in the way and you got your little sign, heck no, we won't work. Heck no, we won't work. More money, we won't work. And we trying to get across the street to our job. We don't care about y'all not getting paid enough. Get out the way. I don't have no insert for no ludicrous move, but if I did, I would play it. Get out the way. We don't want to hear none of this. You guys understand? We understand y'all deserve it, but we ain't got nothing to do with that. Get out the way. Restaurant workers, we want our food. Ain't personal, but it's personal. Give us what we want. So y'all can complain all y'all want, keep asking for these raises, but we want our McDonald's, okay? We want our Chipotle. We want our movies. We want our Netflix. And y'all best get back to work, all right? Because if we ain't got nothing to keep us entertained, we coming after y'all next. We going to knock on y'all doors. First of all, Keisha, no, it ain't. Keisha, the strike will end after y'all suffered. Well, let me give you some insight, Keisha, here. Okay. Allegedly, right? What happens is smaller studios, they suffer and they need to be bought out because the bigger, so let me tell you, there's a such thing as called a revolving credit line, right? And the bigger corporations can get a revolving credit line. And they use that revolving credit line as debt to sustain the business because a lot of these companies have alternative revenue sources. And what that means is they have other money coming in from other sources that will carry some of the cost and the burden of the streaming business and the other parts of the business because they have revenue coming in here and they're going to use all that money to keep the boat just afloat, while these other companies are going to go out of business. See, depending on how your mind works, you realize that what happened in the last recession was big companies got even bigger. What's going to happen in this recession is big companies are going to get even bigger. So at the end of the day, no, they haven't tapped into all those sources yet, Keisha, not yet. There's still not enough consolidation in the markets. We still need to see a lot more blood in the streets, but you're going to start seeing companies slowly get acquired for pennies on the dollar. And this is when y'all complain, how did that company buy that other company for such little money? Because the other company was going out of business and they couldn't sustain anymore. So they need that big company that have revolving debts, credit lines, and able to sustain business for a year or two while y'all still striking and complaining, and they'll buy them up and then they'll agree to a settlement. And then they'll monopolize the game anyway. So y'all dealing with Burger King, McDonald's, Jack in the Box. Y'all dealing with the same 5 top dot every single time. That's how the game works. If you don't believe me, just watch it play out. If you don't believe me, watch it play out. Look at all the industries. Watch it play out. Don't have to trust me. Watch it play out, Keisha. And look, I'm rooting for you because we need the entertainment. I don't have no Netflix account, but if I did, I'd be very upset right now. Look, D said I never thought Disney would get acquired, but it actually might happen. D, it's a possibility, but in my estimation, it's a low possibility. I don't believe they want to be acquired. I think that they're more willing to sell off assets or to divest. Like they'll spin off other like companies within, right? They'll spin off the streaming business or they'll spin off parks, and then they'll do something similar to what AT&T did and just divest certain things, and then they'll say we're going to focus on the core business. And they're going to say the core business may just be streaming and parks. And then they'll probably sell off some assets here or they'll spin it off. Like, I don't believe they'll get acquired, but it's a possibility. I believe they'll sell some other stuff. So, it's kind of like what Warner Media did when they combined with Discovery, because Discovery knew what was coming. They want to consolidate the costs, and they want to use it. It's a lot going on. Y'all paying attention, though. So, I don't know if they'll get acquired, but it's interesting to watch. But I don't believe that is going to happen. It's more likely that they'll start selling off pieces of the business to focus on the core business. And if you don't believe me, just go listen to any other company say, we're going to get back to our core business. We overexpanded too much. We're going to focus on core. And they all say the same words every single time. We got to get back to our core business, our core business. It's like politicians. They say the same thing every time. Look it up. So the game, this particular game don't change much. How does the strike affect the pensions? I'm not sure how it affects their pensions, but I will say in other industries it's a little bit different. They can stop certain payments to prioritize the business. There's some impact that it can have. I don't particularly know about this industry and how their pensions work, but in the financial industry, yeah, it's a crazy game because they can sell off your pension to another company. Like, I don't want to get into that stream because then I'll get in trouble. So let me not get into trouble right now. Shout out to Grizz. Grizz says, I'm coming for the number one. Gang. Grizz said, I'm going to sponsor the gang show. That's what we do. I want the top spot. T.O.'s in the building, says, salute. What's going on, T.O.? What's going on? We just chilling right now. I'm just messing with Keisha right now, okay? That's what I do. When I get an opportunity, I mess with Keisha, all right? Because I want to see her. I want to see what movie she's working on right now anyway. So I don't know. But she ain't even be allowed to because she might get in trouble for the work. But pay attention. I'm going to keep my eye on this industry because I have a vested interest, but also because I like to pay attention, because even if it doesn't go well for me this time, I know what to expect next time by participating and being highly aware of it. So either way, a win is a win. Sometimes you lose some money. Sometimes you make some money. A win is a win in my eyes if you learn something and then you're able to execute at a later time. Because I'm not going nowhere. I think I got about a good few more left. Keisha said, I'm deaf now. I know you're not, Keisha. I'm just messing with you. Okay, we good on the likes. Likes are up. Now, let me see if I can pull this up real quick. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna get in trouble if I play that video. Nope, don't do it there. Do not play that video. You're likely to get in trouble. You're likely to get in trouble. Now, I'm gonna play a fun video. Now, I want y'all participation. Hey, B Rose, I want y'all participation. Okay, we're gonna play a fun video. Some of y'all are gonna laugh, and some of y'all might not. I'm gonna play a fun video. Okay. Now, in this video, I want y'all to just pay attention and listen here. All right, pay attention and listen here.
If you can correctly guess who has the most money and who has the least money in this group, you each get $20.
Now, so in this particular video, this guy is going to offer them $20 if they can correctly guess. This is important. Who got the most money in the group and who has the least amount of money in the group. So it's going to be a good question, but I'm not. Who do y'all look at this picture for me, y'all? Look at this picture. Tell me which one of these people that y'all think have the most money in the group and have the least money in the group. Who do y'all think that it is? Everybody take a picture. You got pink shorts, you got the black shorts, and you got white shorts. Which one of them do you think has the most money or the least money? Because this is the question. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. Shout out to Harrison Davis. He hit me on the Cash App. I appreciate you, fam. He hit me in the super chat in the Cash App. Thank you, my brother. I really do appreciate it. But tell me which one of y'all. Okay, Gia says pink shirts got the most. Okay. B Rose says white. He don't care about life. He don't care about his life. I don't know about that. They at the mall. They at the mall. I think they care about life. They at the mall. All right. Let's see. Y'all got y'all votes in? Y'all got y'all votes. All right, we got our votes in. Let's take a listen.
Okay?
Let's go. Let's get it.
All right, who do you think has the most money out of you three?
Me.
You guys agree with him? Because if he's wrong, you don't win.
Yeah.
So between you two, who has the least amount of money?
Right.
All right. So guy in the pink shorts said he got the most money. The other two said we agree that pink shorts got the most money.
By him.
You have the least amount of money?
I think I definitely got the least amount of money.
So black shorts says I definitely have the least amount of money. Now notice they at the mall. Some of them got some drinks and whatnot. You know what's so interesting about this question? Let me tell y'all what's so interesting about this question. The guy in the pink shorts, both the other two already agreed that he had the most money. So what that tells y'all is this: in a group of people, they know which member is getting the most money amongst them. They know who getting the most money. So you ever see a group of guys, they walking together, they know who getting the most money amongst them generally. So in this particular thing, it's playing out. So now we got black shorts who says he definitely got the least amount of money. So how much you got, black shorts?
Would you be able to open your bank account so we can check? They said you have the most. Let's see. 37 total.
All right. Now listen, pink shorts has $37 total, and he's the one that they said has the most money. Now, I don't know which mall that they at, but they at the mall. Okay, it's hot, so I'm gonna throw a random. Maybe they in Houston. I don't know where else it gets hot where people dress like that at the mall. All right, because it don't really get that hot for us out here. But $37 is the lead. Okay, pink shorts got $37, and he the big dog. Okay, the other two agreed that he got the most money. So, B Rose, they at the mall. So B Rose, no. If you at the mall, I don't know. Maybe you go to the mall not to buy nothing, but whenever I went to the mall, I usually would buy something. So I could be wrong. I don't go to the mall no more because I can't afford to buy nothing. But forget me. Oh, so Jessme says Arizona. I could take that. I could see Arizona $37. Now the other two are fighting for second and third place. Let's see what they got going on.
What about you?
That's it right there.
Okay. What about you?
I gotta go to one that's not negative.
Okay. What'd you say?
I was like, I gotta go to one that's not negative.
It might be negative. He had more than he did. And if you think you're negative, then he definitely is the most. Wait, which one's your Bro has 63 cents. Can I take a photo of that for the video?
Now, the one at the bottom, oh Lord, has 63 cents. And he's such a dope, down-to-earth fella. And let me tell y'all, right? Because somebody said they young, right? Somebody said that they're young, right? Let me tell y'all something. I'm gonna just tell y'all the truth, and y'all not gonna like it. I've been in this business for a long time. They are at least of age, most likely. Most underage, it's not gonna sound good, but most underage people from certain communities don't have bank accounts. They don't get bank accounts until they turn 18 and they get a job typically. So I hate to tell y'all, I know y'all think that they like 14 years old, but most of the time they don't have bank accounts. So the fact that they all pulled up their bank account on their apps, it's highly probable that they're old enough and they have jobs. Just saying. And that's just my experience. Usually they don't have accounts before then. Sometimes, and y'all don't say y'all anecdotal experience where, no, my kid had an account at 16. Most of them don't, because most of their parents don't have one and they don't teach them nothing. This is why people are so far behind. So I believe most of them are at least 18, 19, 20. Yeah, they probably college age. So 63 cents is normal. But should you be at the mall with 63 cents? I don't know. I don't know if you should be at the mall with 63 cents. But I have to say, shout out to him because he's not insecure. What happens is he showed his 63 cents. He let old dude take a picture of it for the YouTube video. So shout out to him. He ain't shy. Respect. He ain't shy. Respect. Okay.
Hey, you can grab that, bro.
You just get $20. You got it right. Here's a 20.
Hey.
And here's a 20.
And now they not broke no more. Okay? Because the white boy gave them $20 each. Shout out to the white boy in the video, okay? Shout out to listen. You went from 63 cents to $20. So listen, somebody do the math on that, right? If you got 63 cents and then you make $20, what's the ROI on that? How many of y'all know how to calculate ROI? How many of y'all in the chat knows how to calculate an ROI? If somebody has 63 cents and then they make $20, what's the ROI on that? Does anybody know how to calculate that? I'm not going to put no pressure on y'all at all. I was just wondering. Listen, at the end of the day, they all made 24. That's $60. So shout out to them. They all left hopefully in the positive at this point, because he said he had a couple of accounts that was in the negative. Listen, let me tell y'all a secret. Stop overdrafting your accounts. Okay? You're not helping yourself in any way. All right? You're basically giving people more money that know how to do more with money than you'll ever know. So stop giving y'all money away, okay? Please stop it. Please stop it, because you're making me worried. At this point, you're making me worried. I'm going to tell you why y'all making me worried, right? Because I end up seeing this video, right? And I'm going to be honest with y'all. Atticus says the ROI is 3,174%. Well, I'm going to take a win. It's over 3,000. It's like Dragon Ball Z, okay? It's over 3,000. Now, if you're noticing that there are young men who are not necessarily having a lot of money, it's possible because young women these days are starting to make a lot of money. They're telling me this. This is what they're telling me. All of a sudden, there's a bunch of gold digging men. At this point, y'all telling me there are a bunch of men that are gold diggers now. Now, I would have never believed this, but now with new evidence, I'm starting to believe there are more people that are gold diggers. There are absolutely more people that are gold diggers. And after watching the video at the mall and hearing what these brothers have to say,
women have the same situation sometimes, especially when you get leaked. People always talking about gold digging women. In 2023, it's an epidemic of dudes trying to come up off women.
do y'all agree with that? In 2023 is an epidemic of men trying to come up off of women. Do y'all believe that? Do y'all agree with that? Because I would have never believed that. But he says it with such conviction that it may be true. I don't know if it's true, but they're saying it's an epidemic of men trying to come up off of women these days. I don't know if it's true.
So this doesn't just apply to men. It goes both ways.
That's a bar. People don't think, bro.
No, they don't.
Women really, in most relationships, are the breadwinners.
Whoa. Now that's blasphemy. That's blasphemy. I can't trust y'all Zennials and these young millennials. He just said in most relationships that women are the breadwinners. Now, how dare you fix your mouth and utter such language? How dare you fix your mouth and utter such language? How you gonna say in most relationships women are the breadwinners? Now, I'm gonna guess this, brother, that you've been dating black women only. And they've been telling you that story. And maybe it's true in your experience, but I don't know that to be true. That was a little bit of a reach. Talking about most women are the breadwinners in relationships. Ain't no way. Ain't no way most women are the breadwinners in relationships. They can't stand to do that. No, just me. Don't worry. He got his $20. He won. He won. All right. He went from 63 cents to $20. He won. There ain't no way. There's absolutely no way that all of a sudden women are the breadwinners in relationships. You can't be serious. But I could be wrong. And maybe that's the new way.
Today, yeah.
Nobody talks
That's
about
what I'm saying. 2023.
Bro, like,
women running it up for real.
Bro, girls spending $700 on their hair, $200 on their nails, still got the car.
Yep.
Bro, they spending a bag.
No,
Look at it. Look at this man. I'm ashamed to look at you right now. I can't even look you in your eye. I'm ashamed. He said they spending $700 on their hair, $200 on nails. They got the car, they got the apartment, and they still get money. Women getting a bag. Look how excited his face is. Look, he gonna be one of them guys trying to get one of these chicks. Do y'all look at his face? Look how excited he look. He like, dang, women get money. How you think women got that $700 to waste on their hair? Because the man is paying the bills. The man is paying the bills. Ain't no way. Ain't no way a woman got a man. She paid for her hair, her nails, the car, and she paid. No. She's single. Now, single women, I will concede the single women are paying for all of that. Y'all paying y'all rent. Y'all got your hair, nails done. I will give y'all that. But y'all definitely ain't with no man and doing that too. No. We don't believe y'all for 1 second. So he's wrong. Most single women are paying for those items, but not the women in relationships, brother. You got to do your research, brother. Now, we know what type of woman you looking for. We know what type of woman he looking for, y'all. Look, he got the play of diamonds in his ear. Look at his ear. His ear is shining. Look, we know which women he targeting.
Women spent bags, bro.
And they still managing it okay. But it's just like, it's the fact that you're doing it. And there's a lot of women who manage their money very fucking.
Lies. Women do not manage their money very well. The large majority of people do not manage their money very well. Lies. Lies, 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 young man. You just excited. You saw some baddie walk down the street with her hair done, nails done, hair done, everything did in a nice car, and you excited. You excited, brother. You need to do your research, because if you believe that these women actually know how to manage their money, you out your mind. You're absolutely out of your mind. The large majority of women do not know how to manage their money at all. And that's why they keep saying that they want a husband. Now, the women that do know how to manage their money, they'll probably say they don't want a husband. That's why we're hearing these back and forth conversations. But I'm assure you, they don't know how to manage their money. They are filled up in debt. I think who knows what the number was? We just hit the highest level of credit card debt on record. And let me tell you this, women do not know how to pay off their credit cards, especially single women. They ain't paying off their credit cards. Now, the women in relationships, they using their money to pay off their credit card because they man taking care of them other bills. Now, y'all can look at it how y'all want. But young man, do not be confused. Do not let you getting tricked like the ladies get tricked. First of all, fantasy, a lot that's subjectively true. No, it's not, because it's not even subjectively true, because technically it's not a lot. If you run any percentage numbers, it's not a lot. So I have to disagree with you 1000%. It is not most, it is not a lot. No, it is a small amount of women that know how to do it. No, you're not getting away with that, fantasy. Small amount of women that actually know how to manage their money. You might be one of them, but the majority of women do not know how to manage their money. I can tell when we have conversations with these people all the time. They don't know. They don't know. Shout out to Grizz. Grizz says, I might have just found a new career field. Yes. Yes. You have possibly found a new career field, because now you can get women that's getting to the bag. You can get women that's getting to the bag. And I'm not mad at that at all, because that might be a new career field. Okay. Grizz says, I need women to compensate me for their annoyance. They do compensate for their annoyance, but they don't like to pay in dollars. I'm not going to tell you what they like to pay in, but I'm just going to say it ain't usually dollars, because women like to keep their money for themselves and spend your money. So they're not paying in dollars, okay? Let's just be very clear. They're not paying in dollars. Now, this young man, if I ever see him, I'm going to put him up on game.
Well, ladies, y'all got to be careful, man.
Because it's some grimy dudes out here. They watching y'all Instagrams. They like, damn, she taking this trip. She buying this. She buying that. Do she got a man? If she ain't got no man, I'm finna try to bag her, because she finna blow this bread on me.
Facts.
And they ain't got nothing going for them.
Nothing.
They can't even get no crib what they own. They ain't got no car for real. They got hella debt, but they you to come up. And it's the thing about putting all your information on the internet, because if I'm looking to get at a girl or whatever, and I know everything she like, I know her favorite restaurants, I know what happened in her past relationships, I know her favorite place to travel, I know everything about her, because she posts everything.
Yep.
It makes it so much easier for me to get her.
Yes.
I know what attracts her. I know how to mirror her. I know to say, oh, she like this kind of guy. Let me be that. If I'm a piece of shit dude that's trying to come up, women have to.
Ladies, I hate to tell you, but now we found out that some guys, look, they come to target y'all. What's wrong with my camera? That's tripping. Grizz says, it's mutual. If she finishes too, I need payment. Grizz, I hate to tell you, women don't look at that as mutual, my friend. They look at them, listen, they look at them as giving you a treat or doing you a favor. Listen, if you don't believe me, think about it like this. Why do you think there's lingerie? I'm about to get in trouble, I know. Why do you think women wear lingerie? To give you the same thing that you had when they didn't have no lingerie on. They trying to sell you a product, but they are repackaging the same product. Could you imagine if I wore your brand new Nikes? Your brand new Nikes 17 times. I took them out the original box, put them in a backup box that says, that says, let me see, what would that new shoebox say? Because I cannot use the same package. I got to use a new package. It says a blast from the past, all right? And they spray painted it and all, and they tell you retro. Could you imagine? Can you imagine? Nope, Keisha. They giving you used goods, and I don't care what you say. It's used goods, all right? It's the same old thing, okay? It ain't brand new. It ain't brand new. It's the same thing, all right? It ain't my fault. I ain't make this up. The truth is the truth, okay? It's the same old good. They just give you the same thing, but they want you to be grateful. So I'm sorry, Grizz. It is not equal, okay? They giving you a treat. Right? Gang. They giving you a treat. Listen, if you don't believe me, listen to how women talk about this. Listen to how they talk. Yeah, that's my man. I'm gonna give him some later. I get to you. I'm gonna take care of you. Listen to how they talk to you. I'm telling you, they doing you the favor. Remember, you might think you the man, and you might think you putting it down, but they in their mind doing you the favor. All right. Grizz says, but they always talking about how they 40 and never had a. That's a lie. You on the internet 38 and only happened once in your life and don't know where he at. Pay me. All right, look, I agree that there are some guys that say they have some skills. And there are some women that agree that these guys have skills, okay? And it's usually not their husband or their main man. It's apparently it's the pool boy or it's Jody from Baby. I don't know, but listen, trust me, they think they doing you the favor, brother. All right, ladies, if I'm lying, please put it in the chat if y'all think it's an equal exchange. If y'all think that it's an equal exchange, just put a 1 in the chat. If y'all believe the men better show some gratitude and be thankful that y'all doing them a favor, go ahead and put a 2 in the chat. Jessme, I don't watch TV, Jessme. I don't have no time. I don't watch no TV. Let me see here. Yep. Now, fellas, I keep trying to tell y'all, be grateful. Y'all best to be grateful because these ladies doing y'all a favor. Let them tell y'all. Look. See, I told y'all, brother. I told y'all, all right? Y'all tried it and they denying it. So y'all just going to have to let it be. Y'all tried it and they denied it. So let it go. Now, let me log into my other account. Let me log into my other account so I can pull this one up. Oh, I don't want that one. I hate this one. There we go. Hi. Oh, there we are. I'm getting better at this. All right, guys. Now we're going to get to the good stuff, all right? We about to get into what we came here to do, all right? 2 points I want to touch on. And I want your guys' insight because I don't know no better. Okay, Gore's in the building. Gore says, sorry, y'all. My phone was in my pocket and saw that I deleted a few comments. My bad. Oh, yeah. So I didn't see that. But if comments got deleted, it was unintentional. So Gore just letting you know it was not purposeful. There was no malintent. So shout out to Gore, though. But I don't know. I was not seeing the chat outside of StreamYard, so I didn't see it. Shout out to Gore. But now we're gonna touch on this. I'm trying to figure out the best way to have this conversation without getting in trouble. Because every time I have a conversation, y'all get mad at me. Let me think for a second. So that I'm trying not to get in trouble. I'm being a good boy. I don't want no trouble. Let me think. How do I stay out of trouble? Let me think how I stay out of trouble. I'm trying my best right now. I am trying my best to stay out of trouble. Let me think. Yeah, I know I always get in trouble. I always get in trouble. So I'm trying. I have to do right. I have to do right. Let me think. Okay, I'll ask you guys a question. I'll let you guys decide where we go because it's y'all show. Do y'all want to talk about Mama's Law, or do y'all want to talk about trusting doctors? I'm gonna let y'all decide because depending on where we go from here. Let me see here. I don't like this. Y'all put it in the chat. Y'all want Mama's Law, or y'all want to talk about the doctors? Y'all tell me what y'all want. All right, let me see. Mama's Law. I got 2 for Mama's Law. D-Rose want to get at the doctors. Let me see. Oh, Grizz, don't worry. That time is coming. I'm putting it together. Don't worry. Jasmine says I'm a nurse. I like nurses. Granville, that's another time, Granville. I'm working on that. You see, I got my schedule is full, bro. Full. Okay. Mama's Law it is. All right. So that's what we'll do. Gora says, also let me hold the lead for a hot minute for the top spot. And of course, Grizz comes right back and says, no, you can't give me my spot. Grizz says you can't have it. You can't have the top spot, and we want to talk about Mama's Law. So if that's what Gore wants, my own sanity and safety, we going to talk about Mama's Law. We're going to talk about Mama's Law, all right? Let me see here. I'll pull it up. I think it's easier if I pull it up on this particular one. All right, here we go. Y'all know that song, Mama. What was that? Boys and Men, Mama? I don't know. All right. Well, we about to talk about Mama's Law. Now, I don't have any mothers on the panel right now, but I'm just going to have to concede to my people. You guys going to have to give me the insight. But we going to talk about Mama's Law. And I originally found the video. Can we be broad for like 30 seconds? Of course we can. I found the video originally, but I wanted to find the longer version of it so you guys can so you guys can get the full saying of Mom's laws, right? Because this is a bunch of laws by Mom, all right? It's a bunch of laws by Mom's Law, okay? And shout out to my people. I'm gonna have to adjust this before I get in trouble. Let me see here. 1 second. I found a video on IG, but then I found the full version on the TikTok. Of course, it was on TikTok. And I just want to let y'all know. The top spot. None other than, I think somebody said they want the top spot. I'll adjust it in a minute. But LeGarrette says, I want the top spot, $45. LeGarrette says, I'm in the game. I'm in the game. All right. Shout out to you, bro. I appreciate you. Thanks for holding me down. Top spot, LeGarrette, holding down the show. Now, let's get into this laws. Now, y'all going to find this interesting because I know I found this very, very interesting to hear these laws. I want to hear y'all insight because I want to know if Mama is right. All right, let's get to these laws. Let's get to the laws of the game. All right, listen up.
No sleepovers. Nope, not even with family members.
Okay, Law number 1, no sleepovers, even with family members. I don't have a problem with that one at all. Now I'm gonna let it play out, and then we're gonna discuss the ones that you guys agree or disagree with and why. All right, I'm gonna let it play out.
She will never be left alone with a male. I don't care if you're the grandpa, the uncle, the cousin. I won't treat my daughter differently than I treat my son. For instance, like me letting my son go out late, but not my daughter because it's too dangerous for a woman. I'm just going to treat them both the same. Secrets will not be kept from your parents. And if you're one of those people now saying, I'll give you candy when your mom's not here, just don't tell her. That's the quickest way to never see us again. She doesn't have to kiss you, hug you, sit on your lap, or anything else just because you asked her to and because you're a relative and haven't seen her in a long time. She doesn't have to respect you if you don't also respect her. As a child, she still will have opinions, emotions, and she's allowed to feel a certain way. We will take mental health days when needed, and she's allowed to express herself and learn to regulate her emotions. We're not going to do a public school system that makes you sit at a desk for 8 hours and not learn anything you really care about. We will always use holistic methods before we resort to Western medicine. I'm teaching her to stand up for herself, set boundaries, and say no. I'm not going to force her to share or force her to finish her plate of food. I won't ever talk poorly about myself in front of her, and I won't make comments about her appearance or her body image. I'm teaching her she can always come to me and never has to hide anything. As a mom, I'm not always right, and I make mistakes, and I'll own up to it and apologize. Nothing will ever be just because I said so. I'll have legitimate reasons. We're choosing to travel with her even when it's hard as an infant and a toddler. It's worth making all the memories and experiences with our family. We already started saying daily affirmations together. I want her to know her worth and not ever look to others for validation.
Guys, give me 1 second. My StreamYard is tripping. I have to adjust it. One moment. Yeah. So my StreamYard is tripping right now. So guys, you have to forgive me. I'll have to make some adjustments. Grizz says she's revealing a lot of trauma here. Very scary. Well, I hate to tell you. I absolutely hate to tell you, but those are her laws. Now, you guys heard all the laws. You heard the ones you agree with, disagree with. I'm going to be honest with y'all. There's one. There's the one in particular.
No sleepovers. Nope, not even with family members. She will never be left alone with a male. I don't care.
Now, this is the one that I have the most difficulty with, right? She will never be left alone with a male. Now, we're going to have to talk about that one. We're going to have to talk about that one. She said, never be left alone with a male. I'm going to automatically presume that she does not include the father, but she's including uncles, grandfathers, etc., right? The problem that comes with this is that you guys know I could do 1,000,000 shows. I can do 1,000,000 shows on the large amount of problems that exist with this. I'm going to say her ideology here, right? Let me tell you why. They have said that women are able to get into places that men can't get because people drop their guards. people drop their guards. And so with that being said, the reason that they drop their guards is the same reason why women can get away with things that men are normally demonized for that women may get away with. And the part that I'm struggling with is this, right? In theory, because she said, I'm not going to raise my daughter any differently than I'm going to raise my son. So your son can't go out at night if your daughter can't go out at night. The same rules, right? However, specifically for her, she cannot be left around any males. Now, I am going to struggle with that because to me, it's a level of demonizing men, right? Especially men in your family. And the reason why is, do you expect, and this is why it's complicated. That's why I said this is a tough conversation. Do you expect those same family members that you have such a negative viewpoint on of the possibilities, right? Just the men, to protect her if she gets in trouble, danger? Do you have a level of expectation for them to do that? Or do you think that you should look at the positive things that exist within men, but demonize them, but don't demonize women and allow women to continue to stay under the radar? For example, we all know that these teachers keep getting in trouble like every other day, every other week. It's a teacher talking about, hey, I did this, I did that. A lot of these teachers that keep getting away with this. So why is it, do you think it's okay to just go after males specifically and not after females? I don't have a problem if you said, I'm not leaving my children with nobody. But if you're going to single out grandpa, if you're going to single out the uncles, these same people that we all know, some of y'all got uncles, grandpas that y'all would die for. It's as a man, it's relatively hurtful to know that you feel that way about men. What do you think, Omni? Because I'm not sure.
I'm conflicted because I see your perspective. I honestly do. At the same time, we have to ask ourselves, of the two genders of the species, and I don't care if they're transformers, of the two genders of the species, two sexes of the species, which one is more inclined to be a predator?
Both of them. And let me tell you this. When it comes to children, I'd argue women. I'd argue women. And I'm gonna tell you why. They have the greatest access, and they almost never get caught. How many guys have came up on these panels that say, when I was 12 years old, such and such was 30, 40, countless. And they say, I'm not a victim though. And these women keep saying, y'all are victims. Y'all need to stop doing this. Otherwise, there will never be a change because y'all don't see it like this. Countless. And so I'm fine with people saying it's equal. Any one of them can be, right? But I don't think the word is properly attributed here. I think that either of them can take advantage of somebody in an opportunistic position. So
that's true.
I would not say that it's men just because men are violent. I wouldn't say that. And so I believe women get away with it a whole lot because we act like they don't do it. And then the men, but let's be clear, the men don't tell. The men don't even talk about it at all. They act like it never happened. So we don't have like the truth. See, women are going to eventually tell. Women going to eventually tell. Let's be honest. Oh, yeah, I went through this. This happened to me. Fine. Men will hold that secret forever because they don't look at it as a negative or this, that. But at the same time, wrong is wrong. They're getting away with actions that we know they're doing because we all know that we've seen older women and I remember it happened to me, not as far as actually going through it, but they were targeting me. Grown women with kids. I remember. Ooh. And I was terrified. Luckily, I was terrified and not as brave as the rest of you. But I remember they targeted. I'm like, and these women were old. They were my mom's age. So I didn't necessarily get taken, but they wanted to. And if I would have played into it, I could have. So I'm telling you, it happens all the time. And to sit here and act like it's only, man, it's crazy. That's crazy. Say nobody.
Well, only men, yeah. No. Only men exclusively, no.
She specifically said, I will never leave my child alone with males.
Because males are the only ones that are getting caught.
Well, they're not the only ones that are getting caught. We got countless,
well, the women,
countless data on the women that are getting caught all the time. The problem is women just don't believe that about other women. They just don't, because
I don't
for
think
whatever reason.
I don't think it's that. I think there's just more room for a woman to do it. Like, you know what I'm saying? You're right. I shouldn't talk in definitive terms. Like it's only women or only men.
But here's the problem, right? Let me give you an example, right?
Yeah.
Because in this particular scenario, right? In this particular scenario, let me tell you what's happening. Hold on, let me see if that's Trinidad in the back, because I think that it might be, but I'm not sure if it is.
Please.
I have to verify.
It's me.
Trinidad, is it you? Fantasy?
It's me.
It's me.
It's me. Yes, it's me.
In this scenario, you have to look at it like this. Okay, thank you, Trinidad. So you have to look at it like this, Omni. They're not saying women don't do it. They're saying they're less likely to do it. See, you see what I'm saying? That she's not an idiot. She knows women have done it. It's a possibility, right? So are you saying that you're willing to take a risk with something just because it's a lower probability instead of just saying none at all? Because this is my thing. If she said women don't do this at all and only men, I would be like, all right, cool. Hold on one second. Gary Grant sent a super chat in, but StreamYard is tripping, so I have to read it out loud. It says, Gary Grant says, Aaron is correct. Women by far abuse children more than men. I personally do believe your children shouldn't stay with anyone outside their parents. I don't have a problem with her saying that, but I do have a problem with just saying it's males, which means you're willing to give the opportunity to a female just because they're. And that's my issue. Like, I'm not going to even say that it's like, let's just do percentage. The male is a 90% chance to do it, and the females are 30%. You willing to take 30%? You should be willing to take none. That's my problem. Why not say zero? I'm not taking no percent. I'm not leaving my kids with nobody.
Sometimes that's not an option, Aaron.
And see, that's the problem. So then you don't have a problem. See, you'd feel better if it was a woman that got away with it. Like, at least it was a woman, because you can't justify the action because the number is not zero.
No, I'm not justifying anything.
No, not you, Fantasy. Not you.
Okay.
Don't let me make it seem like miscarriage. I'm saying for her to only say males, she can't justify the action because the number does not go down to zero if you leave them with females.
But
I definitely agree with still. Charlemagne the God, he openly admitted that he was. Can I say that word, the M word? Because I don't know your word. Can I say it?
Just say taking advantage of.
Okay, he was taken advantage of by his babysitter. Charlemagne the God, I'm not sure if you guys familiar with that. And it's women and men, adults. I'm speaking on adults, which means a woman and a man could be whatever. However, when my son had to go to the bathroom, I'm in the men's bathroom with my child when he was young. My son 18 now, but when he was young, I was walking him in that bathroom. I don't care if the man was, going to the urinal. Okay, I'll be quiet because I'll be quiet. I just want to put my little 2 cents in. But Mr. Aaron, you have a great point. It's not just the man. So that woman that you played on the video, she wrong for even just saying male. She should have said male and female, because females are capable of it too. That's why when I was going to college at night, working during the day, going to college at night, I had me a old, you know what they call it, big mamas. I had big mama. She was my babysitter, and I pop up. You don't know when I'm gonna pop up, but I pops up, and I be quiet.
Guys, how you doing, Anna? How you guys doing tonight?
What's
Hey,
going on, brother?
Kine.
Good. Hi,
Good.
Alanga. Good,
What's
good,
going on?
good.
What's going
This
on?
nothing much,
Miss
nothing much.
Kelly Bev is right. Miss Kelly Bev is right too. She right too. Yup.
Yeah. So this is one thing I gotta say. People always speak based on their individual experience. Now, and they generalize based on their individual experience. Like I didn't know that women do stuff like this until girls that I grew up with started telling me things that happened in my neighborhood, and I was shocked. And a girl told me that she was actually molested by a female that was a neighbor when she was 12 years old.
Mr. Kine, he asked us to use taken
Taking
advantage of.
advantage of, yeah.
I'm sorry?
Taking advantage of the algorithm doesn't
Taking out, I'm
favor
sorry,
the M word. Yeah.
I'm sorry, taking the advantage of, right? She was 12 years old when this happened to her. And to me, I was surprised. And she said she wasn't the only one that had done that to little kids. She gave me names of girls in my neighborhood that used to do all sort of things like that. I was surprised. I was surprised. So sometimes we don't know the damage that women do in our community when it comes to our male sons and female daughters. Because she was a girl. This was girls doing that to her. No, she wasn't a boy. This is not a boy. She was a girl being done that too by other girls in the neighborhood, seeing other girls doing it to other little kids, taking advantage of little kids. That was very bad.
So, Mr. Kine, I wanted to speak on that too. A lot of times the parents are really concerned with the adults watching the children, which you have to be vigilant about, right? But a lot of times these situations happen with teenagers or older cousins or older kids. They're not technically adults. So, and then a lot of times the concern for whether it's a male or a female is always the penetration aspect. And regardless of, I can say after therapy that I've been molested or I've been taken advantage of by both males and females when I was a little girl. And the females situation was not scary. I didn't feel fearful like I felt when the boys were trying to take advantage of me. I felt unsure of what was going on because I didn't have any lesbian relationships that I seen as a child. So it just seemed weird because she was a girl, but she was so gentle with me, so sweet. So you're so pretty. You're so like so overly nice to me that I felt like it must be okay because she's not treating me like the guys were treating me. So, and this was when I was a little girl. So that hypersexualizes you, but you don't have that sexual, that physical sexual trauma that I may have had if a male tried to penetrate me. If you can understand what I'm saying, I'm trying not to speak too.
Yeah. The thing about it is this, right? Men, for male is penetration. For women is harassing and the aim of the whole body. You see what I'm saying? So
Yes.
as you got to look at it this way. The reason why they both the same to me is this, right? One is more physical in action. One is emotional in action. So the female, they use emotion, they're manipulative when they do it. They first win your heart. They make you feel like it's nothing, it's okay. It's just like a young man that is trying to get a girl for the first time to give it up. He's going to be gentle with her. He's going to be nice to her. He's going to buy her stuff. He's going to tell her it's okay. I know your dad said it's a bad thing for you to kiss a man. No, it's not a bad thing. It's work of art. All these things to get on inside. You know what I mean? That's what men will do to girls their age to get her to give it up. That's the same tactics that women use against other women. So she will, because she's been in the game for a long time, she knows what to say, not to scare you. But a man oppressed in his testosterone doesn't make it. He's not gonna have patience to talk to you like that, especially when you don't have defense as a little girl. You see what I'm saying? For a girl his age, she's going to build defense. She's going to put up a fight. But you, as a little girl, you're not going to put up a fight. That is very nasty. That is very bad from both sides. One is more physical, one is more manipulative. It's very bad from both sides.
It's absolutely bad. And there's more time with the girls because they don't have that. I got to hurry up. I got my baby alone with this person that something could happen. They give them more time. Like I could have a sleepover with my cousin because she's my cousin. So she would come over to our aunt's house and there's no problem. The girls sleep with the girls, the boys sleep with the boys. But there is a problem because she's touching. You get what I'm saying? So it's like there's this sense of security when they're trying to make the right decision of let's split the kids up, boys versus on the boy side, girls on the girl side. But I think the curiosity in children causes the touching or something that happens at the other children's homes. They'll bring that to a sleepover. So it's like it's really hard to try to decide who can come over, adults, children, whomever, because you never know who has some type of trauma that's going to be around your kid. They mask very well.
And this is what I always tell parents, right? Like when I talk to young to single mothers or single fathers, but mostly to single mothers, I usually tell them, don't bring a man to your house. Don't bring a man while your kids are under the age of 18, because whatever you're doing in the bedroom, these kids hear it. You see what I'm saying? No matter their age, they hear what you do in the bedroom. Guess what? They're going to go practice it. Because growing up as a little kid, right? The guys that got spoiled, the guys that did some things when we were growing up, the guys that exposed us to women when we were growing up was actually guys that their moms were promiscuous, that their moms were bringing men home. You see what I'm saying? Because they hear their mom, what she does with men. They hear those things and then they talk it to us. They try to practice it. It's nasty, man. You guys, those for single mothers out there, don't bring any man to your house. Just don't do it. Because your kids are going to practice what you do.
Yeah, I'm looking at it like, well, hold on. I think Grid sent a super chat. Grid says, anyway, I think this is such a big problem with social media culture. There's so many broken people projecting traumas veiled behind health, and it's so bad that the polar opposite of the brokenness has become narcissism. Me personally, I think it's just crazy. I think it's just crazy. I think a lot of the rest of the things, no sleepovers, all that is fine. Don't beg, like you can't force her to hug you, sit on your lap, no problem at all. But she's literally looking at, let me give you an example, right? What's some of the most vicious, innocent animals in the world? She's literally looking at a tiger going, tiger, stay away from my child, right? And then sitting them next to a praying mantis. The one that looks the scariest, the one that's obvious, like, oh man, that's scary. I can't deal with the tigers, but I'll put my baby here. See, my thing is, me personally, right? Nobody. I don't want nobody. But seeing as like Fantasy said, it's impossible to do. What you do is you become hyper vigilant, right? On one people, and you will not see the ones that do the okey doke, right? Because you're so focused on the one that you think is the problem. Like when you go into the store, right? And they think you about to steal, and then somebody else does it because you so focused on that person. It's kind of like that scenario. And so that's why me personally, she could do what she want with her kids. I just think that it's very dangerous to put this message out here, especially because I don't know. I don't know, but I don't know. I could be wrong.
No, I think it's
No,
dangerous,
you're
and I
right.
think
You're
it
right.
causes men to
You're
not
right.
be able, like when moms say,
Yes.
"Oh, I don't feel comfortable with the kid going with the father because we're getting a divorce. They need to stay with me." Blah blah blah. It just paints this narrative that men are more predatory to their children, boys are more
Yes.
predatory to girls all the time, when that's just not the truth.
Not always the truth. Yes. It's I agree with you guys. We can't send that kind of message, even though we know people that have experienced that. It's still very very minority people. It's 1%. I've always said that between 1 and 3% are bad people out there. It's very low compared to the good people. We cannot stop our life just because we think that this. Sometimes we are told something, and then we all of a sudden think it's out there, it's happening to everybody. No, it's not. It's not. Because most girls lost their virginity innocently. Far majority of men and women lost their stuff innocently, without any means of violence or molestation or no, I'm sorry, or people taking advantage of them. No, that's not the case. For most of them, don't go through that. I didn't go through that. I lost my innocence. Most people that I know lost theirs innocently. But it's okay that we discuss stuff like this, but I don't think we should be putting it out there just like Hollywood does and other people. Because look at most of the people that are messed up today in real life are people that their parents were trying to protect from danger. They protect them so much from danger. They even made their kids not to even know the street life. No, nothing. These kids were raised in seclusion. And guess what they do? They come out tomorrow, somebody bullies them, and then they bring their gun to the school and shoot up everybody. Because they don't have human communication skill. Because somebody's trying to stop them from the outside world, now they become a villain.
I think that's a different thing with the school shooter situation, honestly.
We don't know
Because
what's going on at their homes. We don't know what's causing
yeah.
these people to do these things. It's just,
So
I don't know. This is a heavy topic. I wish it
Cree
was a
said,
doctor one.
"Hey, well, Cree says she wants to change the topic." I just
Yeah.
thought it was interesting. I thought it was interesting because me personally, I'm a man. This is 100% attack on men, and I don't mind it being an attack on people because I think that's a smarter thing to do. Because if you focus on a man, right, and you say I'm gonna focus on the guys because I believe that they are the highest risk, and then something happens, right? It's like you gonna be even more mad that you just didn't say everybody. You see what I'm saying? Like me personally, I'm saying everybody. Nobody be around my kid. I don't care who you. If you ain't the dad, if you ain't the mom, no, everybody. You see what I'm saying? Like if you when you say I'm only gonna focus on one group, you are the easiest person to take advantage of.
Yeah. And I think the way to actually screen for it is to screen adults that actually that have a yearning to be around children for whatever reason. I think those, because in these situations most of the time it's usually people, the best predators of children find a way to position themselves around children. Like a perfect
Every
example is
time.
Jared Fogle had a child's foundation, and all of this kitty prawn and whatnot was found in his foundation that he made. So he made an entire foundation just to have a pipeline to children. So
See, but then it's like,
that
okay, there's certain people that shouldn't be around kids because they freaking evil. Then there's certain people that shouldn't be around kids because they seem too loving. You can't trust if they nice. If they're too nice. So it's like, who do you trust around your kids when you have to, like, a lot of these things come out of dual military situations, like my thought process. If you're dual military, you deploy and y'all are gone. Who's watching your kids? You got to leave them with grandpa's aunt, somebody. So it's like, okay, somebody's got to be somebody you trust. You got to find somebody, unless you struggle, get out. I don't know. But I'm thankful that my husband is letting me get out and I'm going to be at home. We'll always have one of us with the kids.
Well, I think that's the ideal scenario, isn't it? Is to always
Yeah.
have one of the parents with the children.
But
If
he
you
makes enough
have,
money for that. You get what I'm saying? If he didn't, we would both have to work.
which is why the bag is forever the priority.
No,
You know,
listen.
Damn,
If
mom.
you look, listen, listen.
But
I'm gonna say this again. I'm about sick of these people. Go watch Dave Ramsey's show. You will hear a woman on there. I have 4 kids. My husband makes $38,000 a year. I'm a stay-at-home mom. I don't want to hear it. These other people just don't want. They want a certain lifestyle. They're not willing to not have that lifestyle. And for
100%.
it, 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 it
100%.
it's overly annoying when I know it's a bunch of white women specifically that say, "Oh, my husband barely makes enough money, but I'm a stay-at-home mom. Barely makes enough money. We're just getting by." All the time. I've watched that countlessly on that show. It can
that's their
happen.
life.
They don't want to do what it takes to be put in a position like to live in Idaho or to live in a place that's not a major city.
Yep, yep, yep.
It's their selfish desires to not say, I'm willing to have the lowest cost of living if it means my children gets to meet all the time because I can make life worth it. But for some reason, y'all have this fantasy thoughts in your head about getting it done. So I
No,
just
Aaron, that's just not realistic for some people.
it,
Like you
but
got to
that's
think about all the
it's not
broken
it's not
families
about
getting back
realistic
together.
fantasy. See, fantasy. It's not about realistic. What I'm saying is it can't happen. I'm just sick of people saying you're willing to do anything for your children and you're not. Just say I want the type of life I want, and my children gonna come along with it. Don't say you're willing to do anything because the majority of y'all have proven y'all not.
Facts.
That's all I'm saying. I don't have a problem with people not wanting to settle for less. I'm never going to make that the claim, but I'm talking about the truth. And the truth is, I got 4 brothers. We ain't grow up rich at all, and I'm still alive. I'm not dead, and I'm okay. I can figure out life. I can suffer a lot growing up and still figure it out later because life is a long process. And I'm not. It doesn't make my life perfect. And even if you did send me to private school and insulate me and all these type of things, life is still going to be life. And so many of us grew up in the South before our grandparents and whatnot migrated to the North, and they had nothing, very little. So it just frustrates me to keep saying that it ain't realistic. It is, but we don't want to do it, and I'm fine with that. I just don't. I know people are
Like, like you said, Aaron, they can't give up the lifestyle. Just look at it. Go all over the whole country, right? Before you see a black woman in a countryside, it's very difficult. Most of them are in the city, and when they're in the city, they want to keep up a lifestyle that they cannot afford. All you have to do in life, give 18.
That was
And
God, because I don't know
let's
why we
keep
had to
it.
turn this to a black woman
Let's
thing.
keep it right. Let's keep it real.
You see,
Black
This
in
is
people.
your
ridiculous. There's
50s,
no reason
No,
for you to
you're
turn
gonna
this
have
to a
a good
black
life.
man.
Akene,
In
no,
your
let's
40s,
Akene, let's keep
You're
it.
breaking up, sir.
There's a
the way that you
whole
need to raise them
You're
and
breaking up.
get your children to be able to grow in the life that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to mute you, Kenny, because your audio's going in and out. Go ahead, Robbie.
So we live in a society in which we've been told for the past couple of years how important a high value man is. You've been told that you don't qualify for a high value man. So I can't sit here in good faith and let somebody have a disingenuous conversation that is black women. There's rent-a-rims. Rent-a-rims, black women not rent-a-rims. Black men are. Black people, though, are at Rent-A-Center, errands, at the car dealership, paying $700 car notes to fit in with the Joneses because everybody's too good to buy a cash car. It's black people, and especially black men, buying Jordans, which are 250 plus a day, buying Xbox 360, buying games. So if we want to play that gender pointing game, we can. Or we can talk about the declination of the society in which we've been down so long that now we think that things make us valuable players in the game of life, but have no income, but have no credit. But children are running all over the place, hither and yon, with the lowest test scores and the lowest literacy rates. Because, oh no, let's make sure we got your nails done. Let's make sure you got some lashes. Let's make sure you got the fly cut. Let me buy you some balmain. But ain't nobody sitting down with their kids and making sure they read a damn book. Ain't nobody playing board games with their children to stimulate their cognitive development, to make sure they have the ability to do, access and acquisitions, to make sure they understand vocabulary, to make sure they understand stratagem. Because don't nobody play chess no more, but everybody always talk about how they making chess moves. Let me stop. Y'all ain't ready. I've been gone for a minute. Now I'm back with the jump off. Hey, babies.
They don't know how to. They
I
don't know how to
wasn't trying
make
to make it
moves,
a
but they taking
gender
L's left and right.
or a sex thing, but the truth of the truth is that's the truth, and nobody's gonna argue that.
No,
That-
Aaron, but it's
No,
not.
it
It's
was
not
the
a
black
gender
woman
thing.
thing when it
No,
turned to black
it
women.
is the truth that there are a group of women that are willing to have the lowest lifestyle, thrift stores and everything. We laugh at them because we are the style people. We are the cool people, and we know for a fact these people are willing to do hand-me-downs, wear sandals, same shoes all over again. We know that to be the case. We know they're willing to live in these areas with the lowest cost of living and be in farmland. We know it's the truth, and I'm telling you, I'm not trying to make it racial. Just listen to the show. Listen to when they call in. Black women call in all the time as well.
No.
Listen to the differences of experience. And you could argue that they've been told all these things, but what did their parents tell them? Because forget what the internet told them about a high value man, because they knew something before they came to the internet. And they whatever their parents told them, was it the same message or an inconsistent message? The truth of the truth is, I've been saying this. Ladies, you can be stay-at-home moms. You're going to live on a farm. You're going to be farther away, this, that. Are you willing to do that? No, I'm not downgrading my life. We need to level up. All right, cool, bet. No problem. I'm not shaming. I don't care. When I hear I'm willing to do anything, it's the only issue I'm highlighting.
Aaron, but this is the thing. We have to put things into perspective. If you've grown up in an urban area, then your whole entire lens is through an urban lens. When you've grown up in the Midwest, when you've grown up in a more rural area, then your lens is through that lens. You're talking about people that have grown up in Ohio versus people that have never left their block. You know what I'm saying? Like when you see the world broader, you have the ability to accept different concepts. When the totality of your life is within a few city blocks, that's for the most part what your ideology is going to be.
The disagreement is going to come here because what you're saying is not inaccurate. However, most of these women, since their daddy is broke, but somehow they know I don't want a broke man. So they'll do research. They'll figure out something different than what they're actually experiencing. So you don't actually have to just go by what's happening directly around you. You can seek something different. If everybody in your family is broke, but somehow you dead set on somebody with money, which means you're willing to experience something differently than you actually grew up with. So it's no different than you doing the research or being this whole level up thing. You can actually do research and say, how can I get it done? The goal is not to get it done. The goal is to live like kings and queens. And I'm fine with it. Once again, when they say I'm willing to do anything, that's a lie. That's the only thing I'm disagreeing with.
I disagree with you on that point as well, because I think that there's always a ripple in the pond that changes the trajectory of someone's life. It may not be a massive circle of influence, but it's going to be something. Like take, for instance, a kid growing up in an urban area. If they get, given rich dad, poor dad, that's going to change the way they look at money comparative to what they're living through. If someone goes away to like a fresh air fund, I don't even know if they still have that anymore, or you know what I'm saying, camps, different things like that. They're away from their area. They're introduced to different people. It's going to change how they look at things. If people go away from home and they go to college, they're going to be exposed to different people in different lifestyles, and that's going to change their overall life trajectory of what they value. When people are stuck underneath a circle of influence, they're going to do what the crowd does. That's why they always say don't follow the masses, because the M is always silent. Like people that conglomerate together in compressed areas are always trying to level up on one another. Those are facts.
Instead of leveling, instead of looking from a world
Maybe
view.
you
People
think you said something that I disagree with, but you're not.
No, I'm just saying, like, so if you don't disagree with that, then your initial point becomes fallible. Because if someone is, even if
My initial point is it can be done. Your initial point is the reason why it's not being done.
No. What I'm saying is it's not a woman thing. I'm saying it's a cultural thing. I'm not even saying that it can't be done. I know that it can be done because, I live my life very frugally. But I do know that most people that don't live a frugal lifestyle and have a massive amount of debt and are trying to live this fictitious, materialistic, level up lifestyle, they are also heavily influenced by those around them and the society. It doesn't have anything to do with gender. And these conversations always wind up boiling down to female versus men. And it's the culture as a whole.
Well, it's because the dynamics of it is okay. So you're right about the culture part. However, who's willing to live at a more reduced lifestyle? To me, I see more homeless men than women for a reason.
Because more men are willing to help women that need a handout than a homeless man.
That's an even worse. That's the even worse point.
That's worse.
No, it's because there's more programs that will shelter women than there are programs that will shelter men in the area of financial devastation. That's why
before you fall into a shelter, you could fall into somebody that's willing to help you, and it's usually y'all have said a million times y'all marry a waitress. So it's like you're trying to say that there's more homeless men. Yeah, because most women won't marry a janitor. They won't marry somebody that's barely making money. Like a man will marry a woman that's broke. He will try to save him.
Your point
that's
is
the
right.
argument.
Raw Boy's point is probably more accurate because there is truth to why these men don't have access to that. There's truth. I'm just saying who would I believe is willing to live the most reduced lifestyle? I think it's going to be a man because overwhelmingly do we see that they're willing to take less, more so than what a woman is willing to take. And I'm not talking about in a relationship. I'm saying actual, tangible, physical things.
Women I'm just saying they bachelor pads. They bachelor pads look empty. So I'm like, okay, yeah.
Thank you. You got to go in there and put stuff in there.
Off nothing. I'm going to be honest. We come in, we girl it up, we make it feel homey, but they survive off of nothing.
That's an arguable point because you can go to a man's house and a man have nothing that he's showing you. He's not maybe necessarily wasting money on materialism, but he's wasting money on other things, especially like if he's going out to eat every day, so on and so forth. Now, when we look at who is actually making money and the crimes that are committed in regards to money, it's usually men. It's not women. Watch American Greed.
Oh no, I'm familiar with the numbers.
Because of money, I believe that.
And that's partly because men are more fearless. Women are afraid to go to jail way more than men are afraid to go to jail. You would agree.
And we don't got to go to jail. We can ask for a cash app. I'm just saying, like, we don't have the same situation as men. It's never going to be equal. It's never going to be the same. There will always be someone ready to save the damsel.
My point is this. There are women that are phenomenally intelligent. They're willing to say, I've been the eyes for my husband. I've had his back. Y'all can come up with a strategy in which it makes sense for y'all to live at a certain lifestyle, live in a certain place, because y'all can actually have strategies and plans. But those plans never seem to live in the area where it makes the most sense for you to be the most available to your child. It just doesn't seem that's the goal. And what women have chosen to do instead is to not have children, which is not necessarily a bad thing either. It's according to them, it's their choice. My thing, once again, is when women scream, I'll do anything for my children. I don't believe them. That's it. That's my biggest gripe.
You're entitled to your beliefs.
Thank you. I appreciate you entitled to my beliefs. And I believe you believe that's true.
We can agree to disagree.
You believe they out here lying. They not willing to do anything for their children. That's why they can't do a bunch of stuff.
I agree with you. I think that a lot of parents are pieces of crap when it comes to their children. A lot of parents are narcissistic and think that children are the extension of them and that their accomplishments and achievements are meant to edify the parents' lifestyle and prepare them for an additional set of security in the later stages of life. I don't really think that parents fully support their children in the best manners that they could. And I don't think that they do sacrifice time from work to give their children attention. I don't think that they sacrifice, that bottle of Douce to make sure their kid can go to somebody's like lessons for dance or cheer or something like that. I don't think parents enjoy going to support their children and their sporting events or whatever. Like, they put their kids in front of TV and call that life. That ain't raising no kids. But I'm gonna shut up though, because I know some people in the chat. That's how they raise their kids.
So Grizz says Ikene done kept women home for 3 rocks a month. I guess that's a lot, probably an old like African proverb or something.
3 rocks, like rock soup. I don't.
It might be an old proverb or something. I'm not very familiar with it. I'm not gonna lie to you. And this StreamYard is driving me crazy right now. But no, that's just my biggest gripe with that particular scenario. But like I said, the blaming of males is always just going to be an easy attack. But the truth will come out eventually.
Listen, the blaming of people that are craptastic parents is what really needs to happen. Whether the parent that's craptastic is a male or a female. And so what I came in on, you're absolutely right. You shouldn't be having everybody around your damn kids. What's wrong with y'all? Y'all be finding all type of excuses. And somebody touch your kid, you ain't gonna know until they're 40 years old because they ain't gonna tell you because y'all don't even have that type of relationship with y'all kids. Like, y'all, let me shut up, man. I'm not gonna get.
Why do y'all believe most parents are crap parents? I don't believe that.
Not crap parents, narcissistic. They don't necessarily.
Why do you?
Actually, I think you said it right the first way, Robbie, and the reason why I agree with what you said personally is because I say it all the time. I know about what parents are doing more with their genitals than what they're doing with their children. They're trying to recapture. I know parents in their 30s and 40s right now that are trying to recapture their youth because they've had their children earlier on in life. So they're trying to be more of their child's friend and be hopping on the trends of today that they missed out on, to gain those experiences that they missed out on because they had the children so early, because they had a bunch of oops babies, because they didn't plan in advance, they didn't plan out a family, and they didn't have certain experiences in life that they want to recapture now. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I believe, because they didn't do things in an orderly fashion.
But
you know what I'm saying? Like,
if they didn't have their kids young, they would hit a wall.
If they didn't have their kids young, they hit a wall?
Yeah, I'm being sarcastic. You know how I feel about that shit. I said that the other day, and somebody got in their whole ass feelings. Don't tell women to wait to have kids. You stupid.
Listen,
like at the end,
it's possible. My mother had me when she was 40. It's possible to have kids back then.
Most women are choosing to wait now. But
what they're trying to say is that don't have your child before marriage. That's what they mean by don't have them. Come on, man. You just mix that up. They said you can marry at the age of 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. What Manosphere is saying is that women shouldn't have kids before marriage. That's what they say.
No. And I'm not going to let you switch the narrative. What they say specifically is women need to settle down and get married and everything else before the age of 25, or they have hit a wall. When in all
that's what it's saying.
No, but
they don't want you to. They don't want them to have kids before marriage.
But what I'm saying is, I know what you say because you say what they say because it's the influence. What I'm saying is, any parent, male or female, needs to be wise enough before they pop up children. I don't give a damn when you get married. Don't have children until you've lived a life. Because once you have children, your life's not about you no more. It's about your kids. And if it takes you however long it takes you to go to the club, dotted up, sleep with everybody and their mom and everybody else, get married, get money or whatever else, then you do all of that shit before you have your kids. That may not happen at 25. So anybody talking that dumb shit is an idiot. Because when you have a kid before 25, like how Omni was just saying, once they get to be teenagers, then you think that you their damn friend. Then what they trying to do, you trying to do. I said that shit the other day. Then they in the club, you in the club. Now y'all in the club together. They getting the rum and coke, you buying one for them. They smoking the blunt, you smoking the blunt with them. Why? Because you was immature in your mindset when you had your kids. But that's the difference between good parents, because good parents love
100% correct.
Okay, all right,
Yeah,
calm down.
That's not an age thing. That's a parent thing. Because my mom had us when she was young. She doesn't drink, so she doesn't club. Just do all that shit. So
let me ask you,
always
Robbie.
making us do these family things.
Do you think that
I used to think it was annoying?
Hold on. Let me ask Robbie a question real quick.
Wait,
Do
let
you
me
think
finish.
that you do any of the growing up that you do as an adult, as a parent?
I think that having children can teach you lessons in patience, sure. But the things that you regret, as to Omni's point earlier, people trying to live out their childhood because they missed on things. When you've already done those things before you have your children, you don't have those regrets. So you don't have to have a second childhood.
So let's talk about it. What things are you talking about?
Living your life,
In
traveling,
particular,
having,
remember, you're a woman and I'm a man, so we're talking about two different things.
right,
What in
getting an
particular do you
education,
have to experience?
traveling, going out, partying,
Who
having
said
fun
you
or
had to do
whatever.
any of that? Where is that written that you got to do any of that? Can you not do that with your kids and your husband?
No, why would you do that when you have kids? No, you can't do that when
Why
you have
wouldn't you do it when you have kids?
Why would you just you just going to randomly leave your kids with any babysitter to go out and party
No,
at the
they're
club?
coming with us. That's what I'm saying.
The kids are coming with you to party?
No, the kid. You said traveling.
I said party too. I said party, and when I said party, you said why would you not do that with the
Why
husband?
are you entitled to party? Why is that an entitlement of the human experience that you need to party and sow your wild oats? Why?
Why do people do that as adults with their children? Because they haven't gotten it out of their way as younger children. Why do men feel the need to fuck everything moving to sow their
Now it's about men.
wild oats
But,
before they get a wife?
All
Why
right, so
do you
Robbie,
feel you're entitled to sleep with
the reason why I wanted to come
Rob B is just moving the goalposts however she wants.
The reason why I wanted to come throw shade on what you were saying is because because people have an entitlement or longing to do those things that they end up in irresponsible situations as parents. All right, you don't make it out of your whole phase unscathed. Most women do not. They'll end up with the baby and then no man to take care of it.
No,
so
see,
maybe
again,
we shouldn't tell people that they're entitled to go through those things.
So this is based off your anecdotal experience and the circle of influence that you run in. There are plenty of women, and because y'all call things hoe phases. Like going to parties and traveling is a hoe phase to you. That speaks to your mindset. Going to parties, traveling, living your best life, and having fun does not constitute a hoe phase. It constitutes growing.
Well, let me tell you why I call it the whole phase. Do you know what group of women
I don't
lead?
care why you call
Do
it
you
the
know
whole
what group of women lead in out of wedlock birth before the age of 22?
I don't care why you call it the whole phase. We're not talking about the manosphere, gender crimes, hate, bias, conversations that you're having. We're talking about life cycles, actually living your life to the fullest, and then having children. But of course, you and Akene, true to form, every single chance you get, you want to try to attack Black women. I'm sorry, that's not what I'm here for.
It's really about.
Hold on, Robbie. No, that's specifically
you're trying to move the goalposts, but I'm not going to let you.
No, you're trying to move the goalposts.
So hold on, Robbie.
We're talking about raising
I'll let
children.
I'll let you talk, Robbie. Hold on. The reason, let me explain why I called it the whole phase is because nobody is entitled to a party phase. As a matter of fact, if women are having issues getting lifetime companions in men, it's likely because they feel entitled to do things that nobody has an entitlement to do. I can go to in fact, I prefer parties now as a married man. I enjoy kickbacks with other married people more than I did with my single friends. I enjoy wine now more than I do liquor. That's because I enjoy a mature experience over an immature experience. What I'm telling you is that we have basically all the data we can acquire to say, if you let people experience too much of that immature bullshit, they will not make it into that mature phase of their life that they're so longing. The women who stay in that party phase, let's call it a freedom phase, they have less of a chance of getting married. The reason why I think I came to attack something else you said, women do need to get married at 25. Do you know why? Because if you have not locked down, hold on, let me explain. If you have not locked down the dude, the average age of first marriage for a man is 30, and it's 29 point something for a woman. But these people didn't meet at that age. You met at 25. You dated till you was 27. He proposed at 28. You got married at 30. So if you don't get married, if you don't get your person at a young age, you likely won't be married. And that's what most women want.
So again, trying to move the goalpost, hitting the wall is saying that all those things must be accomplished by the age of 25, including having children, which actually is contraindicated by the National Institute of Health, because the actual epigenesis of healthy pregnancies are between the ages of 23 and 32. To be specific, that's actual data. What you're talking about right now is your personal preference. If you want to live a life of poverty, if you wanted to live a life where you were closed off, that's your business. Like, the shit y'all be talking about on the internet is stupid as hell.
Please
Because at
explain
the
to
end
me
of
the
the day,
poverty thing.
at
I'm lost.
the end of the day, it's funny how
Explain the
you be
poverty
talking
thing
for
to me real
5,000
quick.
hours, and as soon as somebody starts talking, you want to cut them off because
No,
you
I'm
know
saying
you're about to
explain the
get
poverty. You
destroyed,
said
and
you want
you're
to
about to get
live a
destroyed
life of
again. You're
poverty.
about to get destroyed again. In
So
regards to raising
explain the
children,
poverty thing
like
to
how
me,
I
Robbie.
said, in regards to raising children, like how I said, there are so many adults that are living their lives like children because they haven't had the opportunity to do what Jung and Freud and Piaget, the fathers of psychology, stated, go and develop their brains through the stages of psychosocial development. The immature bullshit that you're talking about is the psychosocial development that makes adults be adults. Now, what I notice is you're always talking about women, yet you're never talking about men. Who cares about your feelings about what entitlements are or are not? That's a non-factor.
I don't need to talk about men because you talk enough about them yourself.
That's a non-factor.
Robbie, what you just talking about is something that is written by feminists.
You talk about men.
Feminists
Why
in
do
the,
I
in
gotta
the,
talk
in the
about
medical
about men at
field.
all.
This
When
really
I come on
wasn't a
these spaces
woman
and y'all be
men
talking stupid
All
shit,
those things that you're talking about.
Hold on,
talking
Ikene.
about.
Let me
I
address.
suggest you
Let
go
me
on my
address.
platform. I don't talk
Let
about
me
this
address.
dumb shit that y'all talk about because y'all
Let
are
me
stuck
address what
in
you
the
said, Robbie.
No, I'm going to finish
So-
saying what I'm saying, and then you
Okay,
can
go
say
ahead.
whatever
Go
you
ahead.
would like to
My
say.
apologies.
Y'all are stuck in this infantile mindset where you feel as if you can control what other people say and do. You don't have to like people's decisions or ideologies. This is a fact. But the fact that you think that someone should be married and you're basing it off of your culture alone, because other races and other cultures actually live their lives and then they have families.
No, they
But
don't.
That's not true. That's not true.
Wait, hold on.
That's not true.
That's what I was gonna say.
That's not true.
Hold on. So
not at all.
this is the
Nah,
reason.
y'all
You're
got
talking
it.
about modern
Aaron,
life.
I love you.
You're talking
I
about
chose
modern life.
to show you
Hold on.
some
Let
love.
me
I'm not doing this
let me
dumb
combat
shit,
what
this
you
vibing
said.
in no way is fair. I
So
refuse
this
to
is the
engage
only
in these
reason
type
I
of
came up here to
because
combat
people that
you.
are supposed to be
Robbie,
married
show some
are
respect.
always
Show
so
some
miserable
respect.
and trying to
I
police
I
other
paused for
people.
you.
It's
I paused for you.
ridiculous.
All
Love
right.
you, Aaron.
So
Aaron,
one of the
don't
reasons
forget
I came up
Friday,
here.
September 1st. Don't play with it.com.
Robbie always run away. She always run
Because she
away.
wrong.
Come on,
She wrong.
Robbie.
Because
She
Robbie, why
wrong.
it's
you
not
running?
because I'm
Drive
wrong.
her ass
It's not
Ekene
because
is
crazy.
I'm
here.
wrong.
Why are you
It's
running?
because
You
I'm
know
not going
Ekene
to
is
sit
here, right?
here
Why are
and
you
test my
running?
pearls
Why are you
before
running?
swine.
All right.
Like y'all
So
are misogynists,
two
y'all are
Robbie.
sexist, and y'all hate women. And y'all hate
Oh,
women,
stop
and
it,
it's
Robbie.
Hell
happening
no,
every
we love women.
day.
Go
This is
ahead and
why
rage quit,
this is why I
Robbie.
don't
We
Because
love women.
Anyway,
you're not gonna
Aaron, no
sign language your
fantasy.
way out of
Much
this one,
love.
okay?
Robbie, don't go nowhere. Don't go.
No, let her go. She got to rage quit because she was about to get destroyed. She knows it. So
Trigger
let me
Mike.
just combat the last point that she made. This is why I think what I think, because she said y'all just want everybody to go along with what your culture. That's not it. I am somebody who looks at statistics and outcomes. The people that practice what Robbie was talking about have the worst outcomes in the world. If you wait too long, if you go practice your freedom, if you go live a life, as she was saying, with all those ambiguous, thoughts that she had, you will not be prepared. In fact, those are the worst parents if we're being honest. Mexicans, Asians, Africans, Asians, all of these people take companionship and parenthood seriously in their 20s. Every single group there takes it seriously in their 20s. They learn how to do it. They grow up. A part of your growing up process involves you being a parent. Go figure. Right? But she's telling people to wait as if it's going to give them a better chance in life, and it's just not true. It's not what the people who don't get divorced do, right? They have better outcomes than us in every single way. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Sorry.
I want to let Fantasy go so we can move on to the next topic. Fantasy, did you want to say something? Because I know they kind of cut you off.
No, I want you to just go ahead to the next topic because I don't want to get riled up. Go ahead.
She don't want to go up against me. That's what it is.
Fair enough. I'll be happy, man.
I wanted to say the Fantasy Island girl.
No.
May I wanted to say
I
the
don't want to hear
Fantasy
anything,
Island girl.
please.
sure. All I'm trying to say to you is you are a decent person for showing your story, telling your story. Okay? And I have much respect for you for doing that. However, I still don't like you.
Okay. All
Why do
right.
you
Okay,
do
So,
that? Like
Trinidad.
every
all right. All
time.
right. Don't listen.
Shit.
I swear to
Listen.
God, people just look for my attention all fucking day. I be trying to be so fucking
Damn,
nice.
man, you
No, it's
thought that
not
was gonna
God,
be
that shit's
positive.
fucking irritating
a
as hell.
God
Like when you give
Listen.
people dust,
I
they
was
just
like, oh,
say,
this is going
please,
well.
please,
Oh,
please. Okay,
Calm
I'm sorry.
down.
Go ahead,
Calm,
Aaron. I'm
calm
not
down,
gonna. I'm not
people.
gonna do
Trinidad,
it.
you the most confrontational, non-confrontational person I have ever met.
All right. Okay. I don't
Look at me up here minding my motherfucking business.
right, man. Guys, calm
Oh,
down.
sorry. I'm
You
sorry.
guys gotta
shut up.
understand. I do take it personal when somebody disrespects fantasy.
All right. Quiet,
I want
quiet,
us to talk
quiet,
to
quiet, quiet, quiet. We're moving on to the next topic, okay? Jesus freaking Christ. StreamYard finally is fixed so I can highlight the support. So, Lindsay, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I read Grizz said, anyway, I think there's such a big problem with social media culture. There are so many broken people projecting traumas built behind health, and it's so bad that the polar opposite of that brokenness has become narcissism. Okay. Raw, stop it. Okay. For real. Educated women get on the panels and sound bat-ish crazy. You know, I don't have no PhD, so I can't argue with these people. They usually be
I'm a
right.
PhD.
Okay. Justin, yeah, you the PhD. Justin D said men want marriage in 2023, not women. Trigger. I'm not gonna fight that. I don't know who wants marriage. The only people that want marriage are the ones that are married. I ain't arguing with nobody today. Okay. And shout out to Crew. Okay, we are moving on. The StreamYard is finally working, so thank you so much. We're gonna move to the next topic because this is what I wanted to talk about anyway. Okay, the other ones was just part of the conversation. This is what I ultimately want to talk about, right? Listen to this, fellas. We always have these conversations about doctors, the health industry, right? Experiences. And I came across this and I thought it was quite interesting because now I'm interested in knowing where we stand on this particular topic because I think it's going to be more problematic than we're willing to acknowledge. Okay. Let me adjust this here. I don't like that one. Can I do this one? Yeah, that's better. Okay. Listen to this young lady here.
Once again, racism within our healthcare system is a huge topic because of one Yale-educated Black doctor. Listen to this story. While writing an op-ed for the Boston Globe,
We can't hear it.
who
I
shared
can't
her
hear it.
we can hear it.
Yes, we can. I'm sorry. We can hear it.
Don't
Okay,
talk
you
to
guys
me.
can hear it.
Yeah, we can hear
Okay.
it.
So Trinidad, you might have to refresh your stream if you can't hear it because they said they can hear it. All right.
racist experiences with white medical professionals and their jokes in regards to Black children joining gangs and other topics such as hair. Calhoun stated, I've seen Black patients unnecessarily physically restrained. Then I have stood in the emergency department as a Black teenager died from a gunshot wound while white staff chuckled saying he was just another criminal. Calhoun also claimed to have heard fellow doctors describe natural hair of Black patients as wild and unkempt, but this is just the tip of the iceberg. To the people
Now, I don't know if that's a big deal. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. But the indication I believe this is a Yale medical doctor, and she spoke to her experience about doctors laughing at a patient with GSR. Also laughing at people's hair and all these things. So she has said that she thinks, and I'll play that video for you guys so you guys can hear it. It's a little bit better than the other one because it's a little bit more clear. Let me see if I can. Yeah, that's fine. Here it is.
Controversial new op-ed, a Yale physician says all doctors should be forced to wear body cameras so that they can be punished if they are racist. Dr. Amanda Calhoun, writing in part, as a physician, I have witnessed countless racist behaviors toward Black patients. If hospitals and medical institutions want to make good on those racism statements made in 2020, prove it. Have healthcare professionals wear body cameras.
First of all, the entire doctor relationship and interaction is based on trust on both sides, on kindness, on compassion. You start recording these encounters, that trust goes out the window. Many patients.
I'm going to leave it there.
So let me speak on this as the resident healthcare guy here. That's never going to freaking happen. If you say the word healthcare, go ahead and make it synonymous with the word privacy. That you can never get around legal. That you can never get around it. So even the benefit, whatever benefit they think is going to be achieved through that, the risk is far too great. They will never do anything like that. So you're only thinking about it from catching a doctor being raped. This is how stupid. And who came up with this idea? Do you know?
It is a Yale. I believe she is a Yale doctor.
Of course it was a woman. Women have the stupidest ideas you've ever heard of when it comes to how to fix a problem, especially in healthcare. I deal with this shit every day. All right, so
her name is Dr. Amanda Calhoun.
I'm sorry, and y'all like she's a doctor. They still listen. I'm a former healthcare administrator. I've now moved into medical education.
Yeah, not GSR, GSW. My apologies. Thank you for that correction.
So this is this type of stuff that they'll just blurt out. Well, maybe we should wear body cams, and they forget about the privacy issues involved. Now, here's the funny part that nobody's probably going to say, so I'm going to say it. Doctors interface with patients. Hold on. Doctors don't interface with patients. Nurses do. Having a doctor wear a body cam ain't going to do shit. Patients see the doctor for literally less than 1% of the time. The encounter is usually less than 3 minutes long. They see the nurses or the CNAs the majority of their time in care, whether it's inpatient, outpatient, doctor's visit, primary care. They see nurses, medical assistants, or CNAs most of the time. But you want a doctor to wear a body cam?
Please stop doing that.
You can't.
Please stop doing that.
Trinidad,
please stop talking to me.
Trinidad, this isn't a mixed we don't need ad-libs.
Ladies,
we can't even hear what he's saying. I'm trying to say it nicely, but please stop doing that. You can't hear what he's saying. You're cutting him off as he's speaking.
You're cutting him off, and I can't hear him.
Ladies,
I can't hear.
I'm not doing it today. Y'all not gonna ruin my show. Stop doing that. Continue on, Trigger Mike. I apologize.
No doubt, but I mean, think about it this way. As somebody who was a risk manager, okay, in a hospital, what's basically going to happen is every day I'm going to be getting complaints of what we call sentinel events, something that happened that was not supposed to happen. So basically what's going to happen is maybe a doctor was supposed to say a patient got or tell a patient that they had AIDS that day. And the nature of that, the way that patient came in, the sentinel event is going to say, we did not get consent for this person to be on body cam or footage. And I'm gonna be looking like, well, we can't get it. We can't alert the patient that we violated their privacy, and we can't get it after the fact. Oh, now we have an issue. That only needs to happen a couple of times for the whole body cam thing is put out of its misery. There's no possible way. And I'm glad MR is here to
Well, forget the no possible way, right? Because that's not the.
Mr. Trigger Mike, I want to apologize.
No worries. You good?
Yeah, your audio is distorted, Trinidad. So you're gonna have to adjust that. I don't know if you need headphones right now, but it's causing a sound issue. See, my thing is this: focus on what she's indicating. Is there? Does it make sense? Would that cause a change in the press? So, for example, I remember there was a lady that was under anesthesia, right? Mm-hmm. And she could hear the stuff. You remember that story? There was, I forget.
Yeah,
I don't remember
it happens. It happens every once in a while. Yeah.
Yeah. And so now I don't know right or wrong. Whether you know me, I just like the conversation. Does this seem like our goal is to try to police everybody from saying what they want to say? Like for example, even when we talk about the gang part, right? We talk bad about gangs all the times ourselves. So why can't other people do it? I don't understand the pushback on that. You know what I mean? Like, why can't they be mad that they gotta stitch up and deal and always gotta do? Why can't they be human too? While we can be human and talk about how it's ruining our communities. Why are we trying to now the hair stuff? I don't know. I mean, do I really care?
I just want a bit of clarity. Did they say that the kids were in a gang? Did they definitively say that they were in a gang, or did they say
I wouldn't care if
it doesn't even matter
that they assumed that they were in a gang?
They could have assumed. I personally don't think it matters.
It doesn't. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, Mario.
Okay, cool beans. It doesn't even matter, man. You know how much this goes on. Here's the thing. The way it works in medicine is like this. Okay, if I'm doing something that seems to be out of order or anything like that, they have something called a privacy compliance hotline. So that means if a nurse have an issue or if any other doctor have an issue with what I'm doing, they are to call that compliance hotline and make a complaint there. Now, there's a lot of things that factor in. You can, in certain states, Illinois, even in Florida, you cannot record somebody without their permission. So that's already breaking the law right there. Now, to go on and try to say that somebody said, oh, their hair is unkept. Okay. Oh, it's because she's black, because we say that about white people as well too. Oh, her hair is very matted. It hasn't been combed. You can just tell, blah, blah, blah. So what I'm saying this for is that a lot of people are just doing things like that because within this field, we have like a certain cap that we can be, if a malpractice happened that they can sue us over, they got a cap on it. And there's a reason why. It's there to protect us. So what I'm saying therefore is that a lot of people will try to find some shape, form, or fashion or a way to sue doctors over the littlest thing. And then to have another medical professional such as the woman in this video to do that, I personally feel she's doing that for clout, because going through school, we know if we wanted to tell a patient to their face, you know what, the problem is you're fat. Now, you may not like to choose me using that word, or would it be better if I say, you know what, you're obese, you're morbid obese. Right. So to now that's going to be impeding on actually our freedom of speech. And it's also going to be impeding on what our oath is too when we treat the patient. Our point is to tell you the truth. So with the kid being shot, you know how many times we have said that, even when I was having my residency up in Chicago, when they got shot, I'm like, man, I wouldn't be surprised if this wasn't gang related or some kid just playing stupid, being dumb. We can say that. There's nothing wrong with saying that. Now, if we was to sit there and say things like, this nigger and blah, 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 all that, I get that. But again, when something like that happened, your job, if you feel uncomfortable and you feel somebody is doing something that's harassing the patient or anything like that, your job is to call the compliance hotline and they will do an investigation on it.
Okay. Yeah. I understand that. What I'm saying, guys, is in the criminal justice system, criminals are treated as though they don't, how do I put this? Criminals are treated with an air of subhuman treatment.
Yeah.
Would it be fair to say that people in the medical profession would view people as subhuman if they were engaged in criminal?
Now, check this out. I get what you're saying. View people versus treating people are two different things. Yeah. Now, we can sit there and say all day long. I mean, we get people to, especially like I said in Chicago, when the people were getting shot. Oh my God, y'all, doing the ER at night, man. Here we go, another gunshot victim. Oh my God, This is absolutely crazy. If these kids, parents are at home, we can do all that all day long. But what we can't do, we can't sit there and discriminate based off treatment wise. We have to treat the patient as such. We don't, you know how hard it is that when we get patients that come in there that this person is on trial for sexually assaulting a little girl, but in the midst of all that, he got stabbed like 9 times and we got to sit there and can't see them as such. Yes, you are disgusting. This is crazy. I hope this man goes to prison and they delete him. But as a clinician, as a doctor, we have to take care of them. We have to. And then there's also people that are there doing the process as well that make sure that you stand on par too. So, this whole thing of trying to record, that's not going to happen. Because again, for one, we don't even spend that much time in the room with the patient. I think the max we're supposed to be in there a lot of times is no more than 15 minutes. We got to move on. We seeing like 30 some odd people within a day. It's the nurses them that's going to have more patient to clinician relationship with them versus the doctors.
I absolutely agree with Triggerman at that point, but I think it's a little. I'm just saying, I think it's a little far fetched.
So
If
let me
someone
put it to you this
views
way.
someone a certain way,
Let me put it to you this way, Omni.
that they give them equal treatment.
There is what people are trying to do is perfect a system. It will never be perfected.
No,
All
it
right.
won't.
When it comes to doctors, people are extremely and healthcare in general, people are extremely litigious. Anyway, and the funny part about it is that it's not always.
We don't know what
And
that
this is the
word
thing
means. Nope,
about
nope. Dumb it down right now before we start fighting. You go back and dumb it down right now before we start boxing. Don't play with me.
oh, people like
we
to
all
sue
are
people.
on. Okay.
Yeah. I knew that. Yeah.
People
like
love
we all
to
don't
sue
have
people.
Google search
So
bar and
one
another tab.
of the places you can see this. Oh my goodness! If you ever worked as a tech or a nurse in a mental hospital, in a psychiatric hospital, it's crazy. These patients, like, they'll do crazy stuff. And one of the reasons why I'm sitting here where people are saying hair is unkempt, in those particular hospitals, you actually have to document on the patient's appearance, on their affect. Hair is knotty, hair is matted, has not showered this morning, this type of stuff. And some of the nurses will pass that information along to the doctor because they know you might get combative with me in the mental hospital. They will swing on you in there if they haven't taken their meds, sometimes even if they have, right? So you tell the doctor, can you please let this person know to take a shower? You told them to wash their genitals 2 times a day. They have not showered. These people throw feces in order to keep you from coming in their room. Like, they do all type of stuff, and you have to document all of that about their appearance. They don't appreciate it when they hear it.
Well, and then on top of that too, what the people don't understand though too is that whenever we do that, even we say it out loud, what is the context behind it? Let's say, for example, if I get somebody that came from like a nursing home, when they come in there, I'm like, this is disgusting. This woman's head is just matted, it's gross. It don't seem like it's been this. That's my way of also showing that somebody is being negligent in the process. Somebody at the nursing home is not taking care of this woman, or somebody at home where this older elderly woman came from is not taking care of her, especially if it's a POA. So that's what I'm saying. A lot of context is behind it. It's not like, oh, here go another nappy head black person coming. Oh, here go another greasy head white person coming in here. No, we document all that for reasons because we want to make sure that this patient is being taken care of, not just by us, but by those that are actually POA over them. That means power of attorney in case.
Hold on, Trigger Mike.
Yeah.
I want to get Fantasy.
I was my mother's guardian until her dying day, so I understand
go ahead.
that.
I understand that the outrage is over the body cams, but the problem is they're trying to address the flaws in the medical system. They're not trying to perfect it. And instead of saying, okay, that's fucking stupid, we should say, okay, that's not something that we could do, but we've been thinking on this, especially you, Trigger Mike, and say, hey, this is what we should try to do, instead of, oh, black women come up with the worst ideas and blah, 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 and they shouldn't be saying anything. I like that she volleyed that idea because I think it causes people to open their minds. I think it causes people to open their minds and say, hey, this is a problem that the women are trying to address. They're speaking on it. We can handle this. Let's handle it like you're saying that y'all should be doing, Trigger Mike.
So let me respond to that real quick. Y'all do have the worst ideas that I've ever heard in my life. That's just a fact. But let me tell you, so this is a knee-jerk reaction. When you hear body cameras and from a doctor, that means she ignored every single HIPAA law, everything she has ever been taught about protocol. She just ignored it to say what she wanted to say. So one of the interesting things is doctors are up to their freaking neck in protocol to keep them in line already. So if you want to catch a doctor up, do it through their notes, do it through their dictation. Show a pattern of abuse. They already have to document, oh, there's a white patient, or maybe there's a fire in an apartment building, and most of the people are on the same wing in the same hospital. There is a trend that shows that some doctors think black people in general, but also black women, especially in childbirth, have a higher pain tolerance than white people. So they'll just let the black people keep crying before they give them anything, but they'll get the white people medication sooner, right? So that's the stuff you can catch them up on because it's all documented. A certain amount of milligrams for this person, a certain amount of milligrams for this person. They saw us consecutively. I complained about that my pain scale was at a 10. She complained her pain scale was at a 10. They gave a white person, they didn't get a black. That's how you catch a doctor up. They have to document all of that because the nurse then has to push the medication.
And that documentation is stored into where, sir?
In control.
Say it again.
Protocol.
That documentation is stored where, sir?
Well, it depends on what software they're using. Like if it's McKesson or Cassamba, it's a lot of different things that they do once they document.
It's a secure software product.
No, so what?
It's,
Not only
it's
is it
hidden
secure,
behind.
hold on.
It's
Not
hidden
only is it
behind.
secure,
Hold
Island Girl.
on.
Hold on. Now, it
I want to
goes
understand
from
where
certain departments to
they
get filled. It goes from the doctor's order to the nurse's hand. The nurse then has to call the pharmacy. Then the pharmacy got to bring the medication. So
I'm not asking about that.
Go ahead.
I was asking about the storage of the information because that's what's HIPAA. It's their private information. So
in
where
Houston
are they
area,
storing this private information?
hospitals, we use Epic. It is the newest fangled software. Has been getting worked on for years. Not only is Epic pretty, not only is it pretty solid, you can tell every piece of every person that's been in a record for how long, what they put in there, what they erased, etc.
So are you saying that they could not store the body cam footage there?
What do you mean?
They could not record and store the body cam footage there for further research. If somebody comes back with a complaint, they could use that body cam footage. You're saying they cannot do that?
They could do it. As a matter of fact, if they were ever to do such a thing, the patient should request it.
Impossible? That's my question.
You know what? Let me say this. If they were ever going to do such a thing, it would be by patient request only.
And I will say this too, that's something, I mean, like I get what you're saying, Fantasy Island, I really do. But if you think about also the adverse effect that this can have on patients as well, where if we're wearing the body cam and people get to see how they treat us, people get to see how they yell at us, people get to see them throwing poop at us, people get to see patients call, you know, some of the ones as, you know, let's say 80 plus years old, they get to hear them dropping the N-bomb at me. So do I have a right to sit there and, you know what I'm saying? So it can be an adverse effect on, see, this is why.
I think it's better for everyone. So they can all act accordingly.
No, that's why.
At the end of the day, okay, you can continue. I don't want to cut you off. You land your plane and then I'll have
you got it.
rebuttal.
No, I was going to say that's the reason why, like a lot of times going through this school and the psychological stuff that we got to go through and what we're trained to do is because we just look at them as you're going to be somebody that I'm going to treat. Yeah, they can drop the N-bomb. Hey, you know what? I tell you what, if you're going to talk to me like that, find you somebody else. You know, so if that interaction happened, right, that person can go and say, you know, Dr. Smith, he did blah, 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 blah. So in the same time, if I did have the body cam on saying, no, this patient is wrong, well, then what can end up happening? I'm just being real. What can end up happening? All the other medical facilities within that surrounding area know that Mr. Wilson is going to be coming to them because I discharged him. I'm no longer treating him. Now they're already going to have it in their mind. Oh, this dude like this, watch how we treat him, especially with a lot of woke white doctors and stuff right now. He called Ty Smith and Ty's the nicest guy in the world. He called Ty an N-word. When he gets over here, see what I'm saying? It can just be bad.
So what you're saying is y'all omit that from the written notes, but
no, like even right now. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So you're saying it would be omitted from the written notes, but in the body cam footage, it's unhidden. So all the doctors will be able to see it.
No, we write in the notes. Like if a patient, if like I would say something like patient presents irritated, patient upset about not getting pain medication last night, explain the patient, the duration and why there needs to be a 4-hour gap. Patient gets upset, we type in there that they called me the N-word, you know? Mm-hmm. So yeah,
can other doctors see that?
No. Like when I type my notes.
What's the difference between that's what I'm saying. What's the difference between your notes and your body cam footage going to your profile? Okay, so what I mean by that, like when I document, it's in the system. So if anybody if this person is going to be seen by another specialist or another doctor, that doctor can type into and see what the last treatment was or what it is that I did with them before they see it. So they can tap into it and say, okay, let me see what Ty did the last time. Okay, Ty states that the patient is a 9 out of 10, blah, blah, blah. Oh man, he called Ty the N-word. He was irritated. Now, that person can take that, and when they go and see this particular patient, that doctor or that nurse, whoever like that, they can have a bias, or they can just simply be like, well, maybe he was just irritated that day with Ty. I'm not going to treat him in a different way, but it is a way where they can go in there and see that. And then also when it comes to dictating and all that, when people say, oh, they can go in there and edit that stuff is, if I like right now, if I type a note, when that note is submitted, even if I go in there and edit it, when we go in there and edit a note, it tells us, why are you editing this note? I can say I'm editing it, wrong patient, wrong chart, added something to it, but no matter what, that original note stays. In case people try to say, well, y'all can go in here and edit and do what y'all want to it. That original note, once it's submitted, it stays. So it sounds like it's redundant. It sounds like regardless, they're going to know about this patient, whether it's on the camera or whether you've written it down. So what is the problem with the body cam footage being stored in your profile for when the patient comes and says, Miss Doctor, I can't remember what you said your name was, but MRM did this to me and he lies. You can easily use that to submit to
the records for the police to do their
Well,
investigation,
right. So
or vice versa. Wait,
okay,
or
hold on,
vice versa. Okay, go
wait,
ahead, Aaron.
one sec,
Go ahead,
one
Aaron.
sec. So, since it says y'all know that man ain't playing with her, I know what you're referring to, and I'm not going to indulge in that right now. The thing is,
I'm just saying it sounds the same, Aaron. Like they're gonna find out regardless, is what I'm saying.
No. There's a vast difference in putting a camera and recording somebody. Most people don't like to be recorded, and I think it's quite interesting that we're willing to want to put recording devices on a bunch of other people, but the jobs we do, we don't want no recording devices on us. I think it's insane, but I think it's a fair thing to say because of the violence that happened in law enforcement, and they have body cams because they have a direct interaction with the public, that because there's racism or prejudice in the medical field, they believe putting a camera there would exist. But let me ask you this, because what was brought up was, well, they make fun of their hair, they make fun of them. Do we believe that if we went to an all black place and they had different people in there, that they wouldn't do the same thing? Or do we think that black people are not doing this as well? Or because it seems like we're trying to put a focus on like a specific group to root out like racism, which is not going to happen. But also, they should be able to say those wild, crazy jokes if they feel that way. Me personally, I don't care. If they stitch you up, they ain't gotta like doing it. They ain't gotta like doing it in the process. I think there's this thought to try to make people like enjoying dealing with black people, and I'm just assuming here that we cannot make people do. So I don't think putting a camera on them to wait for them to say some prejudiced thing or some racist thing to get them in trouble, even though they actually did the job, fixed you, surgery, whatever, and got it done. You can't make people like you. And I don't know. What do you think?
I think there's multiple ways to address things. And I believe that if you have a prejudice against a patient, you may not do things the same way.
I will say this.
So I think the protocol, I think the protocol would be easier to be caught on camera if someone's doing something that breaks protocol, or if somebody's asking for, telling you the pain is extreme and you're ignoring them, like when you're in childbirth situations. These times it would be advantageous to have camera footage of the way this doctor is maintaining their birthing of black daughter or black children versus them birthing white children into the world. Like there should be
you still have that, but you
because
still
I'm
have to
trying to
factor in
understand.
though that there's a lot of things that play into that. There's so many things that come into play. Is this patient only doing this because they're drug seeking? All these things come into play when we think about that. Like somebody can, when they come in and say, "Hey, Ty, okay, how's your pain, man?" Let's just say if it's an orthopedic thing, that's my specialty area. If they have a sprained ankle and they tell me, "Oh man, my pain is a 9 out of 10," and then I actually go and touch their leg, I move their foot around, they're not ooh, out or anything, and then I have them take some steps for me. They go up and down some stairs and come back and then complain once about pain, but they're telling me it's a 9 out of 10. So it's kind of like do I up his dose or do I keep it the same? I'm like, no, he was saying all these things, but when I did these tests on him, he didn't scream out in pain at all. So I get what you're saying, but again, no one is going to be able to make that determination to say, because for example, my threshold of pain level to what I can feel, my 5 out of 10 might be your 8 out of 10 or your 9 out of 10.
Yeah, but so like they check. I'm gonna stick to the maternity rates because it's such a drastic difference between black women and white women, right? So back to the birthing, them telling me my blood pressure was normal when my blood pressure is normally low. While I was having birth, they were like, it's kind of elevated, but it's not a concern because your blood pressure is in the normal range. My blood pressure was actually extremely high. And they had that documentation because I was in the military. I always go to the same doctor. They have all of my records. So there's no reason why they didn't know that information. There's no reason why I had to keep saying over and over that that's not right. That's not right. My blood pressure is usually low. So if it's that high, that's too high.
So
and they're ignoring me. It's not right that I broke all the blood vessels in my eyes. But I'm saying it would be more But I'm saying it would be more advantageous for them to have video evidence so they can say, hey, what happened here? What happened here? What happened here? So they could do better.
That's the other reason I was actually going to bring it around. So this is sort of like something somebody proposed, another stupid idea that somebody proposed. Hospitals, especially the entity, let's call the hospital the entity. No business owner, not you, not anyone on this stream right now, is going to set up a way to tell on themselves. Like, it's the stupidest thing you could ever do. They will never do it. Oh, let's just give evidence of all the mishaps that happen so we can get sued weekly. Right? Yeah. They're never going to do it. Now, with respect to what you were talking about, Fantasy, that's a serious situation, and that's called medical negligence.
Yes,
all right?
And that's what I'm
and
trying to catch on camera.
This
that's
is the
point. I'm trying
issue.
to catch this negligence
So,
on
hold
camera.
on. This is one of the issues that I had, as a risk manager, then a director of risk management. I started to realize how much people conflate medical negligence with racism. It's just medical negligence. That's why I said, look at a pattern. That person
might be tied to racism. That's why you need to see the patient.
See what I'm saying? Hold on, Fantasy. Do you know how you prove racism? A pattern.
That's what I'm saying.
So this is what I'm telling you. As somebody who would go back into the records and say, let me look at the complaints from Dr. Such and Such. Damn, they've had this event happen 5 times in the past year, and it's all mixed races of people. Or what's happening, let me give a real life example of what you're talking about. You come in at I think black women are what? MRM, help me out. Are they have a higher predisposition to gestational diabetes because of their weight?
Yes.
Not you, but yes, right? So they won't do in between, what do you call it? In between check-ins and visits, they won't do a new weight for the woman. You see, they'll do something crazy, and then when you pop in, they're using the wrong numbers for your blood pressure. They will take your blood pressure. They're supposed to take it after you've eaten all these different times.
Yep.
So it's like maybe your blood pressure was good when they took it, but then you ate a meal or you ate some salt and then it skyrocketed through the roof and your feet swell. But because they're busy with other patients, they don't take it. So you absolutely have a negligence claim. But I feel like too many people think it's happening to them because they're black or, because
that case could be made. You're not paying as much attention to me because I'm black. You're not paying as much attention to my stats because I'm black.
I'm not
so
saying
it's like,
you're wrong. What I'm saying is you have to prove a pattern.
It's not really. I understand
you just go in a courtroom and say they were racist.
Wait, Trigger Mike. I agree with what you're saying. I agree that we need to have a pattern to prove these things, but we do not have that pattern unless it is unless we communicate with each other and tell each other what happened so we can collaborate together, because it's not like it all goes together and they're like, oh, look at all these incidents of negligence that could be. We don't have that.
That would be on the dictations. That would be in the dictations. Like when you dictate your notes. In your case, Fantasy Island, if you were someone and we can see consistently that your blood pressure always was like a 90/60 type deal. If that was you consistently, 50. And then when you are giving birth and they say, oh, your blood pressure is actually, I don't know if you remember the numbers, but if it shot up into like the 120s over the 80s, but for you that's high, but then for the normal citizen that's considered normal. So what I'm saying therefore is that you might be able to try to say, oh, but then people are going to look at numbers and say, well, she was only at 120 over 80. That's the typical citizen's number.
Guys.
But then y'all have to do more.
The reason for the cameras, based upon what the doctor said, the doctor's name is Amanda Calhoun. She said because of racism. Like literally, like that's the reason for the cameras to exist there is for racism. Not the stuff that you guys are explaining. There, like there be some confusion on what racism is, malpractice, all this type of stuff. Because she discussed, making fun of one of the patients was a gang member, and then the hair, all that kind of stuff. So it's trying to detect the racist part. Let me ask you this: do you think this is coming from a black woman? She's a black woman. Because the frustration of the fact that black people are not the majority, they don't have their own medical at the same rate. Like, is it a jealousy thing in the sense of they believe that their people could do it better? However, their people refuse to become doctors, et cetera, and all these things so that they can have a majority option.
That's a part of it. And when you talk about how to actually equalize and make sure your people are taken care of and that people have a mind for what issues they could be going on, from a congenital perspective, this is what happens with black people and their blood pressure. Black people are overweight, so make sure you're taking taking more blood pressure, offering them water in the waiting room, all that type of stuff. We are stuck Black people are stuck trying to fit in to everybody else's system. Do you know in the Houston area, the Mexicans got their own health system? The alphabet people got their own health system.
Jamaicans, the
They don't have to
Amish.
worry about the Chinatown got their own health system. They created it themselves with their doctors and all of that. That's why I'm saying if you want to have the most fair experience you can have, right? The Mexicans and the other Latino immigrants created it because they're a lot of them don't got papers. They can't walk in anywhere, right? So they did what needed to be done so that people could go somewhere without discrimination and fear of getting deported. So I don't even understand why we're trying to assimilate in anybody else's system. A system can never be that fair because it still involves people. All right. There are some doctors that are prejudiced. You can't do nothing about it. There are some nurses and CNAs that are prejudiced. You can't do nothing about it because they're people. You cannot
Why are you saying we're trying
regulate
to assimilate into their
do you
system?
know what
you
would
cannot
happen?
regulate or what is it called? Legislate prejudice away. You
Legislate.
can't do it.
Yeah. And you know what would happen should though? Let's just say if there was a body camera and the doctor made the statements that this lady said that the doctors make. Do you know what's going to happen to them? They're going to be reprimanded to say, we're going to put you on some online training CBL classes to make you be more culturally sensitive. That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
Because
it obviously
this
depends
is
on
the
the
thing about
extent of what
systems.
happens at the end, right?
Well, I mean, unless you physically harm the patient,
Thank you.
physically.
That's the point. We're talking. I'm
Wait.
talking about the malpractice, You're talking about a patient that was upset that you called them a name. So I think the degree is very different, and we're trying to talk about apples and oranges at this point.
So, okay, so what you're saying is that if the camera can show and prove that some shape, form, or fashion of physical negligence or malpractice happened, you would want that to be evidenced.
I would want the evidence there for all these people that are claiming that this is malpractice. You get what I'm saying? I want us to have the evidence. I want us to have the ability, and I don't think it's a necessarily black versus white thing.
What I was going to say too, real quick though, here's the thing though: if you do have, like in your case, Fantasy, if you're talking about doing a pregnancy, you had the right to record that.
So the thing is, my sister did record that, and as she was trying to record, they told her no cameras, no cameras. Every time she kept trying to put up her camera, they said no cameras. So it's like this just seems suspicious to me. Yes, and this was at Womack Army.
Well, guys, stop. Wait,
I can tell you why.
Hold on, one second. One thing we have to acknowledge is one, and MRM and Trigger Mike will speak to this. There is such a low number of medical professionals. Like we actually really need them. Like we need them more than they need us.
Mm-hmm.
They are the supreme class because there's so less of them. If you look at surgeons, all these things, like the amount of number is minuscule, like compared to the amount of people that exist. This is why I overly defend them. Like I'm begging people to pay them more money. I'm begging people. Like you have to understand, because a lot of people just think that their services, because they have a job, they work for us, that they just better do it. And y'all don't understand. The stuff that they can do is beyond remarkable. We are at their desires, their begging need. We're at their mercy. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I wouldn't want to be recorded if I have to be meticulous in my practice and everything, and I'm trying to be focused, and then I'm worried about a camera recording me, this, and that. That's actually you wouldn't want that to happen when somebody trying to take care of your life, your children, etc., because they worried about a camera judging their performance. It's actually not a good thing. And if you think people become much better on television, they don't.
Or when it gets to a point where the patient, where a lot of times, which is true, a lot of patients think they know more than we do. And that's when it becomes a problem. It's like a lot of times, I'm just being honest. Look, I'm one of those people. I definitely focus on a lot of folks that look like us when it comes to a lot of, ailments that goes on, which, honestly, half the people don't want to hear it no way. But when it gets to a point to where you feel and you think you know more than I do, I say, well, sis or bro, I recommend you go find somebody else. And then they even get pissed off at that. See, he don't even care. I thought you one of us, and now you telling me, bro, I'm trying to make you happy. You think that I'm not doing good enough? Well, then I recommend you go. I got a list of names who they do orthopedics as well. If you think that they can do better, hey, I encourage you to go and do it.
And this is never gonna happen, because now I'm thinking about all the other stuff that can happen. Because you said you pulled a camera out. You can't like your willingness to want to record doesn't trump somebody else's right not to want to be recorded. So that nurse standing in that video could put her hand out like, excuse me, that nurse has an individual license. I don't consent to be recorded. Put that down. Like, it's just gonna be a shit
Thank
show.
you, Trigger Mike. But that's why I was saying, that's why I was going against them when they said, oh yeah, you guys, you can record yourself. Why didn't you pull it out? Like, you can't. They will tell you no cameras. So it's like, okay, if I can't record, I'd rather there have been a recording of this situation, a recording of everything that happened, a recording. I did document after where my feet were swollen for weeks after having a baby. It finally came down. And I was like, I knew my blood pressure was so high. I've never had swollen feet. I've never had this issue. There was something very wrong. And I didn't know, because this is a doctor. They're supposed to know a lot more than me. So the point is, when I'm bringing these issues up, I'm saying these things, I'm in labor. Somebody has to be given a care about what I'm saying. And I believe that you guys said the camera thing might make people do worse in their job, or they might stress them out too much. I think it'll turn into second nature, like when the cops forget that their body cam is on and they get caught up doing and saying
you just want what you want to happen. You don't actually have to be those medical professionals to do it.
I'm just explaining to you what I believe will happen. I believe they will get comfortable with the cameras like a lot of the police officers.
Wrong.
Let me
Let me tell you why. Because people complain too much. So they're going to always be thinking like, damn, are they going to go to the camera? Are they going to go to the camera? So you're absolutely wrong. There's no way that would ever happen, because like they said, y'all think y'all know what being a doctor is. Y'all ain't never went to school. And y'all sitting there talking about, I know what I'm talking about because my auntie, and I just feel, and they have to sit there and deal with y'all in a professional kind way. And y'all don't know nothing y'all talking about. However, if y'all start crying and whining and complaining, and they like, damn, this camera is on and I got it. No, it's not going to be a benefit. And then I hate to tell you, this ain't no negotiation. They got all the power anyway, because you don't have nobody else that can stitch you up and put you together. They are the supreme class, and y'all just don't understand it. And look, y'all trying to make life worse for everybody else over here, trying to root out all this other stuff. Look, go ahead, but go ahead and find something else, because that's, to me, I don't know if this is a good idea.
It's too many things that can factor into, like I said, with the camera and all that, because I mean, there can be all sorts of HIPAA violations broken in that. There can be privacy broken in. There might be, let's just say, for example, let's just say on this body cam, there may be, I'm just being real because they do this with casinos. There may be a nurse that might be working a shift, and I got a body cam on where she told her husband that she went here, but she's at work, but then it's all on camera that she actually is here. And it's see what I'm saying? It's too many crazy outliers that can come into play on that. It's a lot.
Yeah, no, that has nothing to do with negating the fact that you could have the stuff stored the same way that you store your.
Right. And then fantasy.
So that's all I was pointing out. Like,
and I'll say this too, fantasy. One of the things that one of the things people don't do, like when people get a phone, this is something I'm crazy about this because I'm one of those weird people. Like when I get a phone, I'm one of those weird people that read the manual. Like even when I get a car, my son got a car, I'm like, read the manual. I'm one of those people that read the whole thing, right? So what I'm saying that for, a lot of times you guys will get patient information that we hand to y'all, even pharmaceuticals. When you get that, a lot of people don't even read it. They just know the doctor said take it 3 times a day, every 4 hours. That's it. But they don't read in there to see what the side effects are or anything like that whatsoever, right? So that's what I'm saying. For when that doctor, whoever told you, hey, you can't record, maybe there was something within the sheets and all the paperwork that you have that says the only reason they would ask you not to record is because there's going to be a procedure or there's going to be something going on where that can't be shown. Like for example, I'll give you an example. I think in one of our hospitals up in Chi-Town, you can't record somebody getting an epidural. You know what I mean? You can't record them getting an epidural. But like the birth, the nurses coming in there, the blood pressure machine, all you can record all that. But it's certain things.
Exactly. So me not having any of that, there's no reason why they should have. It's suspicious, right? But we can't say it's suspicious. Everything. So them saying, okay, you saying, okay, they can't record you get an epidural. Mm-hmm. Got you. I didn't get an epidural. So when my sister's trying to record the birth, it's suspicious to me that they're saying no when I've seen a million home birth videos. You know what I'm saying? Like before I had the baby. So I'm like,
tell you,
alarms are in my head.
Let me tell you how this is. I just sat here and like, okay, let's say I'm still in my old job and this came across my screen that we're having a meeting, vote on body cams. This is the exact thing that I'm going to say, and this was my job to do it, okay? I'm going to say I'm not doing it. and my vote is always going to be no. You are going to have any hospital that approves such a thing, because it'll probably be on a hospital by
They
hospital
will lose
basis,
the doctors.
will have the biggest staffing issues you ever freaking seen. I would quit. I would literally just take my badge off and be like, I'm out. I can't staff this hospital. Each doctor and each nurse, they're not an employee. They're actually an individual
And yep,
license.
that's right.
They will not put their license at risk
No.
for one slip of the tongue so you can feel good about having a video. They will never do it. They will never do it.
I mean, that's where even
yeah.
like, you know, putting myself at risk, even getting on here, I know how to talk and say certain things to where literally that's why I say certain things I like keep away from, some things I speak on, because I don't know who. I'm not saying it's on this particular this particular platform, but people have come from both of my licenses. They tried. He went on YouTube and he told somebody to blah blah go in. They tried to show them the video and everything, and they had to say to them, "Okay, we glad that we know you're being proactive, blah blah blah." But he did not recommend, nor did he tell you, nor did he try to treat you as a clinician. He didn't do any of that, because people will get on here and they would try to hate. I mean, they would try to do that. And like I said, what Trigger Mike said, you will see the biggest exodus of doctors in the hospital, which means already, let's just say my caseload. Let's just say in a typical week, if my caseload runs anywhere from 80 to 150 patients in a week, within that week of them saying, starting Monday, we wearing body cams, I tell you what, I'll just go down back there. I'll drive to St. John Mercy Medical. That's it. All those patients that we're treating now, what are they going to do?
No, the thing is, this wouldn't work if it was individualized, because obviously they would be able to do what you're talking about. This would have to be an effort that's pushed nationwide and that's forced onto all hospitals. So unless we can do that, we will
go private.
Unless we can do that,
we will go private.
Unless we can do that, unless we can make it to where it's mandatory for all doctors to wear it, whether they are public or private. This isn't going to work, because there will always be people that are saying, I'm not going to risk my license over this. So it shouldn't be an option in my opinion. If we're going to push this.
Let me tell you what the problem is. One, you have to understand.
It's really frustrating when I'm trying to finish speaking and y'all cut me off. It really irritates me.
My bad, Fantasy, if I did it.
Fantasy, unless you got a bunch of data where you don't do that to other people, it's a conversation. So unless you go and say, I'm so sorry for all the times I've done it to other people, don't cry and whine.
No, I stopped myself. I stopped myself.
Okay.
Muted up
and
this
I've
whole
seen
night.
other people.
So please,
I've seen
please
other
let
people,
me land. Is my
I've seen other people stop for you as well. So like there are some conversations that is more engaging than others. I happen to create them. And so you have to understand that in conversations, some people will be like, oh, let me cut that point, this point. So like, I understand you want to finish your point, but be reasonable.
How can you cut it off? How can you cut off my point? How can you fight my point? You haven't even finished. It's only one point. Like,
it's just like how you did when I was finishing my point about you finishing your point just now.
No, because you the one cutting me off. That's why I'm coming at you.
It's literally
being real. It's just you.
So Fantasy, if you go back and watch the footage, do you know how long I let everybody talk before I want to talk? You would think if I open my mouth, everybody go, okay, because I'm the quickest at landing my points.
I've been waiting patiently for these gentlemen. Okay, Aaron, you're right. Go ahead and land.
This is crazy.
I'll let you land, and then I'll go back to landing if I remember.
I love you every day. Don't worry. Gary Grant says it's more important to Black people like Fantasy for people to like them than the person taking care of the problem they have. Big ups, my brothers and sisters. He didn't say Fantasy. I just threw that in there because this is exactly what Fantasy is trying to do. Cynthia says, Fantasy, you stay cutting people off, girl. Stop it. See, I told you. I didn't make it up. And I don't mind getting cut off because nobody gets cut off more than me. Let's be clear. And I don't mind because I create the conversations that is the most engaging. That's always my goal. And I'm just saying at the end of the day, private institutions have something called a waiver. And what you don't understand is that when they say you cannot mandate a private institution, they can get you to waive it. And people can waive their medical rights. They can waive all type of laws. They can waive it. And people will waive it because at the end of the day, you just look it up. How many doctors we actually have? How many surgeons we actually have? Y'all really have never looked this stuff up. It's so low. We're not in a position to argue with these people. We're not at all in a position to argue. And the stuff that they do is so amazing. Nobody want to spend 10 years trying to learn this.
No, man. Well, 12. Darn near 12.
But here's the problem, though. My gratitude is at a high level because I truly try to understand the business side, the emotional side, the consumer side. But you know, the one thing that women happen to do, and I have to say, women, y'all think y'all can whine and complain and hope the government legislate for y'all. Please, we have to get the whole government to try to get our way. Guys ain't trying to do that because we understand that we need them. And when you need people, trying to push them away is a very, very bad idea. Very bad idea.
We're not trying to push them away. We're trying to fix the problem of malpractice. So if that's not a good idea and they're going to run from that, we still need an answer to fix the problem of malpractice.
Do you know,
saying it's stupid and we don't need to do that is fine. You don't have to agree. But we still need you guys to come up with ideas.
Well, that's what I said. They do got it. They give us all a cap. They give us money to say, should these malpractices happen, this is the cap. $6.2 million in malpractice funds is for you. Should you get, sued, blah, 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 blah. They do that. So what you can do, you can say, here's the thing, you can say that to us, right? You can say, okay, look, I'm just giving an example. We found Ty to be negligent, malpractice. I'm not going to lose my job. You just going to get the money and then move on with your life. You want to sign an NDA, whatever like that, to say I'm not going to go out and hate on him. I'm not going to do this in public. I'm not going to go on social media and do all this. You're going to get your money and shut your mouth. I'm going to continue on.
But that doesn't fix the malpractice. You get what I'm saying? So you're saying they have this money fund to shut people up.
Yes, it can fix the malpractice. So
Sugar Mike, it hasn't fixed the malpractice thus far.
So imagine a doctor.
Just let me. Okay.
No, but I'm just saying we can't let you, because
you can't let me.
There are people.
But if I were doing that,
there are people working tirelessly. And look, here's the worst part about it. I keep telling you that you have a doctor and a former healthcare administrator / medical educator on here. Let us tell you what is happening. A lot of people can experience racism in malpractice, in medical malpractice. We condemn that where it actually happens and can be proven. But there are other things that happen. Do you know how long we went to a birthday party for my cousin? She's an anesthesiologist. Do you know she worked her shifts at the hospital are 24 hours? 24 hours straight. So if a white person says she administered the wrong anesthesia, I had a bad reaction, whoop-de-whoop, she might have just been tired. Her shift is fucking 24 hours. You see what I'm saying? So I will go look for a pattern that I cannot find if I was her healthcare administrator to say, yes, we're going to pay this person out because she was medically negligent. But this is not prejudice. This is not racism. Ma'am, you can't make that accusation just because she was black and the woman was mad. Right? So that's all I'm saying is, like, be careful. Once we put that out there, we can never take that shit back. And do you know how much whenever we say that out in real life and you can't take it back, it really makes people not really want to fuck with you? Like now doctors are pulling back from you, not really wanting to engage with you, not to wanting to talk with you.
And I'm telling you right now, when let's just say if you so-called fire your doctor or something like that, when they transfer your files over to possibly another practice or another facility that you're going to go to, you're going to get every note about that. And they're going to make a call over there and say, I'm just warning you, she's looking for something. So just be careful. She's looking for a reason. She's one of those.
Litigious.
So, all of that sounds problematic to me.
You know what? You sound
all of that sounds very problematic to me, because you going based off of the word of this doctor instead of trusting that.
I said the notes too. You got the nurse's note
off the word of this doctor, and I may have wanted to leave the doctor because of my own personal views. You're supposed to first do no harm, right? So then it's like, okay, now I have to worry if I decide I want to have a black doctor and I leave this white doctor, they're going to say, oh, she's racist. I think she left me because I'm black, because I'm not black.
Right. It's the same thing you're doing, though. You think that they treated you wrong because you're black.
No.
It's you doing the same thing. You're doing the same thing.
No.
Fantasy, come on now.
All right, so look, nobody has any other ideas on how to fix the disparity between black and white mothers and the mortality rate when it comes to birth and everything like that. So nobody just worry about it. Just wait until your fucking spouse dies in childbirth, and then you can go on ahead
Oh, this
and
is so
complain about it.
disingenuous.
Shut
Trigger
up.
Mike,
Okay,
don't
whatever, Trigger Mike,
everybody
because
don't
you've
need
been
to
up
keep
here
it
being
so
an
loud.
asshole all damn night.
Thank you.
So it is what it is.
I've
Don't
been
worry about
dropping
it till
facts
somebody
on your
fucking
head.
die. Bye.
Bye. Get y'all emotional ass out of here with that. Let me put
Look
something on
how
y'all
that's
head real
very
quick.
rare. I just want to say that too. It
I was
happens,
gonna say,
but
not
it's
only is
rare.
it rare. Hold on. I want y'all to go back and look at the study. Now, I asked you earlier, MRM, because I looked at that study like, damn, that is crazy. That what is it? Fantasy, because I know you probably know
preeclampsia?
the mortality rate for Black women during childbirth is higher, right, than white women. Right? And one of the things I hate when they make those ambiguous statements. Right? So it's like, where are Black women most likely to birth their children? Is it in a lower income area hospital or a higher income area? Like, so it's so I factor all that stuff in. The other thing that I went in and factored, what is the weight of the woman? Does she have any other conditions along with, is she a high risk? Is she a high risk pregnancy or a lower risk pregnancy? What was her weight at the time of birth? All of this stuff has to be controlled for before you make the determination that it's racism that did it. Like, y'all calling me stupid. Y'all the stupid y'all stupid as fuck. Y'all can't properly decode a statistic. That's why everything is racism. Nothing.
Right.
Y'all,
And,
like, Jesus Christ.
and it's like, even if you try to bring
That
those
doesn't
up,
make
I
any
said
sense. That
that's
doesn't
why
make any sense because the majority
Did Fantasy just cut
of
me off?
white people.
What?
No,
Yeah,
we
I was
both
talking
started
right after
speaking.
Trigger Mike, Fantasy.
We both started speaking after Trigger Mike.
I was first. Go rewind it.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Got
Fantasy.
a woman 300 pounds on the goddamn thing pushing, wonder why she fucking had a stroke.
I think it's really
saying,
problematic that you keep saying the woman is 300 pounds. Like, Black women are the only people who are overweight.
They're not, but
the majority of
they're
people
not.
in
But
America are overweight.
One thing that does run rampant amongst Black is high blood pressure, which it definitely increases your risk. Now, but here's the
I'm
thing.
getting frustrated listening to y'all's points and waiting for y'all to finish so y'all can cut me off. That's just irritating as hell.
Go ahead, Fantasy.
Okay. So when you're trying to have these conversations, we can't have these conversations if I'm trying to have a conversation with you and you jump in, you're smarter, you know everything because you're a doctor, and I can't land my plane.
I don't know everything.
Okay. So let me land too. Fuck.
You ready, or is it my turn yet?
Take your turn. Stop doing it, please. I'm asking you nicely.
Wait, stop taking my turn or what? I'm confused.
Stop cutting me off while I'm trying to land because you're smarter than me. You're a doctor.
No, don't try that. That's not going to work. That has nothing to do with it. Because there's people.
I don't know what it is, but
there's people out there that are smarter than me. So that
not on this subject.
Yes, it is because I don't specialize in
not on this
prenatal
panel.
stuff. And mine is
So I believe
orthopedics.
you're cutting me off because you have the subject matter expertise that I do not have. However, I'm just trying to ask questions and give my thoughts on this like everybody else. Doctor.
Gotcha. If I cut you off again, please remind me as soon as I do it. I'll work on that.
Okay, doctor.
So anyway, what I was going to say is that one of the things that I like to do with our community, I like to actually address those reasons. And one of the things that we focus on, especially in the role I'm in right now, is preventative medicine. If these things are amongst our people, I like to address those things that are amongst our people. What are we doing in our diets? What are we eating? Is it highly processed stuff? You know, that's the biggest thing, because everything is going to stem. When we went through school and they told us, well, the number one reason why you're going to end up finding somebody with some type of ailment is it's going to have something to do with how something gets inside your body. It's inhalation, ingestion, or infection, or a cut, or something of the sort for something like that to get in. So if you have none of those things, then the question is, why are you sick? Why do you have well, my family have it. No, I'm one of the ones, and it's a lot of us, we are against that. You don't just have it. It's a reason why. Well, high blood pressure run high among Blacks. Why is that? It's going to be coming down to the diet. Plain and simple. Well, no, my mama had it, so I get it. Well, then how did your mom eat? And however your mom ate, how are you eating? You see what I'm saying? So these are the type of things that I like to get to the nitty-gritty of. And once we do that and people actually change the way and they change what they're putting inside their bodies, you see a huge difference in how their outline and how pretty much the outcome is when they get treated medicinally. It's a huge, if you look at women that we say that are Black, like Trigger Mike was saying earlier, if you look at their conditions, if they had any comorbidities, or in other words, if they had any other issues along with being pregnant, those things all take a factor in there. But if you find somebody in there that if it's a Black woman, she ate healthy, she was in the gym, she was just moving. I don't care even if she was walking. they don't have a lot of those complications as somebody that just sits stagnant, not even close.
MRL, what you just said is accountability. Accountability is not. It don't sound as good as racism.
Facts. Fact. All right. You know what? Just on a lighter note, this is what I would do. If I was still an administrator in the hospital and somebody brought to me a claim, and I'm talking about a fully formed claim, to say I have a pattern to show that in this hospital, Black women are dying at a higher rate during childbirth, and you brought it to me, and I was able to say, okay, now I want to see. Let's say the hospital I was at was in the inner city. I want to go get the same results from a hospital in the affluent area. And I'm going to take a random sample of white and a random sample of Black and see if the same thing is happening. Because it a lot will depend on those environmental factors to see if this thing is true or not. I'm just saying, you got to be careful. When you let this racism word out, you want to damage all your credibility today, go be a well put together Black person that just calls everybody racist. I will damage all my credibility and nobody will listen to me ever again. I want to have a well developed claim so I can actually change something.
But Trigger Mike, the argument was. Oh, go ahead, Fantasy.
You're missing the point that I didn't want it to be one incident to decide if it was racism. That's why I pointed out that there should be a pattern. So when
it won't be one incident.
we both agreed that there should be a pattern. So in order for us to get that pattern, what are we going to use?
Other patients. Medical record. You can look at their height. You can look at their height, their weight. You can look at their BMI. You can look at if the family if they have diabetes, high blood pressure. You look at all that and find a pattern.
All right, one second, because John the Baptist sent a super chat in. Thank you, John the Baptist says, is it true if a doctor is found negligent on several occasions, he can lose his malpractice insurance? Why didn't you say she can lose malpractice insurance?
I have literally sent those papers to a doctor. We can no longer your contract is void because you are uninsurable, like literally.
Yeah. It's definitely true. I've even seen this at the low level that I've looked into this stuff, and the people that I know that make a ton of money in these fields. Since it says Fantasy, do you realize we rather listen to them? Shut up! Yikes! So aggressive. So let me ask you this.
Yeah, you're aggressive all the time, Tanisha.
Well, Eric,
I understand you'd rather listen to them, which is fine, which is why I let them land. But when I speak, I would like to land also. The end is.
I want to say this too also, is that whenever we say things like, well, you see this, look at the difference of treatment. And I know y'all, this is going to be me repeating myself, but when they say things like, look at the treatment of Black, I came from that area, the welfare people and all that. Look how they treat them. This is the reason why. Look how, again, if you find out those same people in these so-called disadvantaged areas, look at their diet, ramen noodles, bar-ass hot dogs, something that's always going to be highly processed. It's never nothing like Whole Foods. It's you hardly ever find that. But nobody wants to address that. It's always going to be
that ain't right, MRM. Americans don't eat well regardless. Right? Like Americans.
But when you talk about the disadvantage, look at if you just go in any like the kids that I mentor, you go and look in their cabinet. I'll take a picture of it and show y'all. Y'all probably be like, "What?" I'm just saying. Versus the ones that we say get treated better. Look in their refrigerator. It's a huge difference.
That's a good point.
No, it's not a huge difference. That's
from the hood to the suburbs.
It's not the hood to the suburbs. You're assuming that more white people have the money to afford this.
No, I didn't say people of color. I didn't say no color at all, did I? I didn't mention no color, did I, y'all?
No.
See, that's what I'm saying. That mentality right there. I mentioned
when you're talking about
color.
Your people, I'm assuming you're talking about Black people.
No, I simply said people from the hood, and then I said people in the suburbs.
When you said the hood and the
damn. I will say this though.
Jesus.
I've done a lot in the healthcare space. Okay. First job moved me to Texas. I actually worked on a race, not a race study to see if Black people were but from medication wise. And do you know what that study ultimately ended up finding? That Black people, because of Tuskegee, they got reasons, of course, because of Tuskegee and other bad things that happened throughout history, they do not show up for clinical trials, nowhere near the number that white people do. So even the medicine that we take that's over the counter is not biochemically engineered to help Black people. Meaning, so Advil will work more on this group of people than it would a black person. So, and what I mean by that, like, look at some of the sensitivities that your body has naturally. Most Black and Latino people, like over 80%, are lactose intolerant. So they have to be careful of what compounds they use in medication. You see what I'm saying? But we don't show up for those clinical trials. So there's of course we have good reason, right? Because of Tuskegee and other things. But even those factors play a role in Black people that may be dying in the hospital. They might give you medication and they're like, no, your body's resistant. It's just not taking to it. Like all of that plays a factor in it. It's crazy.
That's why it's continually called a practice.
Hey, Mario.
Yes, sir.
Why do they suggest that women don't have kids into their 30s?
What?
Did I ask the question wrong? Did I not ask the question right? Did I not ask it right?
They want to make sure every woman is ran through. And has
okay, why is it? What's the medical reason? What's the medical reason? I'm trying to ask the question a better way than if I didn't say it right. What's the medical reason why they advise women not to have babies in their 30s?
I actually don't know that. I haven't heard that before.
We jumping all over the place. We jumping all over the place.
The younger, the better. Actually, a lot of times.
This is my next question. I want to center the doctors or professions here. So this says fantasy. Eat a clip each. Jesus Christ. Let me ask y'all this. Are there any studies, comprehensively or not, of predominantly Black neighborhoods that have predominantly Black doctors, physicians, nurses, all that, and the treatment compared to others that do not? Because
Africa,
Atlanta.
Because I'm saying, in my opinion, from what I heard was this, that they don't know how to treat Black people. What that means, the assumption is Black people know how to treat Black people. Because if not, then there's a horrible reason to make that statement. Wouldn't you agree? Because that just means nobody know how to treat Black people, and you couldn't find someone to do it, right? So if that is the case, you would have to compare it to people that they believe can treat them, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, do we have any data to like Black medical professions predominantly in an area, their facilities, etc., compared to non-Blacks, to say, hey, when they go here, they're treated this way, and they live longer or whatever the case is compared to here, or do it just not exist?
Well, I will say you're going to find exactly, I can guarantee you your money back. You're going to find the same exact complaints. The same. If you got an all-white hospital with all white people as patients, you're going to find the same exact type of complaints. The doctor was rude to me, the nurse was rude to me, and they act like they wasn't listening. It's going to be the same exact complaints. Even right now with the one coming out, wanting them to wear a body cam because of racism, that camera is not going to change the fact that those are still some of the same complaints. I think he treated me like that because he was racist. I think, and then even with me, I think he treated me like that because he think he better than us other Blacks. It's gonna be something. It's always the same thing.
And look at the so here's the funny part. Look at who the incoming doctors are: Indian men, Indian women, Nigerian men, Nigerian women. So these are all people of color going in there, and then this Punjabi, they're the ones assaulting the doctor.
Oh man,
I've been going to St. Doc's office for about 20-something years. The first doctor I had there, he actually retired, and I saw him for like maybe 8 to 10 years. He retired. He was great listener, asked every question, and diagnosed. Was great on top of his job. I've had several doctors since then. All of them have been great doctors. Some of them got great bedside, some of them don't. But one thing I can say is they all consistent on doing their job. The question is, do we want to listen? It doesn't matter it doesn't matter what race the doctor is. The question is, do you want to listen to the medical advice that the doctor is giving you? Even myself, I'm contrarian. I don't like taking medicines. I will always look for alternative ways to heal. If you put the work in, doctors will work with you. If you show, for example, if my blood pressure is high or whatever case is, if I get it under control, they will continue to work with me. If it don't, hey, take this pill while you're doing it.
And you know what, John the Baptist, what's interesting is that, it used to be a time, when I was going through schooling, it used to be a time where, let's just say, I'm directing now, but it was a time where, like when I did, hip replacements, it was a time where if you did a hip replacement, knee replacement, etc., if you had any complications, you would come back to me, right? and then we would see what's going on with your pain, and I will be the one to prescribe the pain, blah blah blah. Now, because of certain instances like what we're talking about today, you know what happens now? They will tell you, we're going to send you to a pain specialist. We don't even want to deal with you. I did my part there. That's what they say. Doctors that do things like that, those doctors will say, I did my part. X-rays look well. I don't know what it is. Go see a pain specialist.
Yep.
And the pain specialist is going to give you medication that you most likely going to be a good chance you're going to be on there for the rest of your life, depending on what it is or whatever like that. And that's why I say so many things can factor into it. Is your pain really that bad, or are you drug seeking? It's just so much stuff that comes into it when you're dealing with this.
You know what I propose? There are enough female doctors, black female doctors, and all of that. How about y'all care for yourselves? How about y'all create a female-led health system? Okay, where only women deliver your baby, only female, anything you want can be done by a woman in healthcare. Damn near there might be only a few brain surgeons. Like, women don't really do surgery as much, but yes, have that happen to you where it's only, your people doing it, and see if we get any changes out of here. Only black women doing it, and see if the complaints stop.
Well, you catch so much stuff. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm not trying to say there's a rat on Fantasy Island, but I mean, even when she started throwing in there, oh, you're smarter than me. See, it's a lot of times they start to do things. Our own people, they do that all day long. Because you think you see what I'm saying? I'm just speaking from what I know, but then to turn around and say I'm only doing this because I think I'm smarter, I think I'm better and all. No, it's
why I did that. You know why I did that, MRM? Do you not? You already know how it works. It goes from, you didn't do this for me because I was black, when it's a white person or person of color or another person of another race. Then it's, you were supposed to do this for me because you were black, because you are black. The complaint is just going to change sides.
And if
you're supposed to take my concern seriously when they're med seeking.
Yeah, and if I don't, and if I'm telling you the truth and it's not coming out the way you wanted to, now I think I'm better than you because I'm doing this and I'm black.
You're cool.
That's why I say there's no winning. So that's why, like what Aaron was talking about, the psychological stuff we go through. Now imagine that's from your own people, let alone other regular patients. So it's like, that's why you just gotta have. You really gotta have thick skin to do this. You really do. A lot of them don't, but I mean, we really go through classes where we constantly gotta go through classes where we're making sure that we're okay psychologically, and we're dealing with certain things,
right? This is partly why it's laughable, and I'm gonna tell you why in just a moment. Let me just read these super chats. Grid says, Ikane, you need to visit Tory Lanez and get the info for the hair, okay? My brother O is in the building. Oh, what up? He says, Dr. Ala Stanford, head of the Black Doctors Consortium, 21 in Lay, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Philly wins again, and sis is it Lehigh? I'm sorry, Lehigh, Philadelphia. Philly wins again, sis. Good people too. These lights is all in my eye trick, Mike. I apologize. I will say, let me tell you why it's laughable, right? The law enforcement case is reasonable to me, and I'm gonna tell y'all why, right? You only need a high school diploma. So to become an officer, you need a high school diploma, and I don't know, there might be a case where you don't need that. I don't know, but that's the low end to get in. Do you know how hard it is to become these professions? We don't have the right to art. We don't have enough people to replace them. If they go on strike, what do you think gonna happen? Like, that's the only issue that I have, because I truly understand the ramifications of trying to tell these people, we gonna tell y'all what to do. Like I mean, they already have so much, as y'all have already spoken to. There's so many laws, rules, guidelines, everything they have to abide by. To think you're gonna tell them, look here, we're gonna do this, that, and think they just gonna roll over and take it because what? Because they're getting paid $300,000. I have to tell y'all, that's not enough money. My personal opinion is they should be getting paid more than anybody else on this planet when it comes to people that determine life and death. That's my personal opinion. So to sit here and think that you're gonna force them to wear cameras because you want to feel safe at what they doing, listen, fix yourself and feel safe then. I bet you then gonna be like, forget them cameras. I'm so grateful that y'all exist. And the problem is, to men that makes sense. Because we like, when men need something, like, I gotta go to Doc. It is what it is. Whatever you say, Doc. When women, no, fair is fair. And I'll tell on you. Like this This is what it sounds like. And reasonably so, I agree with Trick and Mike. Yeah, I think women are mad at doctors because they will refuse to become the predominant to serve their people. And I think that's what they're ultimately mad at.
MRM can't say anything, and I'm not gonna make him say anything. But if you understand, if you know anybody who works in the medical field, they would tell you, do not get sick. The hospital is the last place you want to go if you get sick. And I think MRM can make. I think he probably can say, I don't know if he can or cannot say to this subject. So I won't make you say anything. But if you can acknowledge what I'm saying by just shaking your head, but
no, there's an absolute gap in education. People have no idea that the way they can get service. Man, if you don't turn the back of your damn health insurance card around and see that you could do telemed 24 hours a day and get your script by the next morning, but you want to go to the damn emergency room and complain about
sorry, fantasy has a wrench of protection. I mean, I could take a wrench, but I can't block her because she has a wrench preventing me from blocking her. So you could take her wrench, but I can't block her because the wrench blocks the block. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm talking to the chat. Go ahead.
Well, to that, John the Baptist, what we say is that we like to push, and I say I always make a differentiation when I go out and I'm talking to like my mentees or I'm just talking to the people, I have to make a discretion. Like, I'm not your doctor. I'm not I'm saying this for informational purposes, but it's a big, huge push for preventative medicine. And that's when I was saying about diet earlier. Like when I say we went through school, they told us those ways of you getting sick. And then for me to turn around and say, if these things are all, if these different, chronic illnesses and everything, if these things are happening from the inside, then what are you putting on the inside that's causing your body to cause you to get inflamed like that? And that's where it lies in. And we know that. That's why a lot of times, for example, like Aaron does a really good job at it. He hasn't overdone himself yet with water. Why do you think whenever people come into there and they get admitted, the first thing we put them on is sodium chloride, and we put it on a small drip? Because we already know that for one, if you're coming in there and you're highly acidic, that's going to be one of the main reasons why you are most likely ill. So they put you on a slow drip of sodium chloride or sodium potassium, whatever. And that slow drip keeps you sick good enough just so we can keep you in there almost 3 to 5 days so we can run up money on that insurance. I'm only saying this for informational purposes.
Correct. And what you're saying, kind of what I'm speaking to. That's why I try to, it's like one of the things I've learned as I especially get older, is like you have to know how to eat the right foods, drink the right liquids, and take care of yourself. Do not put yourself in a situation where you have to. We as Black people got to do better, like getting better information. I'm not a doctor, I'm not a nurse or anything. But I do take my health serious as I get older. And so I'm making changes and numbers are looking great. But if you don't make the changes, don't complain about what the doctor's doing. Your last argument should be what the doctor's doing. Your first argument should be what are you doing?
Right. It's like you're getting upset at me because of what you decided, because how terrible you decided to treat your body, but you're mad at me. Like, for example, I'll give you an example. Some of my, a lot of my, like whenever we get done doing certain things, like in orthopedics, and we want to send them off for therapy, it depends on where they're going. If they're going to a nursing home, the clinicians there, the therapists there, we let them know, look, this guy's coming in. He's a 450 pounder, but we telling y'all right now, do not risk yourself. Don't hurt yourself trying to do X, Y, and Z. Don't do that. But then, man, that's wrong to say. No, it's not. No, it is not wrong to. Who told y'all that? The dude is morbidly obese. He can hurt somebody if they try to lift him up. You need 3 to 4 people to get this guy up, or you're going to need a Hoyer lift. He's a big dude. So there's nothing wrong with doing that. If people like to act like a shame, or would it be better if I said, okay, this dude is really fat? Well, shouldn't no doctor be talking like that? But y'all know how we should be talking. Y'all know how we should be operating. Y'all know what we should be prescribing and not prescribing. If you know better than us, then go ahead and go into Walgreens and CVS and get the over-the-counter stuff and treat yourself. Let's see how that works out.
Yeah, start at home. Like what's in your cabinets? Clean out your cabinets. Get all the carbs, get all the sugar out your cabinets. If it's not in your refrigerator, if it's not in your veggie drawer, you probably shouldn't be eating no way. I mean, let's just be real. Water.
Yep.
But we don't want to do that though. But we try to make doctors wear cameras. No.
Fatty says stop fashion.
Like, hey, I'm a big guy. I had to make some changes. The past couple of years. Doesn't make sense.
No, but at the same time, you know what? Right now, man, It's not going to, like what Aaron just got done saying it is. And the thing is, I had to, whenever we were doing like the hips and everything like that, I ended up, we did so many of them, man. We knocking them out like in 45 minutes. And I ended up developing tenosynovitis in my hand. So that's why I had to take on a different role. And then also, I mean, I ain't gonna show y'all the pictures of it, but also because of, you know, you lean over so much and do things like that, I end up having a lipoma in the middle of my back. It was like the size, it was a huge, like a turtle size. And so I couldn't do it no more. And so other people are coming in. It's a huge demand for anybody to go. If you want to go into medicine, please do. If you're young and you're on here listening right now, that field is not going anywhere, and it's a high demand for them. And man, I'm happy right now because I can definitely set my own hours in a director's role, working 6 to 2 versus working 6 to 6 or 6 to 8. That whew. So then to do all that, even like, you know what, and like even when we did hips and knees, there a lot of times they can request to record them, and sometimes we've done that. We sat there and put the camera on there and talked through the whole process of doing the knee or doing the hip, whatever like that. And again, but with that, mistakes can be made, right? But you have to sign off saying, matter of fact, you already know it anyway, because they say when you do certain type of surgeries, et cetera, there is a risk that you can die. And some people don't even know that. They just, I don't care, I want to get it done. And if it happens, malpractice. Well, we did warn you in those forms that it's a possibility that you can die. You can die from getting your tonsils taken out. They warn you and let you know about it. So that's what I'm saying. When you do that, and then you want to come back and say that's negligence, well, you're going to have a really, really hard time proving that, especially when we told you this is the risk with this procedure, with this surgery.
Yeah, me personally, I don't see a solution. I'm not, stop trying, keep trying, keep raising awareness. That's fine. But honestly, like, to me, be honest with me, don't lie. Does it just not sound like Black people want institutions where all their people are in there and they feel more comfortable there because they just feel like other groups don't take care of them the same? Because that's what it ultimately sounds like to me. That's what they think they want, yes.
And I'm telling you right now, that doctor that did this, y'all, people, this is what people don't know. The internet is not reality. I mean, it's not reality. When this lady goes back, you know how, I'm just being honest. Nobody is going to be like, just put it like this. I don't want to say she will be sort of like blackballed, but every physician, every nurse that doesn't know this lady personally is definitely going to be on the watch out for her.
Well, I have to defend her in this sense. It always has to take someone to be brave to do something that, because if she knows there's like an issue there, right? And we all know there is an issue. Fixing the issue is where we're going to go back and forth on, right? If she has to be the bridge, she went to Yale. She ain't no dummy. She went to Yale. So she's obviously a bright individual.
Very bright.
Yeah, I would say so. Okay, and it's a Black woman, so we're gonna show some love, especially when we talking Yale and Black women. Okay, we're not gonna undercut that. But I will admit, Black women, I don't know, when it comes to certain things, they willing to do some crazy. They willing to quit jobs like that. That's, you know, to take certain risks, and she feel like she's sticking up for her people, and I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at it at all. I just think, I don't think that's an actual solution, but I could be wrong, and she could be at the forefront of this saying, remember I was telling y'all about all this? If y'all would have just took my idea back then, a lot of this could have been done, because maybe she knows that is a starting point to getting people to fix their corrective action, because there's a lot of problems. I don't know, but I don't think her idea is outlandish. I think that it's not going to be implemented. And me personally, even if I was a doctor, I wouldn't want to have to deal with that. I wouldn't want to have to deal with people I already know that's nagging, looking for an opportunity to take me out of my house. Like, no, that's a horrible idea to set myself up after I've dedicated 5, 10, 15 plus years into a life to help people and to know how they look at us and think we're all evil, trying to get rich on them and things like this. And sure, some people may be, but a large amount of them are not nowhere near like that. It's just we prejudge because we don't know what it's like to have to do this type of stuff. And we see too much TV where they take advantage of people and they doctor it up to entertain us, so make it seem like these people are really this crazy. And it's like, all right, we know it exists everywhere, but to this degree. And to think I'm going to let y'all come and destroy my life if y'all give y'all an opportunity, most people some messed up people. So I don't know. I understand.
I will say this. Smart people can be wrong, but I promise you, 99.9% of the time, dumb people gonna be wrong more.
Right. I mean, you know what? And with like what to Aaron's point, what he just said too, with her in particular, again, there's processing. Mike Trigger might know this. You like, for example, a lot of people, if y'all were ever to be in the areas between Illinois and Missouri, and you seem, I'm not gonna say, because like I said, I don't know who's on these internet streets who tries stuff. But anyway, most people that work around me know, like, hey, y'all, Ty you can't do this around Ty, because I'll call you out on it. And I don't care, because I'm not there to be your friend. I go home to my wife and kids. I don't care about being anybody's friend. But okay, y'all chill. Y'all, we watched that sexual harassment video for what? And y'all sitting there, bro. I mean, that person right there, we don't even know. This new hiree just came on and y'all talking like this in front of her. I mean, she can go and complain. Chill out. You know what? Hey, so now they know we don't say stuff like this around Ty. So what I'm saying that for, this lady, I don't know how long she's been in the profession, but there's steps to doing that. Has she filed complaints on that? So getting on here and saying, oh, we need video cam because XYZ. Now, what I would like to do, I would like to go and look and see if she actually filed complaints with compliance to say these things are going on with this particular doctor or this particular nurse. If not, and this is her first time raising awareness to it, they might say to her, like, why'd you go make a video about this? And when you never complained about this to us at all, you never said anything to your supervisor, you never said anything to compliance. So, I'm just saying, I don't know all the ins and outs. Maybe she did, maybe she didn't, but those are some of the things and some of the steps that's supposed to take place when something like that happens. And then the hospital will actually tell you that they're investigating it, and they'll tell you these are the results of investigating. We disciplined them. We took them through a CBL course where they had to be more sensitive to certain cultures, et cetera, so on and so forth. And if none of that stuff happened, then to me, I would just say that this was her first time actually bringing it up. But again, the statements that were made, or the statements that she said were made, does that mean racist because they said, I bet this dude was in a gang? I bet, that, how is that racist? I mean, I'm just saying, and I'm not trying to.
The part I'm torn at is this. I have a sinister sense of humor. I'm sorry. We say stuff like that amongst us.
But that's different, though. They should know better.
And that's where I'm trying to identify. Like, if we complain about gangs, we know they mess. You think these people don't see this and be like, here go another one? I mean, they're human. So that be my. Now the hair part, we know women gonna be sensitive to that. If they came here and talk about I had nappy afro or something, I ain't gonna be mad and talk about, hey, get these cameras on. They don't, like, you know what I mean? I won't care. But the women don't play about their hair. So I don't know. What up?
Well, let me ask MRM.
He didn't say hi to nobody. He just came up here and say hi to nobody.
I got questions.
No, you gonna say hi to the panel. Be respectful.
I see y'all niggas 4 times a week. I ain't gotta speak every time. I don't speak on Tuesdays.
I ain't been here in a long time. E, what you talking about? I've been busy. I haven't been on the streets in a minute.
You're so disrespectful. Let me tell you how you disrespectful. First of all, I don't do none of these shows the way that everybody else do their shows, right? See, I craft a show that's different than everything else that's going on, right? And you don't even come here and show your deepest respects to the grind that I put in when I could just be talking about Beyonce and that other girl shaking her butt all day. I could be talking about that.
You right.
You might like that.
You right. Let me say hey to MRM, Trigger Mike, John the Baptist, Zoe, and no, I ain't gonna speak to Aaron. So yeah, no, just joking with y'all.
What's up, little brother?
What's good, E?
I do got a question because I had an experience with a doctor, and so let me ask you this question, MRM, from your professional opinion. Do you believe that money makes a difference in the hospital? Do people with money get treated a certain way, and people who don't have money get treated a certain way?
No. And reason why I say, well, let me just say this. It all depends on the people with money. If they personally know these doctors, that makes a huge difference right there. That makes a huge difference because a lot of times we can do things where we can do house calls. You know what I mean? But when you talk about just a general patient coming into the hospital, we don't know this person's income status. All we know is that they might be Med A, Med B, or Medicaid. That's what we get. That's what we know.
I was going to say that is actually one of the hardest things to ever quantify because people of that type of status, they won't be in the same waiting room.
No,
a high income person,
you won't even see them come. Matter of fact, let me just say, you won't even see them come through that ER.
So
they'll say, hey, we got a stat such and such coming in. Matter of fact, I'm just okay, let me say this. We got a code word. If somebody coming in that is high important, it can be a senator, it can be somebody in Congress, whatever. They'll say, hey, we got a stat John Doe coming in. And we know that person is coming. We got a stat John Doe coming in with a stab wound, blah, 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 blah. That person is coming straight back there where we are. Nobody will see him come to the ER or anything. He's coming through a different door.
So what I'm saying is that so the experience I had is like when I had a baby, right? So when I had a baby, the person that delivered,
you had a baby.
I mean, God dang, I see what the problem is now.
So when I had a baby, let's go back over. When I had a baby, I think it was a difference because since we chose my wife's OBGYN, we maintained a relationship for 10 months and he was the one who delivered the baby, right? So it wasn't the situation of a person randomly trying to guess who my wife was. She knew, they kind of knew her history, they knew about her. Do you think that those people are positioned better to be able to treat the patient better by knowing a past relationship versus delivering a baby to a stranger?
Now you about to give some credence to these arguments if you go down that path.
It's valid though.
No, not only is it valid, because here's the thing.
Trigger
let me say this, MRM.
Go down this path.
Remember, I was trying to say it, but we can have real conversations about what happens when the women aren't here. They get passionate, and then everything is racism. But one thing I will say, Eda Man, not only did the same thing happen for me, like they cultivated a relationship. My children were born in a Catholic hospital, St. Luke's Sugarland. All right, it was a Catholic hospital. And I noticed a difference on what these women said they would not do. Like they don't give birth control pills to women, none of that. They won't help you abort a baby unless it's medical necessity, none of that stuff. So one of the things I did notice, and when during my time as a hospital administrator, I could probably notice a prejudice against women that were married versus women that weren't. There is something in this like ghetto baby mama culture that people have something against. And I'm not saying it's necessarily that they're gonna do something to your baby or nothing, but it's not even doctor related. It's like nurse related.
So now it's moving past racial, and what it's getting to is nepotism. You got to go down a bad path right now, and MRM going to be quiet.
Aaron, listen, the only people that have a problem with nepotism is broke people. I've never seen people with
people who can't get no access are the only people that have problems.
This ain't right. Y'all was setting up good arguments.
No, I will not say it's not right.
No, because now we need cameras now. Because if you gonna sit up here and say this because you broke and these other people, we know each other, we built relationships, and you just come here every once in a while because you can barely afford to get here because your insurance is bad, then they actually got a point now.
But Aaron, the point that I'm making is 10 months ago, if I felt that this person was mistreating my wife, I would have changed in. We're not going to have the problem at labor and delivery. This relationship should have been built for 9 months.
Now what you stating is that if I come to your place, whatever, and we ain't got no relationship, you gonna treat me or make less than somebody that you got a relationship established.
I think the doctor is not prepared to be able to make quality decisions with a stranger. Like that's the point that I'm making, is that how can you make a decision what's best for a patient that you just met?
So let me clear up what I was saying. What I'm saying when it comes to them showing prejudice toward the people, it's not so much of a medical malpractice or a purposeful type of negligence situation where they're messing with their meds. I'm really talking about the warmth shown to the people, right? You'll notice a real large difference between, and it could be black people. It could be a woman who's there. Her family is there for the birth. The husband is there. The family is there. They brought the gifts for the nurses and this type of stuff. And Keisha, who just got her sister and some nigga in a do-rag sitting down. Yeah, I have noticed. I'm telling y'all, I have noticed the difference in the interaction, meaning between those type of people. And I'm going to tell you, honest to God, I'm not saying it's right, but I don't think that's ever going to stop. People just tend to relate more and want to help congratulate and want to be themselves more around that family type of thing. And it's not, I'm definitely not saying it's right, but yeah, they treat Keisha like
let's be honest, Trigger Mike. You're not gonna let nobody do something bad to your wife. Like when I was there, I think they have a
we were there, bro.
wife.
We were there. That's what I'm saying. It was a joyous occasion. Everybody, congratulations.
Everybody's laughing.
Do you
having
want to
a good
cut the cord?
time.
Like I'm black. You see what I'm saying? When you black, they like, do you want to cut the cord, sir? Come on over here. Come on, cut your baby. They love that. They want that total experience rather than Keisha yelling at.
Oh, what happened? Oh.
I don't know if that was.
Wait, he didn't. Oh.
It says he called Yale black woman FBA Dr. Amanda Calhoun stupid. Do not diminish black women FBAs by Felicia Mike. That's what it said. So
when did he call her stupid?
Probably the idea to put body cameras on. Listen, I don't know. I can't listen. One thing about Tara is if she said you said it, she heard you say it. I don't know. I can't say factually, but Tara don't miss. She said you said there's a good chance you said it.
With that being done, though, what is supposed to be the ultimate goal that they want? Should there be body cameras and the doctor get busted doing that? What is the ultimate goal they think is going to happen?
I think the body cameras is. I'm gonna answer your question, but it's a bad idea because now they own that footage. Imagine your wife, all her stuff just being played everywhere. Like where do HIPAA come in at? Like this idea that you can come and record all my wife's body parts and all this stuff, I think is a bad idea. It's a horrible idea, and nobody want that information out there. Flex on them again, Mike. They ain't see you. You got flex in the top row. There you go, Mike. Yeah.
All right. So look. So the real
Mike, get to the gym. Mike, get to the mic. Get to the gym.
The real life case that actually happened or whatever, the one that I remember, the high profile case of the woman dying, giving birth or whatever, the husband was there advocating for his wife, complaining that his wife was in pain, and those complaints went ignored. So I don't want to hear this stuff about the husband got to be there and everything should be okay. That's not necessarily the case. The second thing that I wanted to say was we're going to sit up here and dismiss race like, oh, that doesn't happen. That's just not, we quick to write that off, but we'll sit here and conceive about nepotism and class and having money, and people will be prejudiced that way. I think y'all are tripping. Y'all are talking out of both sides of your mouth. And I'm out. Until the next time y'all say something worthy of me clicking the link to come up here and go against what y'all saying.
I'm married to a nurse. So and so what I do know is because of her knowledge of the industry or the field, the medical field, whenever if it's her mother-in-law or anyone that gets sick, because she knows so much about the medical field and know how to communicate to the doctors and to the nurses and the staff there, no matter who goes in, no matter what kind of insurance they got, whether it's Medicaid, Medicare, whatever they got, they get great service because of her knowledge and her being a what's the word I'm looking for? She's advocating for them. And that makes a difference. If you have somebody that can advocate for you, that knows what's going on, takes a little bit of time to learn what you're dealing with. It makes a big difference.
I don't understand her argument. Like this idea that a woman is in pain while giving birth to a child is normal. Pain is normal through childbirth. Like, so when you tell a doctor, and I'm not a doctor, but if I was a doctor and you told me that you was in pain, I would expect you to be in pain in childbirth. Are we saying that they don't supposed to be in pain in childbirth?
Well, I don't know if she was saying, I forget if she said that the woman ultimately lost her life or whatever, and the husband was complaining. I don't know the full story.
That's what she was saying.
But again, here's the thing, though. You can be on pain medication and things like that, and they give you the pump to push it, depending on how the severity of it. So and a lot of times they actually leave that in your control. Like if you having something like that going on, they go ahead and press the button. But most of the time in the pregnancy, their biggest go-to is going to be an epidural. And if you're still saying you're feeling pain with an epidural, then that'll be the doctor that will come in there, the anesthesiologist. He most likely to come in there and say, okay, well, just increase it by such and such, and see if that
they said she bled out. I think the story they're talking about is where they didn't sew her back up right. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure which story that is.
Okay, I don't.
The worst part about all of this is that I tried to make an allowance for everything that happens in every situation that involves race or the pattern was proven. Condemn it. We don't want it. We don't like it. But we're talking like different things exist. Medical negligence exists. And here's the worst part about because pretty much every man on this panel has had, most of the men have had watched their wife give birth, right? The doctor or the nurse will explain to you, like, we've already given her too much. The doctor won't prescribe it. And she's going through pain and she may have to ride that shit out. And I'm like, damn, you can't give her no more, unless we're going to hurt the baby. Like, you see what I'm saying? So
yeah, that doesn't address the point of somebody dying, though. That's a different thing.
No. That's
the problem. See, modern technology have got so advanced that we don't realize that this was the reason most women died was during childbirth before technology. So this idea that it's not a dangerous operation to give birth to a child, I think is completely crazy. And I believe that we should go back to what my wife did, have a natural birth without any drugs into the system at all.
Oh, I can actually.
These women want these. They want.
I can give you another stat that's gonna
because some of that's within the blood too. So I mean,
I can give you another stat that's gonna surprise the shit out of you, either man. Most Black women are ruled out for natural birth because of their pre-existing conditions. There's a large percentage of them are suffering from fibroids. They can't have a natural birth. They're over a certain weight. They can't have a natural birth. So it's a lot of stuff, man. Unfortunately, very few of them can actually go through the entire midwife process and be approved.
See, and again, and there's nothing like I'm saying. What Callie just got done saying. I get what she's saying, but it'd be one of those things where, like, say for instance, if she was coming in there and telling me that right now, although we are trained, a lot of times we are kind of looked at as being like we don't show no emotion, which we are kind of trained to do that a little bit. But the reason why, because we don't want to get you overworked either. So what I'm saying is this: if Callie was to come in and tell me that like and she bled out, my mind is going through every last anatomical position this woman might have been in and thinking about blood vessels to figure out what happened while you're telling me this. And if I show no emotions because I'm trying to think that out. So when someone comes to me and say, well, this happened, this woman bled out, what I will have to say, well, I will have to look at her chart to see actually what happened that caused this woman to bleed out, that they didn't cauterize it. So it's not that we don't care, just that my mind is going like, how did this happen? Not that I don't believe you, but I would really want to know that it happened because they would do
the emotional aspect is something different.
Let me tell you
something different. You can't make, because it is your job to, I'm not trying to tell you what your job is, MRM, but it is your job to do that, to go the science route, to go, hey, what exactly caused this issue, which is that's appropriate. The level of care that they're talking about is more my favorite. I came up here because my favorite movie is John Q. And that man goes into a hospital and holds the hospital hostage, and everybody there is doing their job, but he doesn't care because his son has to be taken care of. So his main point at the end of the day is whatever it is, whatever the BS that you guys got to go through to make sure that you guys can do what it takes to save my son, do that, because it means that much to me that your lives will be at risk if my son doesn't get help. Now that comes from that same disconnect that you're talking about, where a lot of times in the job, people will take not the humanity, but they'll take the rapport that you build with your patient out of the situation, when a lot of times what that person needs is a level of care, not a level of help, if that makes sense. Help means I got shot, you're gonna sew up the bullets. Care means we're paying attention to your mental state during the process, which that is what they're saying is missing, is that level of care. Now, Ethan Man is the only person that I heard make a valuable, understand, a relative point to it in that building a relationship with a doctor over the course of 10 months before a pregnancy, that makes sense because that addresses that level of care that woman needs. But it does not. But for the majority of Black women, the majority of women, or the majority of people who go to the hospital, a lot of times they understand that there is a good doctor there and there are horrible doctors there. And that if you get stuck with a horrible doctor, you're not gonna be able to tell the difference because you're not as smart as them, because they can look at you the same way that you were talking about to begin with. The worst doctor in the hospital, and MRM, you probably know who a worst doctor in the hospital, how their reputation goes. I wouldn't know that. But the worst doctor in the hospital can do exactly what you did with the when somebody comes in and they're looking for care, as well as the help, and you go, well, I'm not going to get emotionally attached. It's a safeguard for all doctors that less effective doctors can take advantage of. I think the issue more lies there. You get
to choose your doctor. Listen, you get to choose.
Okay.
Listen, you don't just. It's not like a lottery with you.
You're
just
not
get
like
a
a
random
sign.
doctor, huh?
I was saying you're not like it's not like you're saying, okay, so since you're coming in here to the OBGYN, we're going to assign you this doctor. No, who's your best doctor? Who has the best birth rate? Who, that's what I was saying again. One of the things I say that a lot of people don't read the manual when it comes to certain things, so I don't know who, but they were like, well, we can set you up with Dr. Meningati if you want to go to him. He's one of our OBGYNs. So otherwise, they expecting you to know who it is that you want to go and see. Now, also, I want to say this too, though, to what you were saying, Zoe, is that I get what you're saying as far as the care go, but again, I get what you're saying with the emotional attachment, but the thing is, the reason why we're trained in a way to not get so what we call emotionally attached is because one of the hardest things to do is to have to go out there and face somebody that you emotionally attached to and let them know we just lost such and such on the table. Now we're dealing with PTSD. We might end up on antidepressants and everything like that too. So it's a fine line to where you can care about somebody without being emotionally attached to somebody is what I'm getting at.
I understand that. I was just trying to direct the conversation to that area because it seems like the more it goes down the science path, the less it becomes about why people actually don't trust doctors. And like the point I'm going to make to what you said now, well, it is about that, but people look at the Hippocratic Oath and think something differently across the board, across history. They think they're supposed to get help in a certain way, and if they don't get it, like there's a reason why doctors have a historical reputation of being quacks. It's like it's either a good doctor or it's not. Even if he has all the science, even if he has all the background, even if he has everything, he either gets the results or he doesn't. And the doctors that get the results don't see this is my opinion. The doctors that get the results don't see the vast majority of people who would complain about doctors.
So what the point that I'm saying is, I remember when the doctor that delivered my babies, he said, I have saw you at every appointment. He said that's not normal. Usually the man come to the first appointment and we don't see him until time for delivery, right? And as I was there building the relationship, having conversations, learning who this person was that was really had my wife and my baby in a life of death situation kind of in his hands, I think we don't value building the relationship with the person who's doing the operation. And that's the only point that I'm saying is that if we do that, I had an amazing experience with both of my kids because of that. The same as that doctor, like I said, he even had it where we can call him, hey, give me a call at night if she's going through something. Like it's just a different relationship.
You have to listen to what you're saying though, right? Because I don't know right or wrong. Let me tell you what I'm hearing. That they might need cameras because if you're saying, think about what you're saying. If you're saying if you ain't built a relationship with somebody, it's likely they'll treat somebody better that they know that they built a relationship with. And they're saying we don't have the insurance. We might be barely getting by. We only gonna show up every once in a while because we can't afford it. So the time that we do show up, we really need it. And since we don't have a relationship that's built over time, we gonna get treated less, maybe felt, cared about less, like all this type of thing because we don't have a relationship. I don't know. And I'm not saying that's not a human thing that you can overcome. I'm saying that you start to give credence to we need to keep cameras on these people because they're giving preferential treatment to people that they.
But let me ask you: is it a difference between good and great service?
I don't know if that's a
those are two different
No,
words.
no, no.
There's
The reason I
literally
asked
a
that
difference.
question, I'm not advocating that they get bad service. I think some people get good service and some people get great service. That is something totally different.
Some people are allowed.
So our argument is that some people do not get good service. They get less than expected service. That's less than it's just not expected. And you're saying that you can choose your doctor even when you're in the military and they provide you your insurance. You don't get to choose your doctor. You have to be at the mercy of who is available at the time. You're shifted from doctor to doctor to doctor every appointment. Then you finally have your baby. It's a brand new doctor on call that night that's giving birth to your baby. So when you don't have the option to have the same doctor throughout your entire pregnancy, it shouldn't mean that now all of a sudden I have to get on this bed and be fearful.
TRICARE does y'all like that?
I didn't want to go down that
road. I had both.
But listen,
I had TRICARE. I had TRICARE. My wife had with my son. We had the same doctor through the whole process, and she chose her doctor.
And I had TRICARE recently. When was your child born?
It was a long time ago.
Thank you. That's the point. That was a long time.
See, what I was going to say too, though. One of my therapists, she's an Air Force, and she had 2 kids, and that's weird though because she's TRICARE, and she kept her same doctor throughout the process.
No, but
I don't know if what she's saying was specific to her own situation, or if she was just trying to paint a picture. If she was just trying to paint a picture, it doesn't sound like it was the most, because I know TRICARE isn't. I know TRICARE works like that for regular for more regular situations, especially if you're going TDY, if you're traveling a lot. That's my experience with TRICARE, what she's describing, but I don't know if that applies to someone who is home duty, who is home station, not their husband isn't on TDY, like everything is conducive to the child being born normally. I believe in TRICARE.
But Zoe, that is a sign of a bad OBGYN if he say let somebody else deliver that baby. No, it is his responsibility to deliver that baby. My dude got called at night and he got woken up. It's a plan. He been with us for 10 months. He know the baby's coming.
And just let's just say let's just say, for example, whenever we was doing knees and hips, and somebody say, hey, because Ty did sports medicine, he is phenomenal at doing hips and knees, blah, blah, blah. But if I get somebody, another doctor, let's just say if this person came from let's just say if they came from across the city and they were like, I don't like how Dr. Raycraft did my knee and I need a revision, they saying, but I don't want him doing it. Can you do it? I'm like, I don't want to touch there. So what I'm saying that for is that I guess I don't know how OBGYN, that's not my specialty, but a lot of times, a lot of physicians don't want to take on another patient that far out to say, I'll take this on without actually being with them throughout the whole process. It just, you really don't know what you kind of getting yourself into. You really don't want to go down the road of getting all the historical things from day one. So it's like, I don't know. That's just kind of different. I don't know. But whoever that was, whatever MD did that, or I don't know how the Army or whatever branch of service that she was in, I don't know if that's just a thing of theirs where they just, hey, whatever OBGYN you getting that's on call, that's who you're going to deal with. I don't know that. So
it sounded like conflation to me, because I've had the experience that she described, but my experience isn't the pregnant woman's experience. So because I travel a lot, I've had doctors switch up a lot. I get that. If you don't travel a lot, I don't know if that really happens. And I don't think you're in a position to travel, or they allow you to travel if you're pregnant.
If you got TRICARE, if you're military, you got TRICARE. If your kids want, you keep the same doctors all the way through. It's been like that. That's not going to change unless you change duty station. If you change duty station, then that's why you got a different doctor.
Right.
And I don't know about military stuff or whatever, but I saw the same doctor. I went to the same doctor's office and had the same doctor for all 3 of my children. Okay, and when I went into labor, the person that delivered my children was not the doctor that I saw the entire 9 months of my checkups and my pregnancy and all that.
They're a team, they're a team.
Okay,
he was there before, or he was there the day after. He wasn't never there when I actually delivered, because it happens at all times. I'm sure he has X amount of patients. he can't be there for all of them births.
Well, I guess money makes a difference.
Same thing happened to my wife.
Let me get to Callie Bev super chat before I forget. Callie Bev says, how does blood pressure, weight, etc. contribute to a baby getting damn near decapacitated during a C-section and a subsequent cover-up? You talk about that one doctor that took the, you talk about that one?
That was a black woman that did that, by the way.
Wait, what?
Hey, Trigger, you didn't have to say that. What
did
is
she
your
go to Yale?
Women, Trigger, Mike, why you do that? You didn't have to do that.
Wait, what happened?
All right, so
the baby was during their decapitated during the C-section or whatever like that, and they covered it up.
Yeah,
She
well,
was using the suction
one
device.
person tried to cover it. We don't know how deep it goes, but they suing for sure.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was gonna cover that one too, but
that's been a questionable device. Even without decapitating the baby, which is obviously worst case scenario. That's crazy.
Like,
right? That's terrible for
darn near
family.
decapitation.
It also can provide brain injury and causes brain injury and all of that. So that it's been a questionable device.
But y'all not telling the whole story. See, what people don't know is the baby also, if the baby can't come out or she can't push him out, they got to get that baby out some type of way. And they use.
Yeah, we don't. I was like, we don't know if she used it in general practice or an emergency.
I get it. I get what you're saying, but most of the time when they don't do something the natural way, it's something going on with the baby that they have to do something different. When you start talking about that suction cup, say if a woman's pushing and the baby's not coming through the actual birth canal, they use that suction cup to pull them through. So it's not like they just made this tool for no reason. It's usually an emergency situation that they have to use these tools.
Yeah.
They're not just saying, let me just make something just to use it, just so I can say that I used the tool. It's usually they have to. I know because when my wife was delivering, at one point she couldn't push, and they said we have to do something else because the baby's in a vulnerable situation, and we got to figure something to get this baby out. It's not that they just say, let's just try something out.
Or they'll use the forceps to try to get the baby out.
Yeah.
But my thing is that, C-sections used to be an emergency only situation as well, but we know that ain't the case no more either.
Well, it's also we perform the most C-sections in the world in the United States. But you want to know in a weird way what my opinion is about that? It's because people are litigious. It's because of this exact situation that E-Man was talking about. Mothers will not understand the doctor saying it's a 50-50 chance if you just keep pushing. This is the natural way to push the baby out. But they know they will get sued, so they know they have a chance to save the baby if they cut you open immediately. That's why we do it more than anybody.
That's that 10,000 for them C-sections. All right, let me get to this super chat. I heard about that 10,000. Reese Anderson from Jamaica. He's a Jamaican man. Says, Tara, if you and your FBA feelings come get on the stream and address Trigger Mike, because in my opinion, you just sound.
He won't do it.
The man can think what he wants. Dang,
he won't do it.
Okay. She won't. Don't talk to Tara like that. She'll pull up on you. Pull up on me. I think she
done dropped 100 foot on you tonight. She done dropped 100 foot on you tonight, Mike.
While I was thinking in solitude.
Wait, one sec, Trigger. One sec, Trigger. Lauren Mack, shout out to Lauren. I love me some Lauren. She says, MRM. How do doctors plan for their own life or vacations with patients expecting certain procedures or deliveries?
How do doctors plan for their own life?
They don't.
Or vacations with patients expecting certain. Usually they do that. We do that like either 3 to 6 months.
Wait. Why you reread it as if I read it wrong?
Because I didn't know what she meant by when she said, how do doctors plan for their own life? I'm like, I don't know what she's saying. Like, how do we plan like life insurance, or I don't know what we're talking about. I just didn't.
So you reread it.
I'm
so
slow.
What are we talking about now?
Hey, and notice, I'm one of those. I read it out loud. I didn't get it. I have to kind of comprehend it for myself.
She meant your life outside of the hospital.
Yeah. So if it's something like that, when it comes to in our field in orthopedics, we plan that stuff out ahead. We let them know we're going to do so many surgeries up to this specific date, and then we're going to be off these days. So it's not going to be any surgeries from this day to that day, or from this week to that week. So in other words, a lot of things like that, and that's why I got into that field. Those things can be pushed off because unless it's like a huge emergency, hips and knees is not something that we have to worry about doing. Like if we want to call off and take a vacation, it's not like it's going to kill the person or they're going to die should we not do it. So it happens all the time though. So
how do you take vacation?
Trigger Mike, go ahead and finish your thought.
So while I was in solitude, I was thinking about something, because naturally, having been a healthcare administrator for so many years, it kind of looks like I'm out to protect the doctors, but my job was to protect the interest of the hospital. And it's not even just protect it from them, from litigation or, litigious people or anything. It's because some of those claims actually do be bogus as hell when you research them for yourself. But the other part that I realized, and one of the things that I want to say to the doctor's credit, and this is personal, my wife asked, like begged for they didn't want to give her the epidural for some reason I'm forgetting, or right at that time they didn't want to infuse certain medication through it. That's what it was. Do you know when they did it, she was begging, and women in pain, they can be very convincing. I'm sorry, labor pain can be very convincing. I'm looking at the doc with these big ass eyeballs, like, you gonna do something, bro? You lady, you see what I'm saying? And just like you said, Callie Bev, it wasn't her patient. She's on the 3-person team, right? Her doctor is sleeping or whatever rotation they take. So the doctor was coming in soon, but she had gone into labor earlier than expected. Like, a few hours earlier than expected. Do you know they gave her that medicine that she begged for, and the lady didn't want to do it? Her blood pressure took a nosedive immediately. That's why they don't do what you ask all the time. That's why they don't do it. They're taking a risk just as much as you're wanting your pain alleviated. Now we got an emergency situation. They had to bring the crash cart out. They pushing me to the back and shit because they gave her what she wanted. And the nurse let me know kind of on the slide, she's not going to get now. You see what I'm saying?
Let me ask Callie Bev, you've been listening to the show, hopefully. Are you convinced that we don't need body cams, or do you believe that body cams or recording devices or something of this nature would actually help? And I know you on mute, and I know you're a little high too, so I know that too.
I'm not high. I'm not even smoking weed. So yeah. But
you were smoking earlier. What you talking about? I see
it ain't weed.
What's that? Cigar weed?
Don't even say what it is. Don't even do it.
Okay. Look like weed.
Black and Miles. What you?
It's not a black and mild either.
Oh, is it a clove?
Yeah, they're cloves.
Oh, those things stink. Oh, they stink.
Well, excuse me.
Well, mine smell good because it smelled like vanilla. But look, it's the vanilla flavor. But whatchamacallit? I don't know. I don't necessarily
You got a 40 ounce there with you too?
Huh?
You got a 40 ounce too? OD?
No, I don't have a 40 ounce.
I'm just
kind of hood. I'm not all the way hood, okay?
I just mess with you, Callie. Go ahead.
I don't know about the body cam.
On the couch with your head tilted, smoking a clove. That's about as hood as it gets. I'm sorry.
Not with the price and size of my house. It's not hood. But look, whatchamacallit? The thing is, I don't necessarily have an opinion about the body cams. I'm conflicted about it. On one hand, I think, yeah, okay, cool, record it, then you can tell whether somebody's should bitten or not, right? And on the other hand, I'm like, dang, privacy issues, this, that, and the third. You seeing my booty all in the air and it's on camera. So I'm like, I don't think so. So I'm conflicted about it.
So would you feel more concerned if your pregnancy videos got leaked?
No.
All right, so you saying that if Eagles legs up and they see everything beginning to end of you giving birth, you saying that's okay if that was to be leaked onto the internet?
I mean, if they want to see a baby coming out of my vagina, then that's on them. I wouldn't be embarrassed.
No, I'm just saying, I think the privacy, and I'm glad that you won't be embarrassed, but I think the privacy of other women would not want that type of image out of them, that way. I
can understand that, which is why I'm conflicted.
I'm just saying, when it comes down to HIPAA and just trying to keep that privacy for people, I think those cameras is just a bad idea. That's
and you know what? And then one of the things I want to add to that as well is that there's this doctor up in Chicago named Dr. Baumberger. He is a phenomenal orthopedist, and he's also an engineer. He engineered components that he put into patients' knees and hips that is patented by him. So let's just say if you were to have something on video showing this man's equipment and everything in there, that's within itself right there. That right there is a lawsuit. He like, my equipment, my patents are not to be shown for public to see or such and such and such and such. And they recorded my patents. And so, like I said, it's a lot of things. I think what I like to get answered is ultimately with the cameras being there, what is the ultimate goal of the cameras? The ultimate goal of the camera is to say what? Aha, we busted him, which means this doctor did X, Y, and Z, which means we're going to sue, which means we're going to get money. And then, but it's still that.
I think it's about the nurses. I think it's about the people who are in the care. I don't think it would
nurses.
Be about,
what the hell?
I mean, yeah,
about doctors specifically.
You hardly ever see like the doctor. Most of your contact is with the nurses anyway.
That's true.
So,
and then I don't think you'd be able to prove it. Like how I don't think the public will be able to say, let's look at this video and find the moment where he was wrong at. I don't think people understand how hard that'll be. Like he was wrong at this exact moment. I just think that'd be a very hard thing to prove in court.
Even if they do have it on video, like what the lady showed, I guess if they have it on video of somebody saying like, oh, just another gang member, or even if they're saying, oh my God, look how fast she is, that's not like negligence or malpractice type stuff to get you in trouble. It's just not.
Hey, Mariam, you know if you got a camera on, you ain't gonna say that. That's why I think it's a bad argument, because if you know you got a camera on,
because these cops got cameras and they still caught them on camera planting drugs in people's cars. So the camera ain't deterring a whole lot of nothing when it comes to that mess.
Right, and then even with what you just said, Eda Man, as far as like you saying you won't say that, but okay, so let's just say this. Let's just say if I use the medical terminology and say, hey, this woman is morbidly obese. Now, what if I say, hey, this woman is morbidly obese? They still say, look how he said that. Look how he said, look how he emphasized that word. They still can find something, whether I say fat or morbidly obese, it's gonna be something. They look for anything.
Yeah.
But I would say that kind of rhetoric or whatever would, raise antennas to go ahead and dig deeper and look into exactly what they was doing with that patient.
Is it true though? If a person is really big, like I never let a person work under me pick up a big person. I tell them, don't hurt your back because they get injured in healthcare. And Eda Man, I want to say Eda Man. It's not about the money, Eda Man, because if it was, all of your baby kids will not be born. All the black hood rats kids will not be born.
No, we're talking about experience. No, we're not saying that they're not going to. See, I wasn't arguing good or bad. I was arguing good or great. That's just something totally different. Having a great experience versus a good experience is based on the relationship you build. That's a whole different.
Can the difference between life and death happen between that good and great?
It doesn't hit the good threshold.
Can the space of good and great like hold the difference between life and death? Like if I had a good doctor, I could have died, but I didn't. But if I had a great doctor, I definitely didn't die.
The great doctor can make a mistake though.
Hold on,
everyone can make a mistake. But so back to the military point when we were talking about the TRICARE. The TRICARE system is overworked. There's not enough doctors. Like you guys said, there was a mass exodus. So you're saying back in the day when you had your kids, it was better for you. I'm saying 5 years ago, it wasn't better for me. And the women that I've talked to recently is even worse for them. So I'm saying the healthcare system isn't getting more doctors. We have less doctors. We have less resources, and they're expecting them to do more with less. These doctors aren't available because they're going from patient to patient to patient. So we have to be realistic. You have money, Eda Man, so you can afford to do the things that you said you did for your wife. But people that are depending on just their healthcare system and they have to follow their doctor or pay out the crazy out the butt, then they don't have as many options as you.
But I think we
would
never live.
I want to make one more comment after you, man. After you, man. I want to say one more thing.
I just said you would never live in a world that everybody get the same treatment. That's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I had my first child. I didn't have no money. We was
wrong argument.
Look, okay, we went there, right? And it was emergency C-section. My daughter was born okay. Then the second time we had money, we had insurance, a nice fancy hospital. It was the same results. We just one had the private room, the other one we had to share it with somebody else.
Most hospitals will give you a card that they would have in there to talk about bedside manners, et cetera, say how we are. And it even got to the point to where we actually fought against the AMA. We didn't want to call you guys. They tried to fight and make us start calling you guys customers. And I thought, like, man, that seems like we just have like really no, like y'all not even like human to us anymore. They wanted us to start calling y'all customers. Like, no, man, this is the patient.
That's
But
the way they
in your
see us.
case,
You might as well be honest. It
say that
depends
again.
on how much money.
You know what I've noticed,
I didn't hear what you said.
especially as it comes to when it comes to the area of childbirth and childbirth being. I mean, you can plan it, of course. It happens within a certain period of time most of the times, but this is one of the things I used to struggle with. How do I plan to meet all of the patient needs and requests for a spontaneous event? I want this room. I can't promise that. I want this nurse to be working. I can't promise that shit either. So you see how impossible women make it to please them?
I want this doctor that I've had since the beginning. It can't get that either.
So there's a chance you might get them.
Everything that y'all are saying, y'all had to make the
There's
care
a
better.
chance you might get them, but they are on
The
a
point is,
3-person
we're
team.
saying we don't have that option, and that's why we're frustrated. Not saying that you have to be able to have everything, but when we're telling you that the things y'all are saying, my wife had this and I had this and everything was perfect, why don't you just do this? We're telling you that is not the option for most people. So you guys saying that just makes y'all sound tone deaf.
But
For most people with money,
having problems with
I'm
this.
sorry. For most
No,
people,
it does
money,
make
it
y'all
is
sound tone
fair.
deaf.
It makes y'all sound tone deaf because I wasn't poor when I was giving birth, and I had what people would consider very good health care. It's TRICARE Prime.
Fantasy. Did you give birth
So
in
the
a
thing
military hospital?
Yes, I did.
Well, there's your problem right there. I don't know why.
But the problem is you don't have the option to just choose another doctor unless you want to pay.
I don't
You
know.
can't just stand up and then defend TRICARE.
Listen, I just let
You're
the
already
military
paying your
slice my hand
insurance
up.
to
Look at
see the
this scar.
doctor, and
Okay?
now you're
Look at
saying,
this damn
"Oh,
scar.
you use the doctor that you're paying insurance for." That's the problem that you have. You're already seeing that doctor every time you have a visit. So why would you try to tell me that it's wrong for me to use the care that I'm paying for? Because make it make sense, Trigger Mike.
So wait,
Make it make sense, Trigger Mike. I'm
maybe this
paying
is
for it.
like, I guess I have a question then. So maybe this is just like an area where I go down there in Florida, but this is actually in Panama City. How is it that if we had like, I almost said her name, we had someone that she didn't care too much for the MDs that she had on base, and she was able to go out and actually see somebody at Bay Medical Hospital?
So
Yeah, they do that.
when you don't like your doctor or whatever, you can request another
Community
doctor.
care.
You
Call
can
community.
request another doctor. You can request another doctor. However, the problem isn't that you can't request another doctor. The problem is their availability, their ability to see you as frequently. So a lot of times, like we're just focused on the birthing right now. Even for our mental health, we have to go off base because they're overstaffed. But when you try to go off base, they're
Understaffed or
they're understaffed. When you go off base, they're understaffed. They can't take new patients. So it's like you guys are telling us to go somewhere else, and that's what we've been hearing in the military. You got to go off base. You got to go off base. You got to go off base. But they're full off base. It's like, tell me there's no care without telling me there's no care unless I'm a millionaire.
Yeah. Well, thank you
that's crazy.
thank you for making light of the situation we are all fucking in. Now, here's
Making
the
light?
one good piece of that I could shed on this. Go look at the mortality rates in the 1800s and the 1700s and how giving birth to a baby used to be a 50-50 toss up as to whether a woman was going to live or not. We are in drastically different times. All right. So some things to be thankful for there. I'm just saying.
I don't know how drastically different.
Oh, it's a drastic.
Wow.
All right, bro.
That is
Come
fun
on,
that you would say that.
All
So
right, man.
Like, no, y'all say
really drastic.
All right, man.
Look. Y'all go look at medieval times to today, and it's like, why is that relevant when we're talking about today? It's like, oh, well, what's the big difference? When we're talking about care, we're not talking about a big difference. You're talking about, oh, look at the medical results, and people are talking about how they are cared for.
A woman can give birth and feel no pain. What are you talking about?
Trust
Why are
somebody.
you cutting this man
You don't
off?
trust somebody. You don't trust somebody based on them just knowing all the facts. That's not the only factor that you trust somebody. You trust
A
somebody
woman
based on the
can
fact
give
that
birth and feel no pain. Is that not medical advancement for your ass?
I got a tip. Y'all can
that's all
become
it is
doctors just
about
like
for you is the
MRM
point.
can.
Yeah, it's only about medical
So
advancement. That
combat the
doesn't
point.
mean that you have to
Combat the point. Don't attack me. Attack the point that I just made.
you said medical advancement, and I'm letting you know that medical advancement is not all this conversation is about. That's why it's like things have changed. It's just like, okay, yes, medical advancement has
Okay,
changed.
what is this conversation
But
about?
that conversation means nothing to trusting doctors. What's the title of the show? In Doctors We Trust? Okay, just making sure I'm on the same
I think
page.
but Zoe, it's easier to trust doctors today than it
I
was in
was
the
gonna say.
1800s. What do you
How?
mean?
That's the part. That's literally what I'm
Because they
saying.
bled you out. They're
Hold on,
getting
hold on, hold on,
you
hold on.
out.
The trust
Hold
factor
on,
is
hold on,
not
hold on, hold
because
on. It's easier
And
to
you
trust
still feel
doctors
pain
who have
even with the
technology.
epidural. You still feel pain. I'm sorry to let you know that.
Yeah, like for the rest of your
Like,
lifetime.
now
come
that
on,
Every
pain
Callie,
is
time it
like,
like,
rains, you
yo,
feel
Callie
pain.
Bev, don't like over what I said. You know what I meant. Compared to getting
You want to
sliced open in the
minimize. You keep
1700s.
trying to marginalize this situation like it's nothing, and
he's
it's
not. He's
not.
not. He's not trying to
God,
marginalize it.
you
When
He's
he
got
not
a
said
trying
you
to
panel
can give
show
birth
marginalize
with
it.
no
He's
3 hour
pain,
he's
it was
trying to
content.
change the. He's
marginalizing.
changing the direction of the conversation
Oh,
about.
go ahead on the woman's
Y'all know
back,
what
though.
he's
That's
mean.
just what a man should do. Go, just hop on the woman's back
Wait, what?
and let them
No, they
take
No,
should
care
I'm
of
hop
it.
on
actually
each other's
hopping on
back.
No,
his.
I'm saying like she said that you
And
were
I'm
trying
gonna
to
give y'all.
minimalize it. I don't think you're doing that. I think that what you're doing is changing the conversation to a degree, though.
Hey,
So
I'm
the
gonna give
biggest
y'all some
thing, so
tips,
the
okay? I'm gonna give you a tip. MRM might understand. Some of the most assholes doctors might be the best doctors available. Some of the nicest doctors might not be good. So you want to get advice. You want to get what's called references. Just because the doctor might be a little butthole, that don't mean he might be a genius. He might not be able to communicate to you as
But
you
most
would like him
geniuses
to.
don't have real good social skills.
And
say
what
it
Some
happens
of
when
again.
them.
that
So
genius
most of
is
the
I don't
broke?
care.
doctors are
I don't
Like,
care.
this is
assholes.
just so unrealistic.
I
You
don't
Okay.
care
guys
how nice.
act
I
like the
don't care
best
how. I
doctors
don't.
aren't always booked up.
Okay.
Like, stop
Here,
I
let
don't
me
it.
care
get
how
let
nice a
me get
doc.
my
I don't care how.
references up while I'm in the
I wanted
emergency
to
room. I'm on
I
some
I
wanted to
don't
references
care
while
how
I'm
say
in the
nice a
emergency
doctor is.
room.
I want to be great. I want to be
Get your
good at his
money up.
I
job.
Not
wanted to
everybody
say
talk at the same time. No way. No way.
really
No.
for real.
Get
I
your
wanted to
money
say
up, and you won't
something.
have these problems. Isn't that what y'all always telling
I
dudes to
wanted to
do?
say that I
It's
don't
not
think it's
about
about
money.
it's
Get
not
your
about the
money up.
money, and I don't necessarily think it's always about your like the color of your skin, but I do think what E-Man was saying is about the relationship with your doctor is like the most important thing. My sister had her first baby at 15. She gave birth to 10
Turn your
children.
mic up.
The same man gave birth to all of her kids.
Wow,
Dr.
that's
Gat
nice.
has literally delivered every baby in my family since 1999. He just
Wow.
retired 2 years ago. And that's like, I have two sisters who had 10 kids vaginally. So he delivered all 20 of them, plus all the cousins, nieces, everything. So because we had a relationship with that man, he was on call in the middle of the night. They had a different relationship with him. So when you do have a family doctor or you build with your doctor, you're going to
Family.
have better results.
So
Me,
so
That's
me,
good
my
My
question.
question
doctor
is,
is damn near like my therapist. I be telling that man everything. Like,
did
oh
he
my
deliver
God, like
anybody else's baby besides your family?
No, that was a
okay.
good.
yeah, of
That's a
Wait,
good.
course.
guys.
Come
Wait.
on, that's a
Hell
good
yeah.
testimony. Come on.
Wait, guys.
He was
Stop.
like
Stop. Stop.
he was a doctor
Stay.
for 65 years. He's a damn good OBGYN.
Okay. Stay.
Oh,
That's a
Stay
you
on
said y'all
reference,
got
track.
a lot of
Callie.
fair.
Dr. Gat.
You got a lot of
65
nieces and
years.
nephews.
Men do
Actionist
that. Men do that.
Lakeside. Action it.
Okay. Stay on track. So Sherelle, are you saying that if you don't have a relationship, that the bias that we're arguing about is not racial? It's the fact that we don't know each other, and that
I
if you do
I think
create a relationship with someone, that it's fair to have a bias, or
I
I would
think
say,
no, I think that racial can play a factor in some. I'm not gonna not rule that out ever or whatever. But what I'm saying is your doctor knows you. I don't think it's a bias, but understand that if you had the same doctor since you was a little boy, Aaron, that man knows your allergies. He knows your pain tolerance. He knows everything about you. He knows your family history. My doctor knows my family history. They know what we need. So when a doctor has more information, they can deal with you better. If your name just comes across their board and they're just like, oh, we just got to deliver this random person, baby, we don't even know nothing about her, it is going to be harder to work with her because we don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't have enough history on her. But if your doctor has a family history on you and a communication with you, you're going to have better treatment. I don't think it's a bias, but it's just like I have more information on this particular family, on this particular woman, because I delivered 6 of her kids already.
Okay.
Can I add something?
What does that have to do with the medieval times and all that?
No,
that's
a
Aaron,
good
you
point.
never say the person that you had a
medieval
10-month
times.
relationship is racist.
No,
You
her
never
point
said
is
that the
good.
person.
No need to fight her point. Her point is good.
Well, I'm not talking racial,
Thank
right?
you,
Because I'm
Lamar.
listening to what
I
people
love
say.
you.
There's still a bias, though. You see what I'm saying? Like the bias.
Everybody biased. You biased. You treat me different than all these other niggas when they come up here. I feel some type of way. Like I'm
know
telling
everybody
you.
love. That's crazy. That's crazy.
You had all these dudes come up here. You didn't tell them to say hey to all the people, but as soon as either man came up here, I gotta speak to all the
Because
pampers.
you try to come in.
You right, because I came up here and I ain't spoke to nobody.
And try to steal a show, and the rest of these fellas show up on time, prepared to engage, and you think you're gonna sneak in and drop an anvil on our head.
See,
and
you
run off.
biased. See, you treat either man Williams different from all the other people because we have a relationship.
But listen,
after 1 year of being on these panels, you know you can treat me different. You just made my point, Aaron. Let me
ain't
get
got
out this.
nothing to do with being a doctor and being in charge of people's health. I mean, I might actually be in charge of some of the people's health, but I'm saying, like, as far as whether they live and die and all that stuff, it ain't the same. You talking about having a bias for somebody that you like, okay, you just came here, I don't know you.
Well,
but
let me tell you how biased you is, Aaron. Listen, somebody come to people you don't know. Guess what? You put up a random picture, get to asking them questions. Like, why do we make doctors be not human? Why is that doctor so much different from Aaron?
Right, check this out. So what I would say to that too, Edie Man, is on that. A lot of times, y'all, I mean, now since we want to talk on this, it comes down to a matter of if you come into the office and you a first-time patient, I get to see you over the course of a few weeks, a few months. If my bedside mannerism with you is that you show little interest in actually what's going on, you have no questions for me, you're not even really concerned about yourself or what you got going on, so to speak. All you care about is how I'm going to fix it. Versus somebody that comes in and they ask me, hey, how's it going? Hey, you have any kids? It does kind of change up the dynamic because it seems like they're not only caring about you, just do your job and then take the insurance card, blah, blah. They actually are caring about you as a person that's treating them. So it does make a little difference. Now, as far as treating them, no, there's not going to be any difference. But as far as like having like a certain type of, I don't want to like a patient to clinician relationship, it does make a difference. And the difference is that we seem to be a little bit more thrilled that you actually are caring about your own health by asking us questions versus you just coming in there and us just, hey, fix me.
MRM,
You know why I got snatched, Aaron?
How much
Aaron,
control
you know
do you
when I
have
was
over your staff, over the people that work under you, that over your nurses, over these people that are going to be having more of this contact and who may ask more of these questions? Because if the understanding is that most doctors are not going to have the most amount of contact with the patient, and the team is, like, to me, in my personal experience with my mother, with my brother, both of who passed away in the same hospital, it was the relationship with, rest in peace, it was relationship with those doctors that made the difference, that my mom, who had been a former nurse, had built, that made a difference to what doctor she was on. Her doctor was world renowned, but I don't know if he was that great of a doctor. The team that was under her all knew her on a first name basis in a relationship, that if he didn't have that team under her, I don't think he could be a world renowned doctor. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, you guys have control over the people that go under you. Like that's really what I'm trying to get to, of the people of of evaluation of like their personalities, to say that you could have a team of nurses under you that would show the amount of care that women are looking for, or people are looking for in general,
so
from
like
their doctors.
I would say this, it all depends on the profession. Like, I don't know how often like certain people that's in OBGYN or somebody that's a podiatrist, kidney specialist, I don't know what their racial or what time frame they're given to be able to see patients. But one thing is, when I hire in a certain amount of staff, I'm a legit, genuine dude, because my upbringing, where I came from, the stuff I struggled with in Chi-Town, we were the ones that went into the office and felt some type of way that because we was on Medicaid or we had a welfare, we had food stamp, we felt like, man, they just don't even, we sitting out here, they don't even care, going there, doctor not even making eye contact. Right. So I make sure that anybody that comes up under us, if you are not in this to legitimately care about people, this not going to be for you. And it's going to show, because your natural way that you treat people, is going to be habitually. You're going to show up, you're going to start to do your job. And I legitimately ask, and I let them know. I tell my staff, I'm going to ask the patients them off to the side. How did you feel about nurse such and such? How did you feel about that? Did she seem like she was listening to you? Did she respond? Did she answer all the questions that you need? Do you have any questions for me? If I see that go on for like 6 months, I'll let them know, hey, this is not the spot for you.
Do you understand that
Callie Beth got her hand raised like we in school? Go ahead, Callie Beth.
I'll let her rock off this. Do you understand that this conversation is more based on that than it is on the advancement of science since the 1800s?
But I get that. But
yo, for real, like y'all came at me for saying like, it's not much has changed. It's
that's even, man. I didn't.
It's not about the they came at me. They blocked me in the chat for that.
No. His staff is totally different.
You don't see Callie Beth with her hand raised like she in 6th grade.
I blocked you in the chat.
Oh,
Callie Beth got her hand raised like she in the 6th grade. Let her go. Let her go.
Said this shit. And they just gonna talk.
So Zoe, that's totally different, because his staff typically don't change unless somebody quit or fired. When you talk about giving birth, that nurse changes. That nurse is changing based on who's on rotation at the hospital, especially if it's a doctor. My doctor didn't work at our hospital. He was coming into that hospital just to deliver the baby.
And not to cut you off real quick, Eda, man, but that's what I just read about that doctor that y'all said did the decapitation. That doctor didn't work for the hospital. That doctor literally came in there to do that. That's crarazy. Well, I mean, it happens, but I mean, yeah. So anyway,
I think that
has to do with.
Can Callie Beth get her turn?
Please.
Thank you.
I was going to speak to Sherelle's point about, the same doctor knowing, the allergies and all that kind of stuff like that. That there's something to be said for that or whatever, but all of that stuff is in the chart. So I wouldn't necessarily say like, there's a point to be made about having your medical records spread across different physicians, because something is going to be left off. So you want to make sure that you stay within the same, at the very least, stay within the same practice. And so that way all of your records will follow you to whatever, medical emergency might pop off or whatever like that. So that's all I was going to say or whatever.
Okay, you know what?
Can I ask y'all something?
I can rebuttal.
Doctor stuff or whatever.
Military.
But you don't want to have your medical records spread out across different doctors and all that kind of stuff.
I just want to ask how
Wait,
I want to ask a question. How often, because I was raised military family and now I'm military. I'm finally going to be a civilian for the first time. So how often is it that people have the same doctor since they were little children through adulthood and they birthday baby? Like, is that common? Because that sounds rare to me.
I think that is common for people who don't move around.
My kids had the same doctor from the time they were born. Well, not
that's common for folk down being in the South.
It's common in the South. Okay.
Okay. Stop hating on the South.
I was just kidding.
I was
my
just
kids
trying to
had the
ask,
same
I was
doctor
like,
all
that
the way through
sounds so
elementary
rare,
school,
but maybe
middle
it's because
school,
I've
high
been
school.
military. I might have a skewed view. So
My kids
like
stopped
military is different because you move around every 2 years.
Smaller. Yeah.
Yeah, like
it's different for y'all.
Usually in the military, you move around every 2 years, so it's not realistic. But if you most people don't leave their hometown; they just stay in their hometown. And if you just stand in the same hometown, and it's a man, because women don't work no 65 years, but a man working 65 years in the doctor field, of course you can have the same doctor. But you had a female doctor, she ain't gonna work no 65 years. We never seen that.
Be quiet.
I had to say,
okay, Callie, what I want to say,
my kids didn't leave the doctor to my son turned 21.
Like, look,
and my daughter might leave her this year.
My sister, at the end, her last baby were twins. So my nephews were twins. And one thing that her doctor remembered was that my sister, she had signed this paper about never getting a blood transfusion, right? She was like, I don't want other people's blood in me. And he had this conversation with us right before she had to go into the surgery room. And we all had to convince her, girl, sign these papers because we don't know what's going to happen. You never had twins before. We don't know how it can go. Like my first nephew came out, King came out, Prince got stuck. My sister had an emergency C-section where she had to get a T cut. She lost so much blood. It took 10 bags of blood to keep her alive. She could have died. If she didn't have the relationship which she had with her doctor, they would have never told us to bring those papers because she had signed those papers not to give her no blood. If she would have never had that relationship she had with him, my sister would have died on the table. The blood saved her life.
So,
She
so
would have
your
died. She would have
argument
bled out.
is
So
your
when
argument.
you know and it's a white man. He's a white man, and we're all black. We're all black. My whole family, the whole family. You
Y'all
know what I'm
got
saying?
some white,
Besides a couple
y'all.
of grandpas.
I got
So
some
yeah,
white,
you know,
y'all.
them grandpas from slavery, they definitely there. You know what I'm saying? But we some black girls. So and that was an old white man. See what I'm saying? So I just do think that matters when you're just another number on the slot and they're just like you getting a doctor here, a doctor there, a doctor there. I do think it's just like I think the doctors care a little less. They
I
do.
was gonna say that's why I like Kaiser. Like I had the same doctor or whatever,
Peace. Good night,
since I
y'all.
was a kid. But I'm a Kaiser kid, so everything is at Kaiser, and your medical records are all in one spot, and all the doctors there have access to it. So I think that is, that's a major advantage for, if you have to go see another doctor, for them to have access to, know all the ins and outs and everything because it's all in your chart. You know what I mean? From the eye doctor to the radiologist to the cardio, all of that stuff is all on one campus. That's why I like Kaiser. I wish they had Kaiser out here in the South. They do me.
But your records don't follow you like people think they do. I know in the military, I would get to a new duty station and they had no idea. They had no idea what I was allergic to. It was just like a starting all the way over. So
they'll change the system over and over.
Yeah,
So they move to a different.
You still doing that coffee thing? Don't
I
answer
answered
that
already.
You yeah, that's why I think the model is Kaiser.
Every 3 months.
I think that's the model is Kaiser.
Every 3 months.
I guess I should do it because MIM looks
Kaiser
like he's
kids
pretty
rule.
healthy.
Thank you.
Man, now I'm worried. He said every 3 months, man.
That just sounds
I gotta
so
go YouTube
scary.
that.
No, he looked healthy though, so I might have to think about it.
I gotta go YouTube
Oh,
that.
Lamar.
So MRM, do you do bunions removals?
No, that's not one. That's not my thing.
Buy some shoes, better shoes.
Whoa! Why you asking specifically for bunions?
Are you guys wearing them cheap shoes?
He said that he was. I thought he said
Orthopedics.
it was in orthopedics, and I thought it was bunions.
Yeah, we don't
but I
deal with
guess
bunions though. That's the
So
podiatrist.
you know somebody some bunions.
If I show you my feet, can you give me a diet?
And that is the end of the show. Thank you very much. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. We might have to continue this conversation because they've almost convinced me about these cameras, or at least some audio, based upon these biases that was acknowledged during the show. Okay, now thank you for tuning in to the show. Make sure you guys comment. I don't care if you subscribe, who cares, but at least comment after the show. Okay, it's my favorite part about the show. And I'm glad I didn't go with the popular things today, because I think this show was a little bit more fun. It is Wednesday.
It was very mature. It was a good show.
We's mature.
I'm proud of you. Yeah, y'all was mature. Y'all
Oh,
had like a few disingenuous people on the panel, but that's that's unavoidable.
You always start in trouble. Once again, I appreciate everybody for the support. I appreciate you guys rocking out with me. I had a wonderful time. I got to get back to the lab to make sure we can do it again. We appreciate y'all. We're going to see y'all on the next show. Until then.